Be calling the meeting to order. We have a number of items on the agenda. As always, just want to start off saying that we do always have a lot of things to end up going through, but one of the most important things is being able to hear from members of our community. For a few of these, we will ask to be able to have pro and con comments, be able to speak. Just want to say that I want to ask for respect both ways, the same respect. If somebody is saying something that is disagreeable, this is everybody's time to be able to say what they think and address their elected officials, to please address that to the board in our decision making. We don't want to get applause in the same way as we also don't want to get jeers. And so we have some decorum stuff, and that's to be able to make sure everybody's able to speak. It's very intimidating. I don't think we're that intimidating, but it's very intimidating for folks to come up before the board, and we want to make it as easy as possible. Sound good for everybody? Good? Great. Okay. All right. So with that, we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. And how about Mike? He made eye contact first. There we go. Supervisor Holland. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, wonderful. So just going briefly over the agenda, first we're going to have oral communications. This will be for any items that are not currently on the agenda today. You'll have the 3 minutes for that. We'll then move into staff reports. We have consent calendar, which will be all of the items that are generally considered non-controversial. We'll be moving through as a bulk. Then we'll be moving into items 9 and 10. We do have 2 appointments today. So I got the gavel out. We get to do that sometimes when we got the hearings. One is at 10 and one is at 11. Because these are noticed and we also sometimes have guests attending, we're going to try and be as prompt as we can. So I'll keep a reminder out that those are kind of out there in the ether. So with that, we'll open up oral communications for the meeting. Have 15 minutes set aside for this, but any member of the public who would like to speak, again, this is for anything not on the agenda, please step forward and you have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Hey, members of the board. I've come to you this morning to present a petition from the residents of Tuolumne County, which has to date over 130 signatures. I'd like to invite those who have come here today in support of the petition to rise. A copy will be provided to you momentarily, but first I'd like to read the petition in full for the record. The incoming federal administration has made its disdain for the rights we enjoy as Californians clear and openly threatened our way of life. As concerned citizens of Tuolumne County, we, the undersigned, wish to present the following demands to our Board of Supervisors that we might hold the line for liberty alongside the rest of our great state. Number 1, compliance with sanctuary state policies and refusal to permit our law enforcement to assist ICE or other immigration enforcement agents with the deliberately cruel scapegoating of immigrants and asylum seekers at the expense of Tuolumne County taxpayers. Number 2, protection for out-of-state travelers arriving in or traveling through Tuolumne County for abortion access, gender-affirming care, or cannabis tourism. Number 3, restriction of access to our personal data by information brokers and government agencies who would use it to stifle free speech and freedom of assembly and enforce the oppressive laws of other states. Number 4, a public condemnation of the executive branch's threat to suspend vital funding to state programs on which our county and its residents rely, as we believe the executive branch should democratically build support for its policies rather than blackmail states by threatening to cut funding unrelated to the policies in question. The time has come to take a stand for liberty, democracy, and humanity. The resistance against encroaching fascism must begin on the local level, with you, our trusted local officials. We call on you to fight not for the party line, but for your people, and proactively adopt these demands as part of a statewide firewall for freedom. We must hang together or we will surely hang separately, as said by Benjamin Franklin. In closing, I feel it's worth noting that while a 60% majority of voters in the last election may have supported the new administration and its policies, that majority is far from vast, and the rest of us deserve to be heard as well. I hope for all our sakes you will consider these demands seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wonderful. And I'm going to hand it to our board clerk. Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Julie Threed, I'm appearing before you today to appeal to your sense of duty to protect the members of your community from the COVID-19 vaccine and support any victims who have been injured. I am from Butte County, up north, where I've spent the past 3 years speaking out against this dangerous product, and I'm now traveling in person with another whistleblower, Ronald F. Owens Jr., to alert as many other counties as possible in the state. So far, I've gone to 14 counties. You're number 15. My request is for you to have an official agenda item set as soon as possible to hear directly from medical freedom doctors and researchers who will describe how this vaccine is harmful to every human being and should never be injected into pregnant women or healthy children. Take down all references to this product being safe and effective, like this one you've got on your website. I'm a former healthcare worker in Chico, a retired HR executive of 25 years in Silicon Valley, and now lead investigator for VersAware.com, an organization that helps victims file their vaccine adverse event reports and produce data for the public. I'm also a certified expert in researching VAERS data using the National Vaccine Information Center's search engine. I will work with your Health and Human Services Director, Annie Hockett, or any member of her team to train them on how to access reported VAERS data. As an example, here are the results of a query I just ran today on the total harm from the COVID-19 vaccine as published by the CDC. 1.6 million reports here, and in California, there's 555. I suffer from microangiopathy, tinnitus, and have had 2 detached retinas, requiring 5 emergency eye surgeries for my 2 Moderna shots. I was forced to quit my job at Enloe Health in 2022 when they mandated the booster that I knew would kill me. I had to walk away from a wonderful career and position on their volunteer services board of directors. During my time with Enloe, I also worked with the Butte County Public Health Department, assisting at the COVID-19 vaccination clinics in 2021, where I became personally knowledgeable to the problems with this shot, from administrative errors to injuries that occurred right in the chair. So now for, again, the past 3 years, I've been a member of the medical freedom movement, working with honest doctors, researchers, and journalists from around the globe to fight the deadly pharmaceutical product that is an attack on our children, our elderly, and our precious military. I will not leave this planet until there's full accountability and full stop to this man-made disaster, and to support all victims of this toxic product. The lack of response and respect for us injured is infuriating and unacceptable. Don't continue with this product in your county. Again, I'm coming before you to urge an investigation and full halt to administration of this product. I also request you notify your residents immediately and remove all claims on your website to this product being safe and effective. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue. I'm just a mom, a grandma, and a concerned American. We must all work together to get these dangerous vials locked up and stopped immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
On April 14, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said this, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans," close quote. That particular quote is still on the White House's YouTube channel. My name is Ronald F. Owens Jr. I was a public information officer at the California Department of Public Health for more than 14 years. I raised this issue with my management on multiple occasions, but unfortunately, they made it about me and not about you. Not about the people behind me, not about the people who are watching, not about the 40 million other Californians. They muzzled me. Look, here are the optics. I love all humanity. I don't care what color you are. The optics are this. I told my supervisors that these vaccines are killing people of color. And what did they do? They disciplined the black guy. They muzzled me, but I would not muzzle myself, so I prematurely retired on December 31st, 2023, immediately incurred a 55% pay cut, the difference between my monthly salary and my pension. Last July, I sent this board and 57 other county boards of supervisors throughout the state of California, indicating to them about the dangers of COVID-19 vaccines. I cited studies from Germany, Japan, Italy. I also followed up an email sent to this board and your 57 other boards of supervisors throughout the state that if you guys had listened to me back July, more than 400 people would not have been suffering, and 2 people may not have died. Since then, 100 more entries have been made to the vaccine adverse event reporting system. As Julie Threet mentioned, these COVID-19 vaccines are poison. I urge you to stop promoting, stop administering, and stop distributing COVID-19 vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Today's a sad day. We're going to have to lay people off. How did we get here financially? Some of the people that got us here aren't here today. 2 weeks ago, we talked about the county being sued for not taking care of their air pollution laws, and you had to hire an agency $250,000 to bail you out of the process. In 2018 and 2019, people in the state saw that electricity was going to be a huge thing and the next big thing, and other people saw that the forest, because of drought, was going to be need to be thinned. One of those people was James Branham of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. He came before the board and he says, I beg you, I'm going to give you $22 million, go up by 10, 20 acres, put 2-3 megawatt power plants on there and start producing electricity. What did the board do? And influencers in the county, they invited a nonprofit housing authority from Sacramento who doesn't know anything about electricity or anything about the forest. And they're going to do that. They're going to man up with an outfit called Drax from the United Kingdom. It's a loophole carbon hiding kind of thing, so that they could make a couple of years before nuclear power takes over in Great Britain. So anyway, you invite them in, you give them a 20-year contract to control the materials coming out of the forest. So if you want to do something now, you'd have to go through them. They're going to have a big process where they bring the logs down to J59, and they're going to supposedly produce pellets, and then they're going to take them by train, and then they're going to take them by ship. That's never going to happen. You can talk to the Port of Stockton. That's never going to happen. So 7 years, they've done nothing, and we could have had maybe 12 megawatts up in the forest, close to it, with a short distance to bring the fuel. The Forest Service is very anxious to get rid of all the biomass that they can, and we might have been, $3-5 million net after selling electricity at the expense it is now that PG&E's been given the opportunity to pass all of their suit money and stuff onto the consumers in California. Now, the Yuba County and Yuba Water Agency is going to build a plant just like that, 5 megawatts, close to the forest. They're not going to have to truck to other places with all the material. And they had to take out an $8 million loan, and they got a grant for $7 million for 5 megawatts. We could have had 12 megawatts in your control in the SCAR for the 120 or up above Sonora somewhere where they don't have to drive all the way through the cities and down Priest Grade. And you could have had it for free. That's not good governance. You're not looking ahead. And I'm sorry you guys.
Sir, that's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Ran into this situation. I'm sorry we have to.
Excuse me. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Alicia Hanks, the Director of Water and Energy Conservation at Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency. And I would just like to give you an update on the Energy Department. In 2024, our utility assistance program served 611 Tuolumne County households with an average PG&E or propane payment of $782, totaling over $454,000. Of those households, at least 148 of those avoided disruption or disconnection because of this assistance. Year to date for 2025, 270 Tuolumne County households have been served with an average payment of $774, totaling over $183,000. Those are the totals for just January and February of this year. At least 74 of those households were able to avoid disruption. In 2024, our weatherization program was able to weatherize or provide water and energy conservation services to 85 homes in Tuolumne County. In those, 2 emergency heating cooling services were provided. That's an emergency heater, cooler, or water heater repair or replacement for a vulnerable population. So that's a senior or a household with children under the age of 5. So far in 2025, 13 homes have received weatherization or water and energy conservation services, and ATCA will continue to accept applications so long as funding is available. This program has income guidelines set by the California Community Services Department. Applications and guidelines are available at atca.org or by calling 209-533-1397. I also brought applications and flyers in the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Again, this is for any items not on the agenda. Morning.
Good morning. At the last meeting, I suggested that we are all on a lifetime quest for the truth. Why is it so hard that it takes so long? Isaiah 5:20 says, "Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness, who put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter." This verse is referring to those who lie. And in a world where we are constantly bombarded by lies, it is hard to find the truth. The purpose of a lie is to convince us that it is true, and many lies are very convincing. They sound believable and logical and even attractive. They may tell us things that we want to hear or that we think could benefit us. So we believe them, we get fooled by them. Unfortunately, it gets even worse. Mark Twain famously said, "How easy it is to make people believe a lie, and how hard it is to undo that work again." So not only do we get fooled, but when someone tries to point that out, we refuse to accept it. We cling to the lie. Sometimes we do this because of our pride. We just don't like to admit that we have been fooled. But other times we cling to the lie because we like it. We may even love it and think that we need it to survive. We have made the lie our entire identity. We suffer from a form of ideological Stockholm syndrome where we love the lie that holds us captive, and no matter how much truth gets thrown at us, our desire is to stay in the captivity of the lie. Even worse is the fact that there are those who are trying to lie to us in the first place. They are the subject of Isaiah 5:20 and its warning. Those who try to intentionally separate others from the truth by telling lies will experience woe. Heavenly Father, thank you for these words. Thank you for being with me even when I am a fool and refuse to see you. Please help us to have the discernment necessary to recognize lies, and no matter how tempting they are, help us to avoid them. For those lies we are still clinging to, help us to see the truth and let go of the lie. For those who are telling the lies and attempting to separate us from the truth, please help them to see the error and to stop. Help them to turn from their ways so that they do not have to experience the woe. I pray for all these supervisors and county employees today, Lord. Help to make this meeting and their jobs efficient and effective and full of truth. There are many difficult things to do, and so help guide us to what is right. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Don Nessel, and I'm going to give you a report. There was a mandate put out that only electric vehicles will be sold in 2030 in California. So I decided, well, I'm going to buy an electric vehicle, see if that's even possible. So January 2023, I bought an electric vehicle, and I've been doing research. No, January 2024. And so there are lots of issues. The vehicles themselves are awesome. They're efficient, they're fast, they have all kinds of bells and whistles. That's a good thing. The bad thing is the charging portion of the electric vehicles. I reported last year that an electric vehicle is like running an electric dryer when you're charging it. So if you can imagine everybody in California, 8 to 10 hours a night, running an electric dryer, I think you can see how that's not possible. So the infrastructure is the big problem. It's nice that one of the previous speakers talked about a biomass plant in the forest. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. That adds to the electricity that you could use. It takes trucks off the road and so forth. I like that idea. But the idea of charging is still a problem because the infrastructure is not there. The grid in California, I've been told by people who work in the industry, has been overloaded for at least 10 years. We've been working at above capacity for all those, you see those giant poles with maybe 12 lines on them, 8 lines, whatever. Each one of those lines is running at the highest capacity it could run at. They're hot. They are a big problem. If the infrastructure is not advanced in Tuolumne County, we can't even begin to think about how we're going to have all these electric vehicles here. I, for one, think that we should back off, look at how we can invest money. And here, this guy talked about they were going to put in the power plant. That's a good thing, too. Maybe a few poles. The infrastructure needs to be improved, and then talk about how many electric vehicles we can run on these streets. To say nothing of the fact they haven't figured out how to tax the electricity to put it back into roads yet. So there's some big problems. If you are going to lead well, make sure you object to all electric vehicles only being sold in California in 2030. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Don. Do we have any other public comment? Sorry, oral communications. Go. Good morning. And make sure to speak in the mic for the folks at home.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm not used to this. I just want to say that I'm really opposed to the idea of having a pellet plant factory built in Jamestown. I don't think enough people know about it. I don't think it's that widely known. If they did know, they'd probably be here every board meeting. From what I understand, it's going to be really a lot of pollution, a lot of cancer-causing agents in it, and I think it's going to be a disaster from what I've been reading, and I've just found out about it, and it's terrifying to me. So I just, from what I'm hearing and reading, I think that it should be, I think people should know more about it and do some research, and that's what I'm doing. And I just wanted to come up here and say that I oppose what's being put on the table right now from what I'm understanding. Anyway, I just said my piece. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Erana Ross, and I'm a citizen in Jamestown. First, I have a question. Is it okay to make comments on the resolution that you're voting on today?
No, so all comments for any item on the agenda is going to be at the time we hear that item.
Okay,
So this
great.
will be for anything not on there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm new to all of this, and that is something I did want to say. Is although I've lived in Tuolumne County, I was born in Calaveras, I've not paid a lot of attention to these kinds of meetings, and that will be changing from now on. I will be attending far more other board meetings and other meetings that really have to do with ensuring the safety and well-being of our community as a whole, which is why I'm commenting today on the issue of the Golden State Natural Resources wood pellet proposed project. And the fact that they removed their open board meeting here in Sonora on March 19th, as well as a meeting that they canceled in December of 2024. In my opinion, their lack of transparency and commitment to hearing and heeding the concerns of the citizens of this county makes me even more suspect of their motives and procedures in their proposed international wood pellet project. This is not a local wood pellet project. I want you to know that now, as a citizen who is much more watchful than I have been before, I'm counting on you, our Board of Supervisors, to protect the long-term health and interests of our people, our environment, and our economy. Handing over jurisdiction of our forests and subjugating our citizens to increased levels of cancer and asthma rates is, among many other problems, irresponsible and wrong. I pray that you take these words to heart. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Do you have any other oral communications? All right, with that, we'll close oral. Is there, oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Good morning.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Dylan Bodette. I've lived in Tuolumne County for almost 15 years now. I've built a career here, working for the federal government, working every day helping landowners maintain their the profitability of their farms, ranches, and forestry operations with an agency called the Natural Resources Conservation Service. It's a non-regulatory agency. The primary goal is making sure people can remain profitable and keep the land and lifestyle that they love. Originally, I came here today to talk about a noise ordinance in Tuolumne County. And maybe long-term, I think that'd be nice for the quality of life and people's property values. We all want to live peaceful, quiet lives in our homes, and probably, shouldn't have to hear people partying next door and whatnot. But honestly, I'd rather use 2 minutes to talk about the fact that right now a lot of federal, state, and county government employees are under a lot of pressure. And these are people who've dedicated their careers and their lives and a sizable chunk of salary that they probably could have been making a lot more in the private sector. All of these people work hard for you all and are accountable to the taxpayers, and they're under a lot of stress. So I would just like to ask that in your dealings with state and federal and county government officials, whatever the case might be, at the airport, in Sacramento, whatever, maybe, try and treat them with respect and give them the benefit of the doubt that they're here to actually do the best that they can to keep our country working and keep our infrastructure strong. A lot of the advantages that we enjoy in this country are based on a strong science, business, industrial, and even military foundation. Things as simple as the interstate. Without a functioning interstate and water conveyance systems, most of the businesses that we rely on, they're not profitable, and long-term, they're just not even possible. So I hope you'd consider that. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, do we have any more oral communications? Going once, going twice, checking. All right, there we go. It would help if anybody is planning to speak, if you're able to line up, if you're okay with standing for a little bit. That way I can help time it in my head. So anyway, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Renee Orth, and I am a resident of Tuolumne County. I just got here, so forgive me if I am duplicating what's already been shared. I want to bring to the board's attention that the Golden State Natural Resources has now canceled their second Tuolumne County board meeting in less than 3 months. The Golden State Natural Resources is heading up the effort to locate a massive wood pellet project here in our county that, even with mitigation, will exceed our California environmental limits on cancer risk by over 5 times. Excuse me, I ran here. And so they are basically a nonprofit entity that is a quasi-governmental entity because it was created by the Rural County Representatives of California, which is made up of 40 rural counties, including Tuolumne County, which means we created this nonprofit that is threatening to pollute our air, in addition to a lot of other very horrible things for our county. And so the fact that they are not showing up here in Tuolumne County to hear the people who are going to be directly affected by this plan is absolutely unacceptable. They need to be here. They need to hear us in person as soon as possible. This board meeting was supposed to be on March 19th. They switched it from being in Tuolumne County, which has been planned for over 6 months, to a Zoom session. And I think that they did that because they knew that we were rallying our citizens to attend that board meeting and speak our truth to their power. So I would ask each of you to reach out to the Golden State Natural Resources through the RCRC. I know Jaron is our representative. No, you're not? Okay, excuse me. One of you, I believe, is the Rural County Representative. All right, Mike Holland, thank you. To make sure that the Golden State Natural Resources Board shows up in Tuolumne County to hear us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Good morning.
Good morning. I don't have any remarks prepared, but I'm also massively opposed to the biomass project. And I'd also like to ask that Mr. Kirk, as the RCRC representative, if you could let the community know if any meetings are going to be planned that people can attend in person via Zoom. This is a project that's being pushed forward without our consent. They're going to be using our land, our community, and we're going to be stuck with the leftovers. and we're not literally getting to have a say in it, and I think that's massively wrong, and I would urge you to push the RCRC to hold a meeting as they've been supposed to instead of canceling it, and I would urge you to vote no when the time comes for that vote. Thank you.
Thank you. As a technical clarification, I believe Supervisor Holland is the RCRC rep. Yeah, and just so folks know who to send the emails to. Sorry, Mike. I am the alternate for it, just as a technical clarification, because I know this was a discussion. Did ask with GSNR, one of the issues is they have regular meetings. They moved it online. It was a scheduling issue of the board because they have to bring reps from 40 counties to attend. So that was the response from GSNR as to why number of their meetings are online. That was made as a change. So do we have other oral communications? All right, we're closing it. There we go. Third time's the charm on that. All right, we'll move right into staff reports. If any member of the staff would like to speak, please step up and join the microphone. I know we're pushing into our 10 a.m. just as a time track for everybody. It's 9:30. We do have a 10 a.m. appointment, which means it could be longer before we end up getting into the resolution. We're trying to go as fast as we can, but just as a time check. Morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Debbie Reagan, your Solid Waste Director for Tuolumne County and the Public Works Department. Couple of quick updates. I actually have good news today, so every once in a while you'll get that from me. Couple of programs running and running so strongly, we're going to figure out how to evolve them. Tire collection program. They ran a tire amnesty event with GVCC last Saturday. They collected 875 tires in 4 hours. That's 875 tires that people were able to get rid of for free, no cost, minimal weight. I'm going to look at seeing if I can bring the program in some form to the monthly household hazardous waste events. There's a waste tire amnesty grant that just opened up from Cal Recycle, because that level of participation is awesome, but it's overwhelming the existing program. So the next up is mattresses and e-waste. We just shipped our first semi-trailer of 127 mattresses yesterday from household hazardous waste. These are still a problem on the side of our road. It's one of the most common things, that waste tires that we pick up. That's why I'm focused on them today. There are alternatives to dumping them off the side of the road. The program with mattress and e-waste at the Household Hazardous Waste Facility runs with our monthly event, no appointment needed. This is a partnership with the Greater Valley Conservation Corps and the Mattress Recycling Council. We provide the place, they provide the labor and the money to haul all of this off. If you can't wait until our next events or our monthly events, the Cal Sierra Transfer Station does accept mattresses and waste tires for a fee. The Groveland Transfer Station accepts mattresses for free and waste tires for a small fee. Last, one of the things just announced, just now ready for prime time, and was a big priority of the Solid Waste Committee last year, was a green waste program in the community, to run a community green waste diversion program for the smaller residential needs. Supervisor Kirk and former Supervisor Goldenberg were on me about this last year. It's ready for prime time. I have 3 Firewise communities. We're in the pilot phase, and I'm going to learn from them, and they're going to learn from me how we do this. We have the chipper, which the Sheriff's Department will operate. I have a dump trailer. Both of these were purchased with grant funds from Cal Recycle. And our first event will probably be May 3rd in the Ridgewood 108 Firewise community. Well, I'm focusing on Firewise communities because they have the volunteer effort available. And they're a little more forgiving of things. I hope to broaden this as we find out how much waste is generated and how much we divert and where it goes. So I'm very happy to finally get this one kicked off and out of the ground. Thank you. Last, I had mentioned I'd come back with our 1,000-ton allowance for self-hauling to the transfer station. We do this and basically don't get charged for it. one of the biggest users of this is the DDC work crew operated by the Sheriff's Department on the picking up illegal dumping. That has reduced the need for our Public Works road crews to be picking up trash. Love the program. It's a great partnership. So last year we saved about $5,500 in tip fees for municipal solid waste, roughly 49 tons or so. This year through January alone, we've already got approximately 16 tons that's gone in. The green waste last year, about 20 tons went in. We're at 7 tons for January, which is a low month. And again, this is primarily county operations. 1 or 2 of the illegal dumps were covering some dumping done off of Jacksonville Road that was picked up by one pile at a time, way down a hill, had to skyline the material up. So with that, I just wanted to give you an idea of where this is going, how it's going for programmatic. I'll bring some more back as the year progresses, and we'll see where we're at come September for that last quarter and how we can do it. Right now, no one program's overwhelming the others. There's a theme here, and it's partnerships. I couldn't do this myself. I'm working with the nonprofits, with the state grant funding, Sheriff's Department, Public Works road crews, everybody I can find to leverage the effort. Thank you.
Great, Debbie. Thank you. Appreciate all the work. We have any other staff reports too? I'll take the walking time to say that we've been looking forward to being able to try out the new $1,000 fine on illegal dumping. So if anybody would like to go dump some tires, please give us a chance.
Good morning, Dan Hawks, Chief Probation Officer. I just wanted to get up here today and give a little report out on our Tuolumne Homeless Outreach Van. Apparently a post on Sonora Chit Chat, Facebook, kind of went viral with a lot of misinformation about that grant. So I just want to give you guys a brief update on what this grant is and what we're doing, the great work that we're doing. First off, let me say that absolutely no county funds were used in any way to purchase that van. The hard work of my staff in going after a competitive grant for monies that were made available by the state for only this specific purpose. This is not tied to any other homeless funds that the county receives. This was very specific money. It was tied to providing probation departments the ability to get out remotely and work with homeless populations to improve their outcomes. As you might imagine, individuals that are unhoused and homeless have far worse outcomes on probation and community supervision, especially our pretrial population, folks that aren't even convicted of crimes but are released from jail based on sometimes it's an electronic monitoring unit they have to comply with, sometimes it's drug testing, it's various different conditions, but the primary condition is they make it to court. And so we get out there and we make sure that these folks are making their appointments, they're getting to court. We're also assisting them in getting to counseling appointments, making appointments for them, and doing check-ins with the department remotely. And as you can imagine, this is vastly improving our outcomes with this population, and my staff continues to do great work with this. This program's been in effect since 2023, and one more fact I will try to correct here is that van, we paid $115,000 for it. It was not $150,000. And I personally shopped various lots, 3 different lots I went to. I got quotes from numerous dealerships to get the best price that I could find. And by finding one on a lot, I was able to get one for less than $35,000 less than what we were quoted from the factory. So we do our best to save the county money by getting a cheaper vehicle, finding one on a premise. We were able to get an enhanced communication system employed. We were able to get some software that allows us to better supervise our sex offenders, allows us to run scans on mobile devices for individuals who are prohibited from having certain images on their phones and whatnot. So I just felt it necessary to come up here and let you all know what we're doing with that money. We're putting it to good use. It was a competitive grant. We were awarded that money to do this service, and we are continuing to do that. And I just want to let the public know, be skeptical when you hear things online. Don't assume that what you're reading is true. So hopefully this corrects the record, and I just want to let you all know that. Thank you very much.
Chief, thank you. That 400 comments and tens of thousands of impressions. I think a lesson in that is please ask us first. And you might find it's a dumb idea. We don't always get it right. But a lot of the times we'd love to start with the correct facts and then oppose it. So anyway.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. My name is Quincy Yaley, the Community Development Department Director. I have two brief updates for you this morning. One is just I want to make sure that your board knows that we are continue to work when we hear you say you want things lightning fast, and we are taking action every day in our department to do that. One of them I wanted to let the board and the public know is that we're working with a new company to improve our plan review process. That's our building permit plan review process. And it's actually a new startup company that brings together the language from the code with our plan reviewers. It doesn't do the plan review for us, but it enhances the response that we're giving back to our applicants with more context and with instructions on how to fix the revision that the plan reviewer is noting. And so it will help our licensed professionals and our applicants turn those reviews around faster because they won't wonder what we mean. And we're using AI to do this, and so it is going to make the plan review process much faster and more comprehensive for our customers. So we're beta testing that, working with Jahia Dimate in our office. Brian Bell and myself are bird dogging this so that we can roll this out for our plan reviews. We're really excited about it. The second announcement I wanted to make to you this morning is a pet project of mine, but is to bring to our county a Citizens Planning Academy. One of the struggles I've observed over the number of years I've been doing this is that sometimes individuals who are involved in the planning process don't have the full context of state laws or our general plan or our zoning codes, and that can be a handicap for participating in the local government process. So we're going to be doing a series of 8 evening workshops. We're going to be starting in April and going into July. I have flyers and interest forms on the back table. It's really going to be an in-depth look at how planning decisions shape our community and how you can engage in the planning process. We're going to cover things such as the general plan, the zoning code, California Environmental Quality Act, infrastructure planning, agriculture planning, cultural resource preservation, all sorts of things that our technical experts in our department take into consideration when we are processing a project. And overall, I think this will also enhance relationships through our community by bringing people together so that we have a common understanding and a common knowledge of the rules that we all are playing by when we're talking about development. So on the back table, there's a very short interest form. There's no minimum qualifications. You don't need to be involved in a certain organization to participate. There's an interest form and some details on the operations, how we're going to run it. Certainly a pilot project. We haven't done this yet here before, but I'm looking forward to working with interested members of the community and engaging with them and listening to also how our department is perceived in the public so that we can make sure that we are messaging correctly and being heard. So any questions, people can contact me, and there's forms on the back. So thank you. Have a great day.
Director, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's kind of a group presentation. I have my staff come up and Justin's going to help me out here. So good morning, Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. I would like to share with you some employee acknowledgement and recognition. First, I'm going to talk about my dear friend. She's going to step up here because she didn't know this is going to happen, but I think she now knows. So I would like to just talk a little bit about Sarah. Sarah Daniel joined the Tuolumne County team back on February 9th in 2015 as a Collection Officer 1. Then in March in 2019, she was promoted to Collections Officer 2. And then in June of 2020, she was promoted yet again to Revenue Recovery Supervisor. In the summer of 2023, her position was being eliminated, and we are so fortunate that she then joined the OAS team as our Admin Analyst 2, and she's been working on our Cal OAS Jumpstart Mitigation Grant amongst many other things. February 9th would have marked her 10th year as an employee of Tuolumne County, and it is tradition that we honor these employees with a plaque. And look at, here it is. Woo! Lovely, beautiful plaque. County of Tuolumne, in appreciation of 10 years of service to Sarah Daniel. A beautiful photo here that she has chosen. She's going to kill me later, but, and her husband's here too, and we had a game plan. He was going to talk about something, but he's just here. So I would really like to ask you to join me today in honoring Sarah for her contribution to our county. We are so thankful for her work. She works incredibly hard. She is quick to jump right in, even when she doesn't necessarily know anything about what she's jumping into, but she jumps in and she's always a part of the solution. And we could not have survived the last 6 months without her. When we had some vacant positions and we had a lot of grant work that needed to get done. She is truly a model for excellence, and we wanted to publicly show our appreciation for her hard work and her commitment to make Tuolumne County a better place. Sarah, I am so excited to honor you, but it's been a joy to work with you, and I appreciate you so much. So thank you very much.
Could I add that 10 years, great. About 9 of those 10 were in my office, the tax collector's office, as collection officers and collection supervisor. And the nature of the collection business is not that easy in the first place. And we had plenty of other challenges thrown at us along the way. It's been, we had some pretty long, rough stretches. Well-earned 10 years, that's for sure. Yeah, and not without stopping and laughing along the way too about it. Yes, you have great attitude and appreciate the hardworking and conscientious Sarah that came to work every day. It's people like you that make the county successful.
Great. Sarah, thank you.
All right, one more quick. The second staff recognition I would like to make is to formally introduce the board and the public to our newest member, Dave Salzar here. Dave is our senior OES analyst that brings a wealth of knowledge and experience from both the private and the public sector, including a 20-year career as a naval officer. Dave is filled with mission-driven spirit and is already demonstrating his ability to be a force multiplier on our team. We look forward to the amazing work he will be doing. He is working hard on our home hardening and our community welfare defense grants, and we are very excited to have him, so please join me in welcoming Dave to our team.
Dave, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dory. Welcome to the team. All right, do we have any other staff reports? Okay. Again, while we've got the walking time there, I'd like to ask the board's consent if we do have a 10 a.m. Feel like that's something we might be able to move, if that's okay. So just consideration of that, since we need a little bit of time. So, good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. Katie Henry, administrative analyst that oversees the day-to-day operations for our mastered stewardship agreement with the Stanislaus National Forest. We are receiving tomorrow our first shipment of trees that we will be planting this spring. We are planting in total 555,000 trees. This and hopefully more, and this goes to show the strong partnership that we have, is that a lot of the other regions that ordered trees and with federal budgets are unable to plant. So we're hoping to increase those numbers up to 675,000 depending on units that are prepped and ready to be planted. We are having a volunteer reforestation couple of days that will be offered this spring as well for people that would like to participate in reforesting the rimfire scar. You can reach out to me here at the county 209-533-5561 to sign up for, I'll give you information to sign up for those days. And I just wanted to share this great thing. So thank you.
All right, very cool. Only 550,000 though. I'm gonna get those numbers up. That's a crazy amount too. Do we have any other staff reports? Going once, going twice. All right, we will close staff reports and move into the consent calendar. So as mentioned, the board's consent, I'd like us to, we can't start appointments early, but we can move them a little bit. To move the 10 a.m., we can have that, I think, after our budget discussion, if that's fine with everybody. And once we go into that, we'll move into proclamation. So if the clerk can read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the February 04, 2025 and February 11, 2025 meetings. Item number 2, approving a memorandum of understanding with Love Tuolumne County to issue a grant funded in the amount of $290,000 under the contract to purchase equipment and provide roadside vegetation management. Item number 3, approving the reappointment of Bob Asquith to the Tuolumne County Transportation Council, TCTC, Citizens Advisory Committee, CAC, as a representative of District 4 with a term to expire on August 31, 2028. Item number 4, approving an updated 2025 County of Tuolumne Board of Supervisors meeting calendar. Item number 5, approving the agreement to transfer ownership of law enforcement canine Gus from the Tuolumne County Probation Department to Senior Deputy Probation Officer Aaron Quinn and authorize the chair to sign all documents. Item number 6, appointing Chris Albright as the County Veteran Service Officer. Item number 7, adopting Resolution 14-25, proclaiming March 2025 as American Red Cross Month in Tuolumne County. Item number 8, awarding a contract in the amount of $226,000 to Nerich & Sons, Inc. to perform work as shown in the invitation for bids for contract number IFB NPW-2025-0015 Groveland Modular Bathroom Project and authorizing the chair to sign.
Great, thank you. We'll start with, do any members of the board, would you like to pull any items off the consent calendar? Okay, so I'm going through all that. Open it up for any public comment. This would be only on items for the consent calendar. I have 3 minutes, and please feel free to step up. Good morning.
Chairman Brandon, members of the board, Michelle Clark with Health and Human Services Agency. Just really quickly, I just wanted to introduce Chris Albrecht as our candidate for the Veteran Services Officer. I'm not going to go into a lot because I know we're
drag him up here. I saw.
I think he has to be dragged up here and speak.
Chris, come on up. His professional background was in the memo, so we won't get into that, but I did want you guys to just know that this is our candidate. We're excited to have him. He comes with a lot of experience, and yeah, we would like to recommend that he would be appointed for our Veteran Services Officer today.
Do you have a speech prepared?
I would like to echo her recommendation.
That's well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments?
Best interview ever.
Well, I think he's the right man for the job, you know.
Good morning again, Dory Beats, Office of Emergency Services. I just want to comment on the item recognizing American Red Cross Month. It is something that we in OES, as well as the entire county, should be very appreciative and thankful for the work that our partners in Red Cross have done when we have to set up shelters, or even when there's a single house fire, that they are there helping those families recover. And we could not do the work that we do, or we might have to do in the future, without their support. So I just want to acknowledge them publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning. And I also don't want to be a stickler on it. We have to be fair with decorum too. So if we're able to keep applause or as many jeers yet, but to a minimum, that way we're able to move through it. Thank you. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning, all. We are from the American Red Cross. We are members of our region area, which includes Calaveras, Amador, and Tuolumne. I'll introduce myself. I'm Carolyn. I've been with the Red Cross for about almost 10 years. I am the Disability Integration Lead regionally for Northern California. That's my primary role. I do have other roles, but I won't go into all those. I'd like them to introduce themselves and just give a real brief introduction.
My name is Tom King. I'm a fairly new volunteer to Red Cross, which a few of us are, living in the Groveland area, which has been greatly underrepresented. There hasn't been anybody up there until recently, and now we have about a dozen people that have stepped forward to volunteer for the Red Cross. As a Red Cross volunteer, I would like to say that it's a proud thing to be able to help the community in times of disaster and need. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for having us here. My name's Lydia Dugan. I've been with the Red Cross since November-ish. I'm a retired nurse, and I'm really looking forward to continuing to help with the community needs. And on the last year, there've been like about 50 calls, 7 shelters have been opened, 2,300 lives have been saved nationally through our fire alarm placement. And we have placed 800 additional ones in the area. And I think, in the next week or two, we're going to be having another program where we'll be placing them here in the Mother Lode. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Laura Bauman. I'm from Calaveras County, but I've been working with volunteers up in Groveland especially. And we really want to thank the community for stepping up. We've spent a lot of time in Groveland bringing in some new volunteers, and it's been a really great experience. So we're ready for a disaster up there. But we're not going to have one, but we just want to let you know that we are prepared.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Right. And just the folks know I will be at around 10 having a bio break for about 5 minutes as we normally do. So it'll be a moment to be able to do photos, talk, and do all that as well. So anyway, continue.
I'd like to say a few more things. Our mission is to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies by mobilizing the power of our volunteers and the generosity of our donors. We really appreciate the partnership with the Tuolumne OES. They've just been wonderful when we have had disasters. I have a couple of statistics specifically here for Tuolumne that I'd like to review for the 2024 year. Our preparedness home fire campaign installed 346 alarms. With our response and our sheltering, that we had 2 this year. One in April of 2024 for the power outage that affected 5,000 homes. And the second one was in August of 2024 for the Canyon Fire, where we opened 2 shelters. Our response disaster action team, which is the ones that respond to structure fires, storms, and other related events. We had 30 responses in total in Tuolumne County. Additionally, we're always looking for volunteers. If anyone is interested, they can go to www.redcross.org and 1-800-RED-CROSS. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. I believe we have a new county staff member getting a different job too today, right?
Yeah, he's heading into retirement. I just wanted to point out that they're here. We have Aaron Quinn, Senior Probation Officer Aaron Quinn, who's we're requesting to take ownership of Gus. He's our first dog that we've had in our county for probation. He's done a wonderful job. It's been a great experiment for us. And for 7 years, he provided us with great services. And I just wanted to point that out, that they were here as he's heading into retirement. And one more thing I wanted to say is, don't clap. It does, Gus does not like clapping. So I'm just withhold your applause, please. But I do want to acknowledge the great work that these two have done. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And do we have any more public comment? This is again on the consent calendar. Going once, going twice. Okay. All right. With that, public comment is closed. We'll bring it back to the board for any comments. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair Brandon. Yeah, I was going to comment on the two things that we had folks come up here. First, I've worked with Chris Albrecht in a number of different capacities. He's coached my kids' soccer, so he's sort of one of those people that is a true public servant going back to his military career and his career with the county and all of these other activities he does. So I think that our veterans will be served very well with Chris as the Veteran Service Officer. So I wholeheartedly support him, and I think this is a really good appointment. I also want to really thank our Red Cross partners. I've been through several declared emergencies in Tuolumne County over the years. Red Cross has always been there. I've met, and I think a lot of people don't realize the amount of resources that Red Cross brings into our community. I've met people from Florida, New Orleans, Southern California. They all come here to help out. And one thing I really like about Red Cross is they don't ask a lot of questions. They kind of want to know where, they want to know what's the nature of the emergency, and then they have a plan. And they just come in and they take care of it. And that's really nice when you have, you're working with fire departments, law enforcement, all these other things to actually fight the fire or whatever emergency is happening. They say, we got it. And so I really have a lot of respect and appreciation for Red Cross. You guys do a phenomenal job. And I hope more people locally volunteer for you guys, because we need as much help as possible.
Supervisor Holland? Oh, okay.
I guess I'll say a few words. I like to echo what Ryan said. The Red Cross does amazing work for us, and you guys are kind of like unsung heroes. What happens? Everyone's running around trying to put the fires out, but you guys are there to help clean up the end and help the people that have been dramatically affected by their lives. So keep up the good work.
Supervisor Griefer?
Thank you. I'd like to just publicly say that reappointing Mr. Asquith to the TCTC, this would be his 9th year on that with that organization. So he's is Bob here? The one meeting Bob skips, he's not here. He's at every meeting, I swear. So I just wanted to publicly recognize his service to the community as well as the people of District 4. Additionally, I really want to thank the staff and all of their hard work regarding I want to call it a portable bathroom up in Groveland over by the Tesla station. I know that's kind of been an ongoing battle on a lot of different reasons and financially, and I know a lot of time, sweat, and tears went into this project. So for everybody who worked on that, I just want to say sincerely thank you from the Groveland peeps, because they really appreciate having a bathroom there, or getting one there. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk?
I'll keep it quick. Ditto everything they said about Red Cross. Thank you, guys. Also, it's a cool thing to see Love Tuolumne in the way it's partnering with PG&E and doing some roadside stuff. So just kudos to that. And then finally, I'm glad that Chris Albrecht got up here. I read your thing. I appreciated you, especially for how little pay you're getting. And you also sound like a funny guy, so I'm glad you're there. So thank you for joining up here. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I echo the comments, only to say it's been a pleasure working with Chris and on the Veterans Committee too. He's always a consummate professional and well-deserved. And thank you to the Red Cross, volunteered at some of the events that have happened, and it's always been a very tight ship. And I don't know where we'd be without you when these fires have happened. The staffing needs you pull up is amazing. And also to say that Gus is a very good boy, and I hope that he has a really good time at home. He's the most fit retired person I've ever seen in my entire life. Looks like a 9-month-old dog. With that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve of the consent calendar.
Chair, I'll make that motion.
All right, we have a motion first from Supervisor Campbell. Second. We have a second from Supervisor Griefer. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes 5-0. So with that, it's 10:04. We're going to call a bio break until 10:10. Just as mentioned, I'm going to move the 10 a.m. appointment. We'll be doing that late, probably after the budget item. That will allow us, when we reconvene at 10:10, to go into items 9 and 10. I know 10, probably a lot of folks are here, so I'm trying to make sure we get to that, not making you wait 3 hours. So with that, recess until 10:10. What do we call this? It's not order in the court, order in the boardroom. There we go. Yep, there we go. I don't get to use the gavel enough. That's a good idea. Thank you. All right. We're reconvening the board meeting at 10:13, so we got a couple extra minutes on the coffee break. Normally pretty prompt with this, so we'll move into item 9. If the board clerk can read the item.
Item number 9, consideration of approving a certificate of recognition for Kelly Schroeder and her years of service as the Tuolumne County Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, Air Pollution Control Officer, and Animal Control Director.
Josh, welcome.
Hi, good morning. Is she allowed to come up here now?
Yeah, of course. Good morning.
So we made a nice certificate for you, but I also wanted to say a piece along with all of the other departments that you had the privilege of working with. Farewell and best wishes to Kelly. Kelly has worn many hats and built countless meaningful connections throughout her time with Tuolumne County. Her leadership has been instrumental in shaping multiple departments, including Animal Control, the Agriculture Commissioner's Office, Weights and Measures, and air pollution control. No matter the role, she has always extended a helping hand to those in need, both people and animals alike. As an agriculture commissioner, Kelly played a pivotal role in growing the department from the ground up, transforming it from an office with no staff into a fully developed and thriving team. Her dedication provided opportunities for her staff in many counties and that many counties simply don't offer, leaving a lasting impact on the department. While we are excited to see her pursue new professional opportunities, her expertise and leadership will be deeply missed. In animal control, Kelly's unwavering support and advocacy have been invaluable. Her belief in the department's vision as both a shelter and a facility has propelled us forward in ways we never imagined. Progress made over the past 6 years would not have been possible without her encouragement, guidance, steadfast commitment. Despite the many demands on her time, she has always made us feel like a top priority, demonstrating the depth of her character and dedication. On the air pollution control side, Kelly's hard work and leadership ensured that the department not only met but exceeded strict regulatory requirements. More importantly, she fostered a culture of learning and support, empowering her staff while leading by example. Even as she's navigated the complexities of air pollution regulations, she's took the time to educate and uplift her team, leaving behind a legacy of excellence. Kelly's impact across all these departments is immeasurable, and her absence will certainly be felt. She'll be greatly missed. However, we have no doubt that she will continue to achieve great things in her next chapter. We thank her for her years of dedication and wishing her nothing but success in her future endeavors.
Great. Kelly, would you like to speak? I know the answer is no, but we'd love to hear from you.
Good morning, board. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be your ag commissioner, your sealer, your animal control director, and your air pollution control officer these last 6 years. It's been a great learning experience for me, and the staff here in the county is beyond comparable. They have been so welcoming my entire 6 years, so helpful, so educational. It's been a great working experience here. So I just like to thank everybody and my staff especially for supporting me through these 6 years. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And for this item, it's okay, we can go through and open up to public comment, and then we'll do board comments. And if we can ask for folks to hold their applause, and we'll do one at the end, if that's all right. So open up for public comment. Any members of the public would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
Kelly, I just wanted to wish you well on your next endeavor. Kelly and I worked together in many different capacities. She was always very professional, a calm to my storm, and just thank you, Kelly, and I appreciate working with you and wish you all the best. Thanks.
Good morning, board, and our Tuolumne County Public, Cassandra Jenneke, your district attorney. Being a leader can be a very lonely endeavor. Especially when you jump from being line level staff to becoming like the leader. And a personal story for me, one of the very first department heads to ever reach out to me when I became the DA was Kelly. Hadn't met Kelly, had no idea what a sealer was. Weights, did not know. But she reached out as a human being, as a friend, as a colleague, and has been really instrumental in my development as a leader over the last 4 years. It's such an incredible relationship that we develop with our fellow department heads. And I'm really, really grateful for that relationship. I know it'll continue, just in a different form, different fashion. San Joaquin is lucky to have her, and it's a loss for us, for sure. But congratulations and good luck. You're gonna do great.
We have other public comment.
I worked with Kelly the whole time she's been here. And there's a lot that I could say about her and how amazing she is. But one of the words that comes to mind is partner. Kelly has always been a partner to not only to me, our office, but also just to the other departments and to the public, looking always for ways to partner with the community, to contribute. How can she give more so somebody doesn't have to give as much? Kelly has just been phenomenal to work with. She's extremely diligent and conscientious and has an extreme high level of integrity. And it's been an honor to work with you, Kelly, and you are going to be amazing in San Joaquin. And it's been great to get to know you. Yeah.
And do we have other public comment? Going once, going twice. Okay, and we'll return it to the board for any comments. Supervisor Griefer, and then Supervisor Kirk.
Kelly, I've only met you since January 6th when we got on the board, but I appreciate the time you took while cooking cookies for your family when I called you on the phone about some of my wild and plans. Clearly, you are a woman of many hats. If you look at the org chart, you try to figure out how animal control and weights and measures and all of that, circles under, so you clearly have a good grasp of what you do, and you're clearly well respected by the staff, so I wish you nothing but the best, and I appreciate the time you've provided to me as I've learned my new job.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I hate to see you go, but I'm glad it's going to be a shorter drive and closer to home. But one thing I like about you is you're always straight to the point. Sometimes, all the time in politics, people have angles, and you never shared an angle. It was always just, this is what I need. And I think one of my funniest memories of you is when we were doing that dot exercise where we had to put dots on the wall of things that we wanted to put money towards. And you were so annoying with your request. But you were so sweet. You're just straight to the point. Your request for this stupid truck, you just kept coming back to me like, Anaya, if you're that third dot, I'll get my truck and it will be so great. And I'm thinking like everybody else has all these crazy angles and whatever, and you just want this truck. And so I thought about it for a minute. I crunched some numbers. I'm like, okay, we'll give Kelly her stupid truck. And now I see the truck all over the county. So anyways, I appreciate you. I'm going to miss you. You were one of my, I won't say favorites, but I enjoyed you as a department head. So you're going to be missed. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
I also thought that truck was a good idea. I remember that. Kelly, I've always respected you as a leader. You're exactly what I think our community needs in terms of a public servant and somebody that's overseeing something that's so important to our community, which is agriculture. We have a heritage in agriculture in Tuolumne County. We're a rural community, so it's a outsized responsibility. Even though we're a small county, it's a lot of responsibility. In addition to sealer weights and measures and all these other things that you do, air pollution control. But I think you've done a wonderful job, and it's a big loss for our community that you have, and it's a big gain for San Joaquin County. So good for them. Not going to be bitter. But I just have always respected you. I enjoy your directness and the fact that you have behaved with tremendous courage. I think you speak your mind, and I know, similar to what Supervisor Kirk said, what you see is what you get. And if I hear from Kelly, this is what she needs, this is what I should do, I have a pretty good indication that you have thought it through much more than I ever will, and that I should probably just listen to you. And that's a really valuable thing in a department head, so I appreciate that. Best of luck to you, and I hope you have a wonderful continuing career in San Joaquin County, and possibly come back to Tuolumne County sometime. You're always welcome.
Supervisor Holland?
Our interaction's been limited, but I have dealt with your staff for years through my other businesses, and they've always been excellent, professional, and I think that comes from excellent leadership that you've provided them. And so they've always been great to deal with. So good luck in your career.
Right. And I echo all the comments. Today we have a lot of agenda items on, and obviously a lot of difficult ones. I want to kind of use that to contrast what some of the rhetoric is about. We have to be able to put ourselves on a financially strong path and make sure, and that's the hardest part of the job. And I know we'll talk more about that later. You are the consummate, epitome, what other fancy words could I use? You're the type of unsung public hero that makes things work. The fact that introducing you and your title is hard is a testament to how many functions you perform that people have no idea, that are all these mandates, all these complicated laws. You did the work of 4 departments. That's not something small, and that you are incredible and you've been an amazing asset to us, but you're also not the only person within the county that honestly has been something that we expect from a lot of our staff, is that excellence and that hard work ethic. You've been somebody to point to and say, here's somebody that does that with dignity and courage, and been fantastic. And I completely agree that every time we've ever had a conversation, it has been frank, it has been straightforward. You tell us things that we don't always want to hear, and that is, that's very special. That's very special, and we will miss you, and I know your team will miss you, but you've also left a really good team that I think is very capable and very close-knit, and it is San Joaquin's gain for sure on that. So with that, I'll be looking for a motion to approve of a certificate of recognition for Kelly Schroeder for her years of service to Tuolumne County.
I'll move that we approve this certificate.
All right, we have a first by Supervisor Campbell. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
A second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Abstaining? All right, passes 5-0. And now let's give Kelly a round of applause. Roger, we need you. Ask the IT guy before. All right, thank you. All right, with that, we'll be moving into, it's 10:26, we're moving into item 10. If the board clerk can read the item.
Item number 10, consideration of adopting resolution 15-25 condemning hate crimes and violence in Tuolumne County.
Great, thank you. I only want to begin this item. I know that many of you in the room, this is what you have been waiting for an hour and a half to be able to do. And again, thank you for your patience with it. I only want to start with, as board chair and being able to have this again, I want to make sure everybody feels comfortable being able to speak and speak candidly to your elected officials. That is respect that goes both ways. We have to sometimes hear opinions here that we don't agree with, and that is a two-way street. To make sure that we're giving all of the speakers respect and time and kindness while we're listening to it. I ask everybody to please hold any applause, any boos, anything like that. I know that this is heated, and I ask that we handle this discussion with respect. Is that all good for everybody? Good? I'm getting head nods. Not yeses, but head nods are good enough for right now. All right, with that, Supervisor Campbell, would you like to introduce the item?
Yeah, I can introduce it. I wrote the bulk of it, and this is not the first resolution of its kind that's been passed in the state of California or in the United States of America. And I think that we're all aware of events that have happened in our community I think there was a call from our community for the Board of Supervisors to take a clear and unambiguous stand on hate crimes, particularly those against our LGBTQ partners in Tuolumne County, of which there are many. And so with an eye toward specifically addressing hate crimes and the situation that exists in our community and our country, I think that I tried to follow a road that I think is accurate, that expresses the concern, and that I hope that we as a community can get on board with the concept that we support law enforcement in vigorously pursuing these crimes, which, to our sheriff's great credit, he is, and our district attorney as well. So in that spirit, that's the spirit that this resolution comes before the board, and I hope it's received in that way.
Great, thank you. And to the board, would we like to begin with comments, or should we go directly into public comment on this item? I think the latter would be my preference. Is that fine? All right, so with that, we'll open up public comment on this item, and very quickly, I'd like to see if you can very quickly stand so we can get an approximation of about how many folks would like to speak. Okay, wonderful. Appreciate that. So we have, when it comes to kind of moving through the agenda, a couple of tools. One is potentially limiting speaker time. I don't love that one. I like to be able to give folks the full 3 minutes to be able to speak. I will ask that if there is a speaker that comes up and says substantially similar things to what you would like to, I want to give you an opportunity to stand with that and be able to show you're in attendance, you're in support, and not necessarily feel compelled to also have the 3 minutes there as well. And so when I maybe find what will be a pro and a con, if it ends up being that simple, I will ask for that. You can rise. You're still absolutely welcome and encouraged to speak, but you won't need to necessarily, just in the interest of time. We will be able to see that you were here in support of that. Is that okay? All right, with that, we'll open up public comment. Any member of the public would like to speak, it will be for 3 minutes, and please line up.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
I'm a constituent in Nyakirk's district, and based upon his no votes in the past for this issue, I'll be addressing my comments to him. Sir, I know you're a church-going man. I was also raised in the church, but they must have preached different thoughts. Ours raised us to be open-minded and loving to all people and not be scared of what was foreign to us. My mother marched in pride parades until her late 80s. I could, but I won't quote scripture to you in the hopes of changing your mind about homosexuality. Your vote speaks loudly on this issue. We are listening, regardless of the sheriff's finding on this issue. This is not just an individual issue. It's not just about this young man. I don't know how many members your church has, but it deeply saddens me to think that you would be more loyal to them than to your Tuolumne County community. Approximately 10% of the community identifies as LGBTQ+. Makes me sad, no matter what we say, you probably won't agree that certain minorities should have extra protection, given the hate and the violence that they've endured throughout history. I think that if you vote against this, you should have to explain exactly which group you think isn't worthy of that vote, and by extension, the protection of your community. I can't beg you to change, I can't persuade you, but I would ask you to think about if you're basing your vote upon what your interpretation of the Bible is, that you also acknowledge that there are multiple areas in which the Bible has changed over the years and people have interpreted and rethought as new thoughts occur. I don't hunt, I don't fish, I don't jump out of airplanes, but I also recognize that it's not right for me to decide what's right for other people. But your vote does speak loudly. We don't have to use this case as an example. There's far too many examples throughout history. I would just ask that you be a decent human being and protect our minorities who've been mistreated by generations for so long with people that do have closed minds. Normally, I would have asked that I defer my remaining time to ask you to just spend the remaining time looking at your constituents, but I know there's a lot of other people that would like to speak. I would urge you to pass this resolution or amend it as we see fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Martinez. I'm not originally from Tuolumne County. I'm from Sullivan County in Tennessee. And that area is very similar to this area. I have the same form of hospitality here that I have there because I'm an Appalachian. Y'all are from the Sierras. We're all mountain people. And I'm a former chef.
I'm working on becoming a sommelier. I also identify as queer. I think that any time a crime like this happens, it's a waste of my time, it's a waste of your time. We can do things to fix this. We can take the time to fix this, and we won't keep coming back to this spot. If you make this resolution right now, time well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Henry Excellent, and I am the future governor of California. Seeing as how you're talking about a possible resolution to condemn LGBTQ+ hate in Tuolumne County, I thought I would bring an important issue to y'all's attention. Before I begin, I want to thank Sabine Alexander for her work and research into this subject. This could not have been done without her incredibly important reporting. A few years ago, there was a Facebook page called Patriots of Gold Country. This page was dedicated to anti-Semitism, racism, bigotry, and violence. This group is best described as an American nationalist hate group, where members are free to share racial slurs, Nazi iconography, and fear-mongering. This group was run by a retired Los Gatos officer, Randall Vallada, and a member of the anti-government organization The Three Percenters, Melissa Chase. Names that may or may not be familiar to you. Something that may interest you, however, is that many of the people in this group were business owners in Tuolumne County, government employees, and even some county agents. The group had over 300 members, but there was a subsect of 9 who called themselves the Patriot 9. These 9 had a private group chat where some of the most vile stuff was said, things I will not repeat. In the interest of time, I am going to quote some of the things said in the public group. I think it's important that you all hear the words these people typed, the hate they spewed. The leader of the group, Vallada, shared an image of a watermelon with the caption, quote, "Anybody got a 400-pound chicken we can fry up to go along with this," in response to a BLM post. Vallada also shared an image of a woman with a headscarf with the caption, quote, "A head diaper is required when you have shit for brains." Pardon my language on that one. Another group member, Tammy Alexander, shared, quote, "That's because BLDM, Black Lives Don't Matter, who cares," end quote. A woman named Nikki Bryan made a post saying, quote, "Oh hell, I'm just gonna say it. It's my belief and opinion that hashtag COVID-19 was planned to take down Trump," end quote. A lot of these posts specifically reference George Soros and the alleged New World Order, as well as other Jewish dog whistles. In response to an article titled, quote, "Video, Detroit Cop Drives into Protesters," Miss Tammy Alexander said, quote, "I totally support the officer," end quote. This isn't a partisan issue. Bigotry and hatred affects us all. Neo-Nazis are dangerous to everyone, and their rhetoric is exactly what our founding fathers fought against. I ask that you all keep liberty in mind, whether you agree with how people use these liberties or not. Liberty for some is liberty for none. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Again, my name is Irana Ross. First, I want to thank you for writing such a compassionate and comprehensive resolution and sending a clear message that bigotry has no place in Tuolumne County. As you may be aware, people all over California and our nation have been made aware of what happened on January 28th, and they're watching to see how we respond. It is critical that we call violent and hateful actions against any citizens of our county and marginalized groups what they are, hate crimes. I echo Elaine's words that this is also not incident specific. That said, given that it seems we may no longer be able to rely on our federal government to ensure the safety and well-being of all citizens of our country, it is my strong opinion that in reflecting the compassion and sovereignty of our county, the following words be edited in order to safeguard our marginalized and minority citizens even more. Paragraph 2, remove the following words, protected under federal law. At the end of that sentence, such that it reads, "It is the responsibility of community leaders to call out violent attacks and threats against minority groups," period. Paragraph 4.3, rewrite the phrase, quote, "and to emphasize the importance of the agency's collection and reporting of data pursuant to federal law," end quote, be replaced with, quote, "and to emphasize the importance of the agency's collection and reporting of hate incidents and hate crimes," period, unquote. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. And really quick in between, I wanted to check, is there anybody that is planning to speak who is not in line currently? Could you raise your hand right now? Okay, there's a few folks. All right, so right now I don't think we have to necessarily do the pro-con hand raise. If we end up with a lot of folks, we may end up re-engage that, but I think we can be able to manage this level of speakers. So go ahead, proceed. Welcome.
Good morning again.
The last time this came up in meeting, there were several speakers who implied that Tuolumne County is a hateful place, and that is not true. However, I do understand the emotions run high during these sorts of situations, but we need to focus on those who actually commit the crimes and refrain from generalizing that focus toward everyone. I don't care for the type of symbolic gesture represented by this resolution. At best, I think it does nothing, and at worst, I think it makes things worse. In the Bible, it's like the story of Joseph and the coat of many colors. If you show special treatment to one, you will create division and resentment and hatred in others, even to the point of murder. And it is my belief that there are those who do it on purpose. I've talked about division before here, and you know how it works. Rich versus poor, black versus white, Republican versus Democrat, gay versus straight, etc., etc. It's been going on forever, and it's perpetrated by those who seek political power and financial gain. They put everyone into camps. They convince everyone that the other camps are bad. Then, when all the camps are distracted and fighting with each other, they put themselves in power based on the premise that they will fix the problems. But they never fix the problems. They just somehow end up getting rich. And the statistics speak for themselves. Since Obama started pointing his finger at all the different camps and demanding that everyone focus on them, it's just getting worse. With proclamation after proclamation and resolution after resolution, it gets worse. And how rich is he now? It's done on purpose. I'm not trying to be rude, but if you are a member of the LGBTQ community, you are being used because of the camp you are in. And I am being used for the camp that I am in. Maybe I believe that you hate me just because I'm an old white Christian guy. Maybe you believe that I hate you just because you are gay. We'd both be wrong and brainwashed. We have no actual reasons to hate each other at all. We just have the propaganda that we've been fed. It's okay for us to disagree on some things, but we need to step out of those camps and learn to love each other because we are all part of the human camp. Because this resolution mentions specific groups by name, I think it will only serve the purpose of continued division. Therefore, I am against it. But vote how you will, just don't be surprised if it does nothing and if it makes things worse. I'm very sorry for what happened to this young man. His true advocates are not with us and our politicking, but with the sheriff, the DA, and the laws that already exist. May justice truly be served. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
I'm short. My name is Marshall Romeo. I'm a community member and member of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board for Tuolumne County. I asked that the board think critically about who they are serving here, because it is the entire community of Tuolumne County. It is not just the older white folks. It's not just your personal church. It is everybody in this county. And a community that I think is often overlooked is the fact that you have a community college here. This is a huge population of students that could be the future of this county. What do you want to tell to those kids? Do you want to show to them that you do not want to protect this community, or do you want to make a point that they are welcome here? This is the future of the community. I also want to look at the end of this resolution, where it states, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne, State of California, blah, 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 condemns hate crimes and violence in Tuolumne County. And I want to think about board members or anybody of the public that is really, really against the board stating that they condemn hate crime and violence in Tuolumne County. Is that a point that you want to make? Is that something that you want to actively say that you do not want to say? Absolutely strange point. I think that's about it. Thank you. And of course, I support this. And I think it would send a great message, even though there could be more that could be done for this community. At the very least, you can make it clear to both the people that live here now and the future of this county in the community college that you do care about this community and that you will protect them. I'm sure you've heard stories of people that grew up here and moved away because of the hate that they faced. Do you want that to be a continuing pattern, or do you want to encourage your youth to stay in this county? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Jen, and for over a decade, I've had the honor of working with youth in Tuolumne County. And during that time, I've heard numerous heartbreaking stories from people that have either grown up here or that are currently growing up here, that they often do not feel safe in Tuolumne County, being a member of the LGBTQ community, whether that be in public, at work, or at school. Because of this, I was really glad. I was really proud to see that you're voting today on passing a resolution specifically condemning hate crimes here in Tuolumne County. While passing a resolution does not solve this issue, it does set the right tone, it sets the right example, and it is a step in the right direction for making this county a safer place. I would also like to add that the city of Sonora had a similar opportunity. And when members of the LGBTQ community told the city council that they do not feel safe, former Mayor Mark Plummer suggested that we all apply for concealed carry permits. This was extremely hurtful and was completely tone deaf to the numerous people that were explaining to that group that they do not feel safe. To tell them to go get concealed carry permits, I just find that unacceptable, an unacceptable response. So I hope that all of you do not miss this opportunity to do the right thing and condemn hate crimes here in our community. I urge you to pass this resolution, make changes if you need to, but listen to your community and pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Interesting to be on this side. Chairman Brandon, honorable supervisors. I'm Ann Segerstrom, and as the current mayor of Sonora, I am proud of past and present Sonora City Councils for their hard work in recent years to secure our city as a safe and welcoming place for all. The city responded to the nationwide public outcry of police violence after the murder of George Floyd with the formation of a social equity committee. After 2 years in the making, the committee issued a resolution affirming the city of Sonora's commitment to safety, fairness, and inclusion, which has subsequently passed the sitting council and is now prominently posted on our city's website, sonoraca.com. The resolution voices the city's position supporting public safety and individual equality and inclusion for all of its residents and visitors. In addition, the resolution takes a strong position condemning acts of violence, aggression, and exclusion against anyone, but naming these marginalized groups in particular: Black, Indigenous, people of color, the impoverished, the unhoused, the mentally or physically disabled, and members of the LGBTQIA+ community. In the resolution, the city denounces hate and discrimination in any form. We remain committed to these words, and I continue to believe them eloquent and powerful. In the city of Sonora, we want every person to know that they are safe, valued, and welcomed in our community, and that the city provides a haven for gathering. To ensure our ability to maintain this level of security, and with our resident support in 2022, Measure Y increased our city's public safety funding and allowed full staffing of our police department. With targeted determination, the city's actions have matched our resolution's forceful declarations. Now, nearing the conclusion of the sheriff's investigation into the January assault incident in Jamestown, and with formal charges, filed against perpetrators in the Superior Court, the City of Sonora applauds the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for considering adoption of a similar resolution, decrying violence and hateful actions against any citizen, and for supporting the safety and protection of individuals living within our county. While we can be very different as individuals, we must stand together as a community to serve as a secure and protective harbor for all. Thank you for instilling confidence that our local governments have the best interests of our entire population in mind and on their agendas. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tim McCaffrey, and I'm here in full support of the resolution condemning hate crimes and violence in Tuolumne County. The resolution is not about politics. It is about our values as a community. It is about the kind of place we want Tuolumne County to be, one where every resident feels safe, respected, and valued regardless of their race, religion, nationality, gender, or background. Hate crimes are not just acts of violence against individuals. They are attacks on a collective sense of security and belonging. When someone is targeted not for what they've done, but simply for who they are, it sends a chilling message to the entire group of people. It tells them they are not welcome, that they are unsafe, that they should be afraid, and that is not the Tuolumne County I know. Violence motivated by hate has no place in our community. We are a county built on hard work, resilience, and neighborly values. We look out for each other. We help each other through wildfires, through economic hardship, and through tough times. The spirit of unity does not stop at race, religion, or any other label. It extends to everyone who calls this county our home. Some may argue that the resolution is unnecessary, that condemning hate crime should go without saying, but silence is not neutrality, it is permission. By standing up as a board and making this statement, you're reaffirming what many of us already know, that Tuolumne County stands against hate, that we will not tolerate violence or intimidation against any of our residents. This resolution does not create any new laws. It does not infringe on free speech. What it does is put our county on the record as a place that rejects fear and division. It sends a clear message to our children, our neighbors, and anyone looking at Tuolumne from the outside that we are better than hate. Some may hesitate to support this resolution due to personal conviction or religious beliefs. I respect the importance of faith in our community, and many of us are guided by our values, whether they come from faith, tradition, or personal experience. But at the heart of all major belief systems, including what I was raised as, a Christian, it is a call to love our neighbors, to stand against injustice, and to protect those who are vulnerable. This resolution does not create division. It seeks to affirm the dignity of every individual and reinforce that no one should live in fear simply because of who they are. I urge you all to vote in favor of this resolution, and let's show that we are united in our commitment to a safer, stronger, and more inclusive community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning again. I'm Renee Orth. I'm a resident here of Tuolumne County. I want to thank Supervisor Campbell for introducing this important resolution. I think it's absolutely important that we recognize the national conditions in which we are considering this resolution, that there is a concerted movement to eliminate the values of diversity, of equity and inclusion, including especially for our LGBTQ plus citizens and neighbors and friends in this country, and that we can expect to see a continued rise in hate crimes against people who don't align with the Christian nationalist movement that's taken control of our capital. And I think that makes it particularly important for us as a community to recommit ourselves to choosing love and inclusion here in Tuolumne County. I personally find great joy when I see a gay couple holding hands, walking down the street, knowing that they feel safe enough to express their love in our community is not just important for our LGBTQ community members. It tells all of us that we are safe here, that we can be ourselves, that we can express ourselves and be safe. And I think that that is incredibly important. As Mr. McCaffrey just shared, that the importance of this resolution is that hate crimes are not just random violence. They are specifically corrosive to the connection, the love and diversity and inclusion of our community. And so it is important to recognize the caustic effect of hate crimes in our community. And lost my last thought. Should have taken notes. That we get to choose between love and fear. Those are our two main choices in life as individuals and as community members. So I would urge each of you to support this important resolution as a statement to our community that we are choosing love and that we will put the full force of our law enforcement and our community behind that choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Sabrina Beal. I'm a private citizen. I've appreciated the recognition you've given everyone before this resolution and the work that you've done as Board of Supervisors. One of my favorite annual events is the band review before the Motherlode Roundup. The event brings together schools to play Billy Joel's song, "We Did Not Start the Fire." If you know the words, the lyrics try and tell us there's a cycle of violence, and we are not all responsible for starting it. We know this. We're not here to hold all white men accountable, to make them feel guilty, but I do want us to stand up. I have heard that more guns may be a solution to violence, and when I told my teenage children that were raised here, they were thrilled at the idea that rape could be stopped with a gun. The truth is, victims of assault and sexual violence often know their assailant. To turn the gun on a family member, a pastor, a spouse, or a lover, what kind of leaders offer victims no other solution than to become judge, jury, and executioner? If you cannot approve this resolution in its current form, please modify it. Please keep in mind that online dating has been around for decades, but people using it are often inexperienced, young, or newly divorced. To another matter, there is still fear that buses of protesters of people are brought up here. What kind of society divides us like this in constant fear of others? To be honest, I think the wealthy control our worldview, and that is something to think about. I am tired of hateful online comments, and I am saying, do not tread on me. I stand united with the statements in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Robin Whitson. In regard to the consideration of Resolution 1525 condemning hate crimes and violence on the agenda, I'd like to say, as a teenager, my life and my dad's life were threatened, as well as abuse of a sexual and disfiguring nature were threatened to me. I believe that no restraining order, resolution, law, or otherwise would have prevented this if the perpetrator had wanted to follow through or hadn't gotten what he wanted. Was it fair that the perp chose me as a young female to get to my parents? I have a brother. Or that I was young and naive, or that he was a prior offender who was given a second chance, or that because of the nature of our business, he had access to me on a regular basis, or. There's so many reasons. There are as many reasons as there are people why these incidents happen, and as many triggers as to why someone would choose to act on them. If it passes, it will feel good for as long as it takes the ink to dry on your signatures. It will do nothing to prevent this from happening again. I have paid for that time in my life for the last 50 years, and in many small ways will continue to do so until I die. I was a minor, and no one wanted to share all the details of the threats with me. The fear I experienced at that time was more than enough. Would it change what I experienced to have had the city or county make a resolution against sexual abuse or life threats to teenage girls? No. Don't we already have laws on the books condemning these types of actions? Is it just because it is a certain segment of the population? What about other segments of the population that get categorized into groups that have been threatened or attacked, like senior citizens or the homeless? When my hair was blonde, I was called dumb and considered easy. When my hair is more red, I get asked if the temper matches. I tend to do jobs that would be considered more masculine, but I'm good at them, and it doesn't make me a man or want to be one. We all know prejudice occurs in more than race, gender identity, and sexual orientation, but by specifically naming the LGBTQ community in this resolution and then broad brushing the rest of it to include other minority groups in this resolution doesn't feel right to me. I don't care for the precedents this will set, and I respectfully ask you not to pass this resolution in the current language. And then one additional thing, I could so have easily become a victim by being confined to a group of young white girl, threatened with rape or abuse, but I chose not to. Well, nobody put me in that box, and I chose not to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning again. I step up in support of the resolution. The fact that so many people have come up here with their heartbreaking stories, the fact that so many people don't feel safe, the fact that this crime occurred in the first place, this is all proof, in my opinion, that we need this resolution. If nothing else, is a symbolic gesture to show these poor people that we have their backs, that we care about them, that we see their suffering, that we recognize that this is an endemic problem in this community. There are people who want to say that Tuolumne County is not a hateful place, and to a certain extent I can agree, but as someone who has existed in the queer space in this community, I have to say, sometimes it's a little difficult to want to roll out of bed in the morning. We need as much support as we can get from any source we can get it. A resolution may not accomplish a hell of a lot, but it's at least something. It shows that somebody at least gives a damn about what we're going through. All we need is for you to just sign that paper and call it a day. Is it really that hard for you to do? Thank you.
Thank you. And really quick, may I check with a raise of hands how many folks who have not spoken yet who are planning to speak, maybe sitting? 1, 2. See any over there? Okay, great. Thank you. Done. Morning.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be able to come up and speak, and that this is an open forum. Thank you very much. My name is Don Nessel. I'm a resident of the county for many years. I believe that a resolution in support of the lifestyle of a group of people that are already recognized, supported, and protected is not necessary. All are protected by the laws of the land from violence. We have laws against violence. All are additionally protected by enhanced penalties for what are considered hate crimes. The City Council passed an equity resolution that Ann talked about to additionally recognize the people of this group so that they will feel welcome in the city of Sonora. And yet, these people consistently say that they do not feel safe. They came to the City Council meeting and said, they already have a resolution saying, we love you, come to Sonora, but they don't feel safe. I'm not sure what is causing that fear, but paranoia is rooted in many different situations. Drug use causes paranoia, mental disorders cause paranoia, and just not having a good day causes paranoia. What is it about these lifestyles that causes the need for so much recognition? Now, I'm asking myself, what is it? Also, I believe it is noteworthy that the person who felt it was necessary to declare to the City Council his involvement in that type of lifestyle, after his resolution was voted down, stormed out in a violent way, making the City Council feel unsafe because of that violent, aggressive behavior. The resolution was to stop violence. We've seen this kind of activity before where people wanted special recognition in Seattle, Portland, Washington, D.C., and Minneapolis, where violence was used to intimidate the people who came into town because these people wanted to be recognized. Well, they were certainly recognized. I believe that it's a bad idea, just like was already stated. I think it will make things worse to do a resolution unless it's stated in such a way that it's a resolution for all people to feel safe in Tuolumne County, no matter who you are, what you do, what your disposition is towards your gender or whatever. all people should know this is a good, safe place. I feel it's a safe place, although sometimes this kind of behavior scares me too. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, let me tell you, the resolution has already been working. What this resolution has done, I want to is bringing people together on this issue, whether it's pro or con. And thank you, Supervisor Ryan Campbell, for taking the time to bring it to our community. The discussions that have taken place throughout the community, both pro and con, have been incredible. Discussions with staff, with elected officials, law enforcement, churches, nonprofits, our families, our friends, and our neighbors. I thank our community for a democracy that we can, at this moment, still have a voice to share with our elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Board. My name is Sean Hembry. I work for the county, but my comments now are just my own. I want to thank you for considering this resolution today. I've noticed at several points along this morning and in other meetings similar to this that this has been invoked as a Christian issue. So I want to answer this, speak to that issue as a Christian. I'm not someone who promotes the homosexual lifestyle or believes that even private lifestyle choices are without implication for greater society. However, this is not an opportunity to weigh in as to whether or not those lifestyle choices are appropriate or that they should be practiced. This is a Christian issue to me. I'm not being supportive of this in spite of the fact that I'm a Christian, but because I'm a Christian. I believe that, saying that love is the most important virtue and the standing up for human dignity for all types of people is a paramount Christian value. What to say that some groups should be excluded and not called out is actually not accurate, I think, in this case, because those groups are the most disenfranchised. I've listened to people stand at this very podium and defame and show contempt to unhoused and queer community members. And I'm disappointed to see that those voices many times were associated with a Christian perspective. So I would like to stand and be counted and say, yes, I am a Christian. I do not believe that in the lifestyles that or agree with their choices, but frankly, the Bible does not call me as a Christian to weigh in on people who do not ascribe to that faith. In fact, in 1 Corinthians chapter 5, it says just the opposite, that we are not to judge them. It's not our function. So this resolution does not have that function either. This resolution is an affirmation of the human dignity for all community members, and those who are disenfranchised and left out and not well regarded in society should be called out because they are the most likely to be rejected and not shown that dignity. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. If I ask anybody who is planning to do a public comment, if you're able to get in line, that would be great. Oh, wait, is it all? Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning.
I want to thank Supervisor Campbell for bringing this up, drawing that resolution up. I really appreciate it. And I'm from Cedar Ridge, so I'm your constituent, and I'm so proud of you, and I really like you. So anyway, I thought I was going to be the last person. I tried to be the last person because I wanted to give a closing statement. And so I want to keep this simple. I think this is love versus hate. That's all I say. It's love versus hate. And I'm asking you to really consider passing this proposal through, this resolution through, because it is love versus hate. I love my neighbors. I just love them, and I love this place. And so I'm just asking you, please pass this resolution through. Love thy neighbor.
Thank you.
That's all.
Good morning.
I wasn't really going to say anything up until I heard the big scary monster about Christian nationalism. Yep, I've heard, for example, the president's racist, which is why he's got people like Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard, etc. Ed Ben Carson, he's black. Yeah, he was the head of HUD. Doesn't seem consistent with that. Christian nationalism. I think Tulsi Gabbard is Hindi. Same with Kash Patel. There's a Sikh in the administration. I forget the guy's name because honestly, I generally don't pay any attention to this sort of thing.
Sir, we'll pause your time on it. Just to be clear, this is comment on this specific item.
This is on this.
Not to other comments if they made something that would be a
Okay.
different topic. So anyway,
Okay.
we can continue, restore your time there.
All right. Point here, when you're considering drafting things like this, it's like we're going to have, I'm pretty sure this June will probably be Gay Pride Month. Well, why don't you go ahead and make it Straight Pride Month too, and make it equal. It's unfortunate that I can't comment to the general community because my point, Michael Jackson song, I'm looking at the man in the mirror. I'm asking him to change his ways. If you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and make a change. I'm actually mixed race, and yeah, I happen to be straight, but the thing is, from you and the LGBTQ, sorry, but this is equality here. I've been doxxed, I've been stalked, I've been threatened. You got bullies, it doesn't matter which group people. There are hateful people in every little subgroup. If you have, I got time. Let's take a majority group and minority group. Majority group, we'll just have 1,000 in this whole population. When you have 100 of them are, 10% of them are in the minority, 90 in the majority. If you add 10%, let's say, in the majority group are rotten people, to match that, you'd have to be up at 90% in the minority group. So for those of you in the minority, you're going to get picked on more often because with equal distribution of bullies, there's going to be more bullies in the larger group. That's just the way it is. And I think we all need to just recognize everybody's human. If you're going to do resolutions, treat them, try to not fragment people into subgroups as much as possible, please. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Randy Henvelt, citizen of Tuolumne County. Let me just start with saying I can't believe anybody does not just hate violent crime. I'll start out by telling you I qualify as a victim twice when I was a child. I had the whole living crap beat out of me when I was 9 years old and again when I was 10, two different communities. No one got upset over that except me and my family, but that's the way it was and we didn't talk about it. I don't know to this day what I did to do that. I deserve that. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're premature to even be thinking about this. This is not declared a hate crime. I talked to the sheriff just a few minutes ago and he's still doing his investigation. By the way, it's his job, an elected official, and the DA's job to pursue this crime of violence and determine whether it's hate crime or not. And ultimately, the court will make the final decision. We are neither qualified nor competent to make those decisions, whether this is a hate crime or not. I probably believe it is, but nevertheless, not that. So you're premature at the very least. Besides, I want to agree with some of the people who say you're singling out, you're doing this at the behest of a specific group. I want to suggest that every time there is a crime, a violent crime, rape being one of them that I just absolutely deplore, it's an animalistic type thing, why aren't you putting a resolution denouncing violent crime as rape? How about child abuse? How about spousal abuse or elder abuse? I mean, come on, guys, what are you gonna do? Single out one incident? Is this? It's not your job. This is not read your job description. It's not that. And if you're going to get violent crime, in the case of the city, not even in their jurisdiction in Jamestown, why aren't we complaining about crime in Chicago? Okay, I think this is not your job to do, first of all. I think you're premature at the very least to do this thing, and I don't think you should single out any group. I think people should be able to do what they want to do. I am a Christian. I don't judge them. I know lots of them that fit in the group that you're singling out. And they're good people, a lot of them that I know. But they don't even want to be singled out. Being singled out is a problem because you're being singled out for something not that you are, but not what you've accomplished. I've said enough. I suggest you vote against this now.
Thank you. Good morning.
Board, Mark Plummer. I'm coming here mostly as a private citizen, and I'm going to surprise you, I'm afraid. Supervisor Campbell, I'd like to applaud you for the obvious effort in making this resolution as nonpartisan as possible. And had we had something in this shape or flavor, it was actually considered, one similar one was considered but thrown out, I would have supported it. I'm not certain that resolutions make a great deal of difference in real life, but this is something that is obviously very important to some of our community, and I would say that with probably minimal wordsmithing, it could be acceptable to everyone if you're just not fundamentally against it. My objections to the Sonora's resolution was that, in my view, it was just a partisan progressive flag that was only trying to be planted farther down the field to make points, and that is why I rejected it completely. Like I say, there was another one that was considered but thrown out. We had a very partisan leader of the group that wrote our resolution, and I really appreciate Ryan's work on this to make it something that should be acceptable or very close to acceptable to everyone. Thank you. I can leave my time.
Thank you. Good morning.
This will be real quick. Good morning, everyone. Just because I've heard a lot of comments from the public and I could only reasonably infer that folks are wondering about a quick update. Heard a lot of people mention the active investigation. Let me just clarify that it absolutely is an active investigation still. We are currently pursuing all leads associated with every other press release that I have given in this time. Related to hate crime, we have also reached out to our partners in Sacramento and also the FBI task force in assistance with digital evidence. So in case there was any questions about where we're at, it's an active investigation and we're currently pursuing all leads. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, and do we have any more public comment on this item? Great, all right, with that, we'll close public comment. I believe we have a hard stop there at 12. We'll be looking to the board for any comment. Anybody? Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, since I seem to have the longest history up here with this issue and being brought up by at least 3 folks in the room, I'm just going to go through this real quick. Never have I got up here and spoke about being a Christian or quoted Bible verses. But yet it was brought up 3 times by 3 individuals that apparently that's why I make decisions the way I do. But please go back and watch the record. I'm not going to speak about my past no votes on Pride Month because you know why I voted no. And I'm not going to spend time here rehashing that. This is a different conversation, this resolution. This has nothing to do with Pride Month. This has to do with a violent crime that took place. I'm kind of bummed that we're here today. I hate wasting my time. I hate wasting your time. We have a budget discussion, very important decisions to make. I made it very clear to this board that it was an ongoing investigation. I work in law enforcement. There were some red flags for me when I saw the initial report. My first question is, what has the subject been charged with? And to date, there has been no charge of hate crime. So just like I said 8 weeks ago, I requested this board, how about we be patient and let the judicial process play out? I don't know why it was thrown on the agenda again today when our board very respectfully asked that we allow the investigation to at least be concluded. We're still where we are 8 weeks ago. I did appreciate, like Marianne Schmidt, there's some pros and some cons. We are coming together and having a conversation. I can appreciate that. Marianne said that she would support anything that would provide protection to any and all citizens. Sabrina Bill said she'd be okay with modifying it. John, I believe it was John, said minute for all people. So in the spirit of that, I do want to come to something today, because I'm not going to do this. I don't think I'm going to do this again in the future. We've already jumped the gun, even though we've politely asked that we wait for the investigation to be completed, but I don't want to waste people's times. Tim said it's not about politics, and I absolutely agree with you, Tim. I agree so much with you that I refuse to allow the taxing and suffering of one group of people while ignoring the suffering of others. Weekly, monthly, yearly, we have women who are raped, we have children who are molested, and we have elderly who are abused, like the individual said. And I will tell you from personal experience, working in a prison, seeing thousands and thousands of cases, I have never heard outcries for those people. And I'll also say I've also never seen a hate crime come across my desk. So they are very few and far in between. And I'd like for the investigation to be completed before we say it's a hate crime. And I do love all of my neighbors, which is why I would propose a resolution that would cover all people. Finally, you brought up that where are our values? And I will tell you where our board's values are shared collectively. This board has put more money and resources into law enforcement than any other board. We have fully funded law enforcement. We have a DA's office who we have not cut. We have probation who we have not cut, and you know why? What have I said for years, even before I ran for office? The #1 constitutional obligation of our county government is to provide safety and security for all people. And whether you agree with me or not on a lot of political issues, you should agree with me on that, because if we didn't have a sheriff's department that was fully functional, if we didn't have a DA, potentially this wouldn't even be able to be prosecuted. Okay? So I do support all people across all boards, and I want you to know that our board values that, and we put our money where our mouth is, and I plan on continuing to upholding that value for our community. So at the end of the day, you know, there was a suggestion by a board member to make this resolution a one-liner. We don't support hate crimes, we don't support all crimes. But I honestly think, if I'm just being blunt with you guys, I think that would kind of be a middle finger to everybody in this room. I don't think that would be appropriate. I think you guys are here. I understand you're scared. There's other groups that are scared as well. But I have written up a resolution last night, and it's simply about the 14th Amendment and about us supporting the rights and liberties of all people producing, or here, let me just read the line, providing equal protection under the laws. So it's a short resolution. It's about a half a page. I'll give it to my board members. But that is what I will be proposing today. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have other comment? Supervisor Griefer? And may I interrupt real quick too? I know we had somebody that was left the meeting. I want to appreciate everybody. I know this is, again, an emotional topic, and it's a difficult topic, and for everybody handling this well. I really appreciate that. I know this is hard, and it's hard to not shout, whatever side you are on it, and the decorum, and it's been really good. So anyway, with that, Supervisor Griefer.
What a mess. I'm Jewish. My family is Jewish. I lost family members in the Holocaust. I got beat up as a kid being Jewish. I didn't have the same activities and friends that Catholic kids, Christian kids would do when they would go to Christmas activities or celebrate Easter. And what my parents taught me was, you be you. Have pride in yourself. I am a huge supporter of everybody living their life the way they wish to live it. Whether you're gay or lesbian or whatever, you be you. With that being said, and I'm sure I'm going to get roasted online, when this came out on Wednesday, I met with Supervisor Campbell, and told him, as this is written, I cannot support it. I won't vote for it. However, I also offered him my copy. And what my copy says here, which I would vote for, assuming the board would come together on this, is remove all the words of hate to has, remove the statements of minority groups to anyone. We remove all of the incendiary stats that Supervisor Campbell has put into this, because what he fails to put in is the actual stats of this county. For example, from January of 24 to end of 24, there was 189 assault and batteries. There was 22 adult sex crimes, and there were only 3 hate crimes. So if we're really going to do something that says this board doesn't want to ever say we do not stand shoulder to shoulder, that hate crimes or any form of violence, that's how we write this. Whoever said that this wasn't political is 100% political. I fully believe that this was a backdoor deal, that had the board been notified, or at least had an opportunity to talk, we could have crafted a resolution that all of us could have stood shoulder to shoulder with, not just as the county, but with our neighbors, the city. The city could have stood shoulder to shoulder, we could have stood shoulder to shoulder, but instead, now we have exactly what we didn't want, is divisiveness. We've got 2 groups saying, we want this, we don't want that. We have current laws on the books. We have people in place to investigate crimes. We have laws in our Constitution that says everyone is equal, not just straight or gay or lesbian, but everybody. Everybody in this room has the right to live their life the way they want to. What you don't have to do, whether you're gay or whatever, is to push your agenda onto other people. You should be allowed to celebrate your life, your religion, your way of enjoying your freedoms in this country without being targeted. Somebody said earlier, just sign the paper, get it done. You know, that's what Hitler said when he got his people. Hold on, that's exactly what happened. Hitler invaded his own country first, and before you say it, as a member of that community, I can tell you first and foremost, that's how this starts. You start segregating people, you start dividing people, you start putting people into boxes and saying, I have to protect you from them. It divides all of us. I've been there, I've lived it. Additionally, no piece of paper is going to make anyone feel safe walking down the street. We have society to do that. If you want to have an organization that says we're going to put together a community group for law enforcement to make sure that everyone feels comfortable, I'd go for that, no problem. We have to work this problem as together. Whether you're gay or straight or whatever, if you see somebody harassing another person, stand up, stop it. Look that person in. You know how it dies? It dies with a bunch of voices saying, we won't tolerate this. But we already have those things on the docket, or on the laws. We already have those things. It says right here, the one thing that he crafted, which I thought was the best thing, where it says, section number 3, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors denounces, and I'm going to take out hate crimes and hate incidents, rhetoric directed against individuals based on sexual orientation, gendered identity, race, ethnicity, religion, national origin, age, or disability. That's everybody. Why do we have to specifically pull a subgroup out and say, and them? Because you know what's going to be next? Somebody's going to want to bring a resolution before the board that says, I want Tuolumne County to be a pro-life county. And then someone's going to say a pro-choice county. And then someone's going to say we need to have a resolution that says we need to protect people of color. It's a very slippery slope. Our founding fathers were very smart when they crafted the language stating that it was for everybody, not just one group or another. The beauty of our laws and the beauty of our structure is so that we can continue to grow and move forward as a community, and our laws will change as we move forward. But that's not for us right here to decide. I will support 100% right now a co-authored resolution with Supervisor Campbell, removing all of the words from hate and everything to that we do not tolerate any violence in this county, regardless of, whatever it came to. So those are my comments.
Looking for, and I want to say too, it's folks have the ability to, of course, express themselves. It's in the interest of being able to do business, of course. I don't mean to have anybody feel silenced with that. It's the same courtesy has to be extended to both sides of any argument. And for anybody to, about that, same as if a different opinion is presented, we don't want to necessarily have that be jeers or applause. And that's why I guess I'm such a stickler on that. There is a method to that reason. So we have Supervisor Holland and Supervisor Campbell. Supervisor Campbell? Or?
Yeah, I mean, so what I'm hearing a lot of is projecting of personal politics onto something that is entirely not political. I mean, thank you, Steve. It does seem that you have and taken consideration and actually read what the resolution says, so I appreciate that. But respectfully, I disagree. I think that the point that has brought us to this place in our county's history where we need to, what this basically does is affirm that we support law enforcement in prosecuting hate crimes that occur in our community. That is the heart of it. And you're saying that we're calling out one group or another and that that's somehow wrong. I heard a former supervisor say, well, why don't you highlight, sex crimes against kids? Why don't you highlight elder abuse? Why don't you? Hello, we did. We had a resolution in April about sexual abuse awareness. Another one in April about child abuse against child sex crimes in April. We had an elder abuse resolution in June. We had a domestic violence resolution in October. We have, and the importance of these kind of things, I look at things like mental health awareness. That is something we never did in this county until recently. And while you can say that these things don't matter, that it's just a meaningless gesture by the Board of Supervisors and that we're playing politics, I have seen a marked change in the way our community views mental health issues. And my feeling is very strong that we have a problem in this community where crimes of this nature that have taken place, that you admit that you have seen that they have taken place in this community, are not called out by the Board of Supervisors. That's our job. We have to be leaders in this community. And if you look at the actual content of the resolution, it doesn't address any specific crime. It doesn't talk to any specific group except to define what is characterized as a hate crime under federal law. That's why I think there was a comment about removing the terminology federal law. I feel that's important to keep in there because that's important because there's an actual definition of what a hate crime is in federal law. And that is what's highlighted by that line that you said you agreed with, that the Board of Supervisors denounces hate crimes against individuals on the basis of sexual orientation, gender identity, race, ethnicity, religion, national origin, age, disability. Those are all things that are under the hate crime statute. And it goes on to talk about our support for law enforcement. There are 3 paragraphs that you said were incendiary, but they're the truth, about statistics that both show that hate crimes are increasing, that the number of people reporting hate crimes is decreasing, and that disproportionately people who are LGBTQ, our queer brothers and sisters, are disproportionately represented in the hate crimes that take place in this country. So those are all things that I really don't see why there's this disagreement over. I see a lot of projection. I see a lot of people bringing in religion and gender identity and all these other political things, talking about the president. It has nothing to do with what's in the resolution. We had a crime in this community, and it's our job to do something about it. And this is the least that we can do. I mean, we had representatives from the city that didn't pass a similar resolution that are endorsing it because it makes sense in the county because we haven't done anything like this in the county yet. While we have done things about, sexual assaults, about child crimes, we've done things about elder abuse, we have not talked about hate crimes. And hate crimes are happening in our communities. So we need to do something about it and step up. That's the point of this. So just please, if we could leave all the politics out of it and just focus on support for law enforcement and just acknowledging the fact that hate crimes happen in our community and that in this country it's getting worse.
Then I'll,
Super Brandon,
I'll
I'd
go
like to
next with
respond.
it. Okay, yeah. Supervisor Griefer.
You made the statement a moment ago that it's our jobs, right, to address the crime. It's not. It's the DA and that's the sheriff.
It's our job to address the concerns in the community that these crimes are happening.
Right.
Yes, it is our job.
Okay, good. You said the crime stats. The crime stats that I quoted are for this local area. Now, that doesn't mean that of the 3 hate crimes that were reported, that there weren't others that didn't go reported. I'm 100% with you on that. Okay, so I'm with you, right? But the reality is, we have to address what's here, right? What's in this county, right? People say this county is a hateful county. Others have said, no, this is a great county. I don't see this as a hateful county. My biggest issue is that this was dropped on the board's lap without any consideration to the other board members, right? Where you could have at least had a meeting or a closed session if that was doable and we could have talked about it, maybe come up with a resolution publicly or something along those lines. Great. I'm still learning the kind of the nuances here. Or you could have done what the city of Sonora did, where they didn't even choose to move forward on having a resolution because they have one on the books. I get that. For me, I told you I'd meet you halfway. I'll co-author it with you, but I can't go for the fact that we're going to specifically identify one group of people that needs to be protected when they're already protected under the law.
So are children, so are the elderly,
Right.
so are
Yeah.
women, so are
Okay.
the mentally ill. And yet we have resolutions about all those issues.
Okay.
That's
And,
okay.
and to go to your point, I did reach out to the city and I did reach out to the chair. I asked if it would be more appropriate if I brought this as a board request or if I should just write the resolution. And that was the direction I was given.
But you've
So-
been on the board long enough to know that a request would have gone over a lot easier. We could have had this discussion openly and fairly without having a resolution dropped on our lap.
And I do have an answer
It
to
wasn't
that
dropped on your lap?
in
It-
common
it's-
site plan.
Okay.
to make.
There's a bunch of people that came to our board meeting and a bunch of people here today, maybe some of them are the same people,
I'm
calling for this. So
I agree.
it really shouldn't be a surprise
Right.
that we would be called on by the community to address an issue like this.
May I tag in? I appreciate it. Thank you. So a couple of housekeeping things. I'd like to clarify, and this was something briefly Supervisor Holland and I asked, yes, how did this get onto the agenda? When it comes to action or financial things, we use the board request process and have that laid out. It's been historic that when it comes to letters or resolutions, we do have the ability to bring them up, and that hasn't been through the board request process. And that's a right extended to other board members, and that's why this was directed to go there. Generally, they don't go through the board request process. I don't think they've ever really gone through the board request process. The second is that this isn't a matter for closed session. Closed session is very narrow. It's something that has to be as an open session item. I wanted to recognize Supervisor Campbell as well. I thought that this is a very much middle ground. It's not talking about a specific case that's still under investigation. It is talking in very simple terms about opposing hate crime and violence. And I appreciate that, and I think I appreciate the consideration given that, look, we're not a community that completely agrees on, I guess what I hate to say is that the politics of it, and it's not, that this isn't about the politics or laws, this is about basically opposing hate crime and violence. I also want to recognize what you had said too, is this didn't come out of the blue. For or against this, hundreds of people were asking to see something come forward. This wasn't a random resolution, and that's something I think we have to kind of just recognize. I don't view Tuolumne County as a hateful community, but anybody that's had bad neighbors, bad drivers, sees criminals that we know that are here and says, good, that we got an arrest, knows that any community has bad elements to it, that hate is not the same, having hate within a community or having criminals in the community is not the same as being a hateful or a criminal community, and we have to separate that. We also can't be blind to say that there are no issues here because we love our town and we're generally a really good place with good people. I would prefer that folks don't have to be made into boxes, and yet when a criminal steps forward and targets somebody because they are in a box for that reason, that does prompt a conversation. There is a reason why hate crimes are treated differently in some ways. And I think it was said very well that it goes beyond the individual impacts of a crime to the collective sense of security, right? Beyond the ability of law enforcement to respond to what happens is, are you feeling within your community safe to walk around, be part of your life? Because that terror is something that even without a crime can have a major impact on your ability to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and all of our constitutionally guaranteed freedoms. So I think we have to consider that. I know in the past, the Pride resolution, it did talk about the 14th Amendment and equal rights, responsibilities, protections. That's not what we have in the thing here too. I've heard this come up a lot, and Supervisor Campbell began with it. The argument that we shouldn't single out any group is a valid argument. It completely is. I completely understand the philosophy behind that. But it's hypocritical because it's only brought up on this. So 21, 22, 23, we recognize sexual assault. And why? Because though that is not only exclusive to women, that is a horrible thing within our community. And that's everything from sexual violence to molestation and rape, and all of the workers too, social workers, behavioral health workers. We recognize what they do. I've heard many of you who spoke against this in support of that, speaking, thank you for recognizing this very important thing. I want to highlight to a former supervisor who was speaking that it was done in 15 and 17 and 19 and 23 for child abuse when you were on the board. These are things that have been routinely passed. We find an issue and we highlight it to be able to bring awareness to it. No, it does not solve it with the stroke of a pen, but it is something meaningful. We do this for sexual assault, domestic violence. We do this recognizing veterans and deputies and housekeepers and firefighters and social workers. We do this regularly for suicide awareness, Native American genocide, missing Indigenous women, mental health, child abuse, elder abuse in 19 and 23 and 24. We do this for addiction. We do this announcing against fentanyl. We recognize graduations for re-entry inmates who have successfully completed programs. We do this over and over and over. These comments only come up when it is related to this, and I guarantee if this was a crime, and say, well, why this one? If we had an instance where somebody went and targeted a Christian family because they were Christian and beat them near to death and sent them to the hospital after caving in their face, I would not be sitting up here saying, well, that should just be treated like any other assault. And I don't think you would look at that the same either. I think the terror that would bring in the community, and I don't mean to isolate that, to say I think there is an expectation we stand up for these things when it comes up. There is a collective sense of security that is in jeopardy here. There is a reason to call specific to this. And we do this all the time. We have all voted on items like that. I completely agree. It is against all violence. It's all against hate crimes. That's with the 14th Amendment. Supervisor Campbell's laid that out. I want to close my comments on this and not go too long, but this is the be it resolved. We say in a resolution, this is the part that actually, the whereases are kind of data, background, and argument. Be it resolved, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors stands against hate crimes and violence in Tuolumne County. Is that controversial? I am a white, straight, cisgendered man. I do not feel in any way threatened by a statement from the board saying hate crime and violence do not have a place in this community. The same as rape and child abuse and elder abuse and fentanyl and addiction also should not be. When the issue comes up, when it's something here, we speak to it, we address it, we bring awareness, and you're right, more action should come to it. I don't think it's fair that only on these issues do we say, whoa, whoa, why are we prioritizing this one group? If you have been somebody who has spoken to any of those issues before this board, saying thank you for recognizing this, thank you for recognizing the workers doing that, thank you for talking about veterans issues or suicide, that is hypocritical to then say, well, we shouldn't single out anybody, but only on this issue. So I will be supporting it. I think that the language as it is right now makes a lot of sense, and hopefully that clears up of the process of what comes here. And I certainly don't think it's meant to be divisive, and I think there's a way to do that that is divisive, and Supervisor Campbell brought something that to me, it's very matter of fact. So Supervisor Holland, did you have comments?
Yeah.
Supervisor Holland.
Okay. It's on. Okay, So I've been kind of sitting here thinking about this. So obviously I've attended the city meetings, so I've seen all the comments that have been made at both groups, because I get to attend both of them. I give this deep thought. Some may or may not know, my brother-in-law is, and he has a husband. I had a long conversation with him about this after this first news broke. They don't live here in the community, they live in a different town. And I asked them what they thought, because they have a very unique perspective. I mean, I grew up here in Tuolumne County, I have my perspective. And they gave me some interesting insight, is that they felt they don't like to be singled out. And this is their opinion. This is not everyone's opinion. I understand that. This is their opinion, that they don't like to be singled out. They want to live their life just like everybody else, no different, one way or the other. They kind of made a joke about it. They said California gave us the power to get married, and they gave us the power to suffer in divorce as well. And so we get to be like everybody else. And I started thinking about that. As I said, I grew up here. I went to a local elementary school. I started thinking about this. When I grew up through here, and I worked in the state prison system as well, it was very much, you were taught everyone was equally the same, right? Back, in the 80s when school was like, you're supposed to be colorblind. You're not supposed to look at people in any other way besides their character and what they have done. And so yesterday, I was getting ready to leave here. I was stuck here all day doing meetings, and I had to go to another one. And on my way out, I ran into one of the members of our local LGBT community. And I had a conversation with him, and I won't name him. And it was a good conversation. And I asked him, and we're going to continue the conversation. I asked him, I said, well, from what I look at it is everybody's unique. So how's there a minority? Nobody has walked in the same footsteps as the next person. So I look as our job on the board is we give the sheriffs the power to carry guns, to take lives, to protect people. We're supposed to be talking about the budget right now. And what we're doing to keep our community safe is we're 100% funding our sheriff's department, our DAs, that entire law enforcement wheel, at the detriment of other departments, because we believe that is what the community wants. Yeah, absolutely. We could sign a piece of paper, and as somebody said, by the time the ink dries, it's not worth anything. It's not going to keep anybody safe in this community. I have children who grew up here, and I think about that. What is their safety? How do I keep them safe? I keep them safe by the gentlemen in the uniforms that are standing in this room right now. We empower the DA. We put them in jail. We have laws on the books that you go to a prison. I don't know how many of you guys have been inside of a real state prison. It is not a nice place. And that does not deter people. I mean, if you want to see deplorable conditions, go inside of a state prison system. And that does not stop people from doing crimes. Jackasses will be jackasses, period. And no matter what we say or what we do will not change that. And I think our time and focus needs to be spent on funding our law enforcement, funding the DA, and having them send people to jail. I don't know what the implications of all this is, if we're tainting the jury pool or not. What I don't want to hear is somehow some smart lawyer, much smarter than I am, use what we're doing up here to get somebody off the hook and they don't go to jail for this crime. I have not been told this is a hate crime. What I do know is our DA told us there was 2 accepted hate crimes last year. I did not see the outrage of the public coming up here saying we need a proclamation of FAT against hate crime. There was 2 last year. This has not been proven to be a hate crime yet. It very well might be. I do not know the answer. It is not my job. But in our system, they have to be charged and convicted. Everyone in this room should receive that same level of innocence till they're proven guilty. And if they are guilty, they should go to jail and throw away the key. I'm a big supporter of that. Anyone that commits violence should go to jail for a long period of time. That should be the deterrence in our society. And I think our portion of doing that is by funding the law enforcement. And that's how we say we support that. I believe Tuolumne County is a safe environment. People are talking about they're holding hands, walk down the street. I grew up here. I think people are very open and loving up here. If that wasn't a case, people wouldn't move here. They wouldn't come to our community and live here. They would go live somewhere else. But that's just my opinion, so.
Right. With that, I know that we could probably continue to have discussion. Everybody's had the opportunity to speak. If we're okay with that, I know we are pushing on a time deadline there.
Chair, I'll move that we adopt the resolution opposing hate crimes in Tuolumne County.
I will second that motion.
Chair, I'd like to
Discussion
counter
on the
offer
motion?
with another motion.
Sure.
So I'd like to put in a motion, since this has not been charged yet as a hate crime, and we want to we don't want to waste people's times here, and we do want to send a message that we do oppose crimes in our community. And let me just open up with this too, Jaron, because you did bring up a really good point. Yes, we've had those resolutions in the past, and I went and I pulled them up. And you're right. In the future, when we're dealing with the child resolutions or the victims of elderly abuse and all that stuff, I think we need to alter those resolutions. And I think we need to bring it back under the umbrella of the 14th Amendment. So when those resolutions come up in the future, I'll be looking to adjust those. But I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne affirming the equal protection of all citizens under the law. Whereas the 14th Amendment, Section 1 of the United States Constitution states that no state shall make or enforce any law that shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Whereas Tuolumne County is committed to upholding the constitutional rights of all individuals, ensuring that no person shall be discriminated against or denied equal protection under the law. Whereas the County of Tuolumne recognizes the fundamental rights of all its citizens, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, religion, disability, age, sexual orientation, or any other protected status, to be treated equally and fairly under local, state, and federal laws. Whereas equal protection under the law is essential in maintaining justice, public trust, and general welfare of the community. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of County of Tuolumne, 1, affirms that the county's commitment of upholding and enforcing equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment for all citizens within its jurisdiction. 2, ensures that all county policies, procedures, and law enforcement practices align with the principles of due process and equal protection under the law. 3, opposes any form of discrimination that undermines the constitutional rights of residents within Tuolumne County. 4th and final, encourages community awareness and education of civil rights and constitutional protections.
So hold on, I have to ask County Council. This is not a resolution that's been brought to the board. This is something Supervisor Kirk wrote up.
I'm altering
and
the
now
resolution.
now he's introducing it.
I think it's fine, and we made copies and placed them on the back for the public to see.
I'm making alterations.
So if I can, in my understanding of this, we have substitute motion policies. They suck. It exists. This would be called, in Sacramento, a gut and amend. And people hate that, and it's a really crappy way of doing it, where you take everything out of the item and you put something on, and correct me if I'm wrong, this was not attached to what went out to the public or with the agenda or anything, right? Today and in the back.
This is an alteration of the resolution which was presented to our board.
Well,
but it's not. There's no shared language at all, right? Correct? The title's even different.
I think we share the language that we want to provide equal protection under the law to all of our citizens.
I'm not trying to play games at all. I only mean like
I put forth a motion, so under the Brown Act laws,
a very different.
I put forth a motion. I will look for a second.
Okay,
Well,
so the discussion on that is whether it's recognized or not. It's the
County Council weighed
Council.
in. I checked with her as we were discussing.
Supervisor Kirk, please just
Sure.
allow me
Because
to.
I was accused of doing a backdoor deal, and I went through the proper channels.
I
And so now
thought of
here we
I
have
thought of
an
an
actual backdoor deal
alternate
being presented.
verbiage.
So-
County Council, will you please weigh in?
Council-
What are your
Let's just
feelings
get to
on
a vote.
that?
Wait, please, let's bring order to it. I do agree, and that's what I was going to be asking, so please let me run the meeting. Council, on that opinion, so we have, as the thing on here, Resolution 1525, condemning hate crimes and violence in Tuolumne County. I know the title and language of what this was is different. It has been provided to the public, but it was not sent in, I think, as part of the agenda draft. So the ruling on that is whether this is a substitute motion for an amended version, which is absolutely allowed, or whether this is substantially different, that it is no longer item 10, basically. That's the ruling.
And the example one could give is, let's say that.
Can we let County Council weigh in?
There's
There's three of us who want to hear her weigh in.
Excuse me, I let you read your entire resolution. Will you let me
He's
speak?
just kicking the can down the road. Let's
Okay.
hear what County Council
If, for example, I was to introduce a substitute motion that said that we should, make Tuolumne County Strawberry Land USA or something like
Not
that.
the same.
It has nothing to do with the substance of the issue that was presented.
And Supervisor,
Are you saying
I'd
that
like to hear-
providing
wait,
equal
because-
protection
because
of the
we can
law
be in-
for
we can be in a
disability,
debate on
age,
this.
sexual orientation has nothing to do with what we're discussing about?
Let's let County
I do
Council
not,
in.
I do
This
not
is
want
how
to
things get
recess the meeting and shut
politicized.
off the mics, but I
Perfect
will do
example
it.
of the
Supervisor
politicization.
Kirk? County Council, please, can you weigh in on that kind of distinction between an amendment and something that is no longer basically within the scope of item 10?
My legal interpretation is this would be an amendment. You have a second motion and that you need someone to second that second motion, and then you can decide how you want to proceed after that.
Okay, so there is, and I will recognize County Council's, agreement on that, that it is a valid one. Again, I don't think it's a great way with it, but the question is there a second to that motion for that substitution?
I'll second.
Okay. I'd like to make another substitute motion to amend what is yours as this 14th Amendment. One thing that it is very keenly, I think, missing is the language specifically provided by Supervisor Campbell recognizing hate crimes and violence within Tuolumne County, which is not reflected in this statement. It broadly talks about a constitutional underpinning to equal protections, but it is not anything discussing hate crimes. So my recommendation would be that we would basically adopt Supervisor Campbell's version of it, which I think does incorporate this, but we would add a section stating regarding the 14th Amendment and equal protection clause, which would be a merged draft. And if Supervisor Campbell would find that.
I would be entirely open to adding the entire, all 1, 2, 3, 4, whereas that Supervisor Kirk composed to the original resolution. I think that would be
so amended,
just fine with me.
That will be, my motion is to use Supervisor Campbell's original draft, but we would take these language edits from whereas 1, 2, 3, and 4, adding that into that resolution, and I think we can figure out where at the staff level. Is there a second on this substitute motion? Okay, so we will go in order on this. So to clarify, is there any discussion on this? See, substitute motions suck.
I won't be supporting that.
I got a question.
Yes.
Sir, aren't we supposed to, once there's a motion and a second, are we supposed to vote right then and there?
Your board can actually, pursuant to your board adopted policies and procedures, have up to 3 motions on the table, and you take them the last motion first. So the one that Supervisor Brandon just did, that's the first one you vote on until you get to the first motion, or you get a motion that's approved.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say, I appreciate the back and forth, but if you read mine, it talks about religion, disability, age, sexual orientation, equal protection under the law. So I believe mine very clearly summarizes, if you apply equal protection under the law for a case that is sexual in nature, that will result in a hate crime. So
I understand.
supporting it.
I'm only calling a matter of fact, it didn't have hate crime in your resolution. It's not said.
Yeah, I mean.
I said it is the constitutional
there has been no hate
underpinnings.
crime. There has been no hate crime charged.
And his resolution's not talking about a specific crime in any text either, correct?
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Let's just.
Supervisor Griefer, we do have a motion and a second on the table, so, yeah.
But I thought you made a third motion.
That's the motion.
Right, which there was no second on.
No, a second.
He
Oh, you did?
seconded
Okay,
it.
sorry.
Yeah. All right, so with that, we'll move to a vote. This is again to restate a motion that would be combining the 2 drafts into Supervisor Campbell's original draft. It would be taking the 4 whereas clauses that is in Supervisor Kirk's draft and adding them to that.
This is the third motion, right?
Yes. And then moving to basically approve that compromise. So all those in favor, is there any confusion on the motion?
No, I'm still feeling like there's resistance to that.
Yeah, I'm not supporting it. We
So
need to wrap
what
this
in
up.
the original resolution do you not support?
There's a vote. Let's please vote. I'm not supporting
See,
this.
that's where I'm struggling, is that I don't know what is in the original
So, Sarah,
resolution.
If there's not,
That
if
is
there's
not
not
supported by
a
the majority
second
of the
or a
board.
third,
Well,
can we move to the second?
There is a second. Let me ask in interest of
Okay,
that.
so we
It
need to
doesn't
vote.
sound like there's going to be any compromise
Call
on
for
that
the
amendment,
question.
so let's call the vote. All those in favor of that amended motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
All right, all those abstaining? All right, motion fails on the third motion, with Supervisor Campbell and myself voting aye, Supervisor Kirk, Holland, and Griefer voting no. Then we go to, this would be the second motion. The motion is to adopt basically this amended version with the title replacing the title whereases and the be it resolved with this new amended version. County Council has reviewed the draft, correct? And there's no issues with it at all?
Correct.
Okay. And that does have, so that was a first by Supervisor Kirk and a second, I believe, by Supervisor Griefer, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion with that?
Just that I think it's pretty disingenuous that this is taking a very clear request from the board that we address hate crimes in Tuolumne County and perverting it into something that's watered down and doesn't address the issue at all.
I will be abstaining from this on the principle of I do not believe in gut and amend policy. I think that is very much the wrong approach. I would much rather a compromise.
I would hope we could all stand together and agree with the Constitution and applying it to our community. So it's a sad day if we can't all agree on that.
It's a sad day when someone uses the Constitution.
There is a motion and there is a
water
second.
down a very clear
Correct.
resolution.
We will call all of those in favor of.
Supervisor Brandon, you asked for comments, so I'd like.
Yeah, comments. I was trying to say specific to the motion because I think we
I
had
just
that
was
discussion.
clarifying. That's what my comment is. I just want to make sure I understand exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about substituting Supervisor Kirk into the language that.
Effectively, it would be substituting the title, the whereas, and then the be it resolved sections of what was introduced and written by Supervisor Campbell with the draft that's available in the back and we were handed from Supervisor Kirk.
Thank you.
Yeah. And a full replacement, not like the previous insertion where it'd be combined. All right, so all those in favor of that, please say aye.
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 All those opposed? All abstaining? I abstain.
Abstain.
Yeah. So that motion does pass. That would be with aye votes from Supervisor Holland, Supervisor Griefer, and Supervisor Kirk. No votes and 2 abstentions from Supervisor Campbell and Supervisor Brandon. So with that, we are at 12.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
One thing. I want to issue an apology to Supervisor Campbell. I got a little emotional. I accused you of a backdoor deal. That's not what I meant to say. I didn't mean that. I apologize, and I'm sorry if I offended you by saying that remark.
I wasn't offended, but I accept your apology. Thank you.
All right. With that, we're at 12. We're going to break for lunch for 1 hour. Supervisor Kirk, you mentioned you had is 1 o'clock fine, or does it need to be? Yeah, okay. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody, for being in attendance. All right, everybody, welcome back. It is 1:01. We're going to call the Board of Supervisors meeting back together. We're going to begin with our 11 a.m. appointment. And we're all excited after lunch if be able to calm down while we got the board clerk reading the item.
11 a.m. consideration of approving fiscal year 24-25 budget adjustments, including all associated personnel actions, which include the deletion of vacant positions and the issuance of layoff notices, approving the updated allocated positions list, and approving the updated capital projects list. 4/5 approval required. Excuse me.
Great, thank you so much. All right, and with that, hand it off to Liz.
All right. Good afternoon, Board. Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator. And of course, I have Sean Cole, who's an administrative analyst in the CIO's office, who is my right-hand person for budget. And so, yeah, we're going to talk about the mid-year budget today. I do want to provide some clarification right on the outset because the clerk just read the item. The 4/5 approval required by the board is only for the budget actions. It just takes a simple majority for approval on the personnel actions and the capital projects list.
So just to clarify, they are combined in this, so we'll be doing a 4/5 vote unless that's basically split.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, and at the end, you'll see the specific, you'll see it laid out there, itemized, you could call it. All right, so, as a part of the mid-year budget process, we almost always have, or we probably always have, customary mid-year budget changes. Here on the presentation, I'm calling them regular mid-year budget changes, and that's usually because
departments get grants or have various reasons that they need to increase their appropriations. And it's usually not controversial, pretty, normal, regular. So your board will be asking your board to approve those things. In addition, of course, we have been in the process of putting together what we are calling very uncreatively 15% cuts. And so your board directed that in January. And so as a part of the mid-year budget, this also includes your board taking action on those 15% cuts. And so attachment A details those specific budget changes, and then there's personnel associated with those. So we're going to talk about both today. We're going to talk about the 15% cuts, and then we're going to talk about the regular mid-year changes. And we're trying to keep them separate, just for clarity purposes. And so the first thing that I'm going to discuss today is these 15% cuts. And so just as a reminder, this is the direction that the board gave back in January, that all general fund departments should reduce this current fiscal year's budget by 15%. But of course, that's prorated by a third because it's March. And and so then your board directed that that should exclude the public safety departments, and those are listed there. And then further in February, your board gave additional direction that that should also exclude library and recreation departments. And then I also wanted to just bring to your attention that this also excluded any cost centers that are grant-funded cost centers, meaning there's no net county cost. They did not make any reductions. And then we also did not make any reductions to one of the cost centers we have in our budgets, the outside agency partners, and that's about $750,000. That includes like the JPAs that we are a part of, ATCA, or like the UC Cooperative Extension, where we have commitments of funding as a part of, contracts or other JPAs that we're a part of. This also includes the contract with Access Tuolumne for about $150,000. So there were no cuts to any of those. There also were no cuts to the Economic Development and Promotion Cost Center, which is primarily the Visit Tuolumne contract, which is about $1.6 million in the budget this year. So I did just want to highlight those as well, that there was no reductions in those cost centers. And then ultimately, the direction from your board was that these cuts should be long-term and permanent for this fiscal year, that then carry into next fiscal year and the fiscal years moving forward. Okay, so in short, when we looked at what the numbers would be for these 15% cuts, the target was just about $1.6 million, and that was all of those general fund departments, excluding the public safety departments, as well as library and recreation. The amount cut, or in some cases, there were a few departments that have some increases to revenue. That is an ongoing revenue source that they were able to pull down. We're talking maybe a total of $100,000, maybe $150,000 in total here, but it is worth mentioning for some of those departments, and particularly I'm thinking some of the small departments like archives and ag, they were able to pull down, and treasurer's office were able to pull down some additional revenue because 15% cuts for them is significant. Again, especially a department like archives where you have one person, 15% would mean eliminating the person, and I don't think your board wants to do that. So anyways, for the most part, people made the cuts. In some instances, they found some ongoing revenue that they're able to pull down. And so there was, in total, that's $1.7 million. And I also wanted to highlight that while public safety and library and recreation were excluded from the cuts, they voluntarily made contributions, and these are voluntary contributions that will not have a reduction in their service. So as an example, there's a vacant librarian position that is proposed to be eliminated. That will not impact the hours at the library or the services that are provided at the library. And so that was one of those positions or cuts that was proposed as a way for those departments, while they were not required to make cuts. I think there's a recognition at this point that we operate as a team and that we are dependent on each other, and the departments still wanted to offer, the departments that were not required to cut still wanted to offer things. So that meant a total of just about $2.6 million that is being cut or increased revenue that's ongoing. And we'll talk a little bit more about recommendation, but the recommendation at this point is to take all of that and move it into general fund contingencies. Now Sean's going to talk about the position changes.
All right, hello. So in terms of our position changes for mid-year, we have 22.5 positions eliminated, so 10 filled, 12 and a half vacant. We also have 2 part-time positions that were added, as well as 1 full-time position that was added. We have 1 position that was moved from GSA to facilities. And with all of these cuts, there's actually been a 10% reduction in the general fund workforce when you exclude public safety. So I think that is a pretty significant number over the span of 1 year. And then the next slide. So these are the lists of the fill positions that were cut, that were laid off. So there's 10 total. So we see it's in assessor recorder, business assistance and innovation, community development, county council, general services agency, human resources, and also purchasing. Also worthy to note, important to note, I think, is that purchasing is a non-general fund department, as well as a fund. And also 2 of them in the assessor recorder, as well as the purchasing and contracts analyst, those take effect June 14th at the very end of this fiscal year. The other ones take effect later on this month. Then the next list are the vacant positions that were eliminated, these 12 and a half. So quite a different variety of departments. 3 of them, district attorney, juvenile hall, probation, were also public safety. So it wasn't just the non-public safety ones that we saw elimination of the vacant positions. And at the bottom, we have frozen, so frozen positions. So frozen positions are positions that are not eliminated, they still exist, but they cannot be filled during a specific period of time. So those salaries and benefits are not added into the budget. So that's not an expense for that department, and it's seen as savings. There's 2 in community development, and those are actually only frozen for the rest of this fiscal year, not into next fiscal year. And for the one in county council is for this fiscal year, the rest as well as for next fiscal year. And then next we have the added positions. So we have 1 in HR, a confidential clerk, and that's going to be taking effect at the beginning of next fiscal year in July. Then we also have in purchasing administrative technician, that's part-time, as well as a confidential clerk. And then GSA, this is the business manager moving to facilities. And then in probation, we added a work release site coordinator. And these are the supervisors for the probation work crews that go out and they clean up different help with facilities, right, Liz? Things like that. Yeah, just help in different areas of the community. And oh yeah, and then also that work release site coordinator that utilizes ongoing AB 109 revenue, so there's no general fund cost to that added position. So now we're going to the mid-year budget adjustments, just some specific ones of increases to appropriations. So I'll go over the general fund ones. Some of the ones I just want to highlight, you guys have the information here, but economic development and promotion, that second one, this $50,000. This was a social media contract that we did not have before in the budget. And this is offset by increase to the unsecured property tax. Also the regional juvenile center, about $195,000. That was offset by additional AB 178 revenue. Third from the bottom, Standard Park, we moved the groundskeeper salaries out of recreation into Standard Park. And at the very bottom, we have the $2.6 million increase for contingencies that Liz talked about before.
All right, and then some of the other increases to appropriations for the non-general fund departments. And again, just as a reminder, the increases to appropriations, these are just our general, normal, regular mid-year budget adjustments, separate from the 15% cuts that we just spoke about. So there's a variety in here. I also won't go through every single one. These all have offsetting revenues. Yeah, I'm trying to think here. You can see them there. Okay. And then I do want to speak just briefly about capital projects as well. We've been trying to be more regular about keeping you all updated as we have adjustments to our capital projects. You approve the capital projects list with the budget at the beginning of the fiscal year, but as things adjust, maybe costs come in differently or you know, just whatever, various factors, we're trying to keep it updated with your board. And so we in the capital projects list, and I think it's attachment D, we are proposing to delay for 1 year, which was originally funded in the budget, the building roof replacement for this building, also a generator replacement for this building, and then the NOC, the Network Operations Center, which is downstairs on the first floor, the redesign and reconfiguration. For a variety of reasons, we're delaying that project. And then we'll use the savings from those projects for what we anticipate to be increases in costs for the boiler project for this building. And then there's a tank, which is outside like a fuel tank that's required by law to be removed by the end of this calendar year. And then some additional expenses related to the HVAC repair at the A&F building, just 2 buildings over. And then a little bit, some of the savings will be used also for the Sheriff's Office Dispatch Center. And so I also want to talk just a little bit about two kind of projects that are funded right now in the budget. And I just want to speak a little bit to their status and provide full transparency. So the Yaney Courthouse project was approved by the board to be included in the budget using an internal loan. This was approved in June. And the internal loan that the board approved was $2.5 million. Right now, the project is estimated to be about $2 million. And as a reminder, the internal loan must be repaid back within 5 years. Originally, the latest update that I got was that it was to be on track to be completed by May. It looks like maybe it's going to be a little bit later into the summer, waiting on the actual elevator itself to be delivered. But nevertheless, it will be finished in the next handful of months, you could say. And so, yeah, so that's the status of that project. We do anticipate attempting to utilize that building in whatever possible way we can as soon as possible. We don't have any specific plans right now for as far as departments, but the hope and goal would be to figure out a way to utilize the building as soon as possible once the elevator is in. The second project I just want to mention is the Sheriff's Dispatch Center. So this has been a priority for the board for many months, because of the issues that we have had down at, we're calling it Dispatch Sunset because it's on Sunset, and then we've got Dispatch Striker, and then we've got Dispatch Dambacker. That's how it's listed in the budget, just to help differentiate. And so because of the issues, the ongoing issues that we've had at Dispatch Sunset, the board has taken various actions over the last couple months, and most importantly has made a commitment to making sure that dispatch is in a solid place. And so let's see, at the time of the budget, the recommended budget, we didn't have estimated costs for what it would cost to replace dispatch or improve dispatch. We had some money in the budget, but now we have a better idea of what we are estimating the costs to be. So at this point, we are estimating the cost is about $1.8 million, and that is to do dispatch at Stryker. So that would be the Dispatch Stryker project. Again, for a variety of reasons, staff is recommending that we not invest in Dispatch Sunset and that we just move it all to Stryker because, for a variety of reasons. Mostly, and so, let's see here. There's a variety of funding sources that are being used to pay for the Stryker project. And so there's fund balance that's already in the budget. There's the sale of the Stent Schoolhouse and the Pinecrest Community Hall, which are in the budget. And then there is we're utilizing the IT Internal Service Fund to help pay for some of the hardware and servers, et cetera. And then there's the remainder of that internal loan from the elevator. So about $500,000 is what we're estimating. So that is what will make up the rest of the cost or the anticipated cost to ensure that we can get Dispatch Stryker going and completed, as soon as possible. I do want to mention that there is still also in the budget $440,000 for dispatch Dambacker, which is the long-term plan still at this point, which is moving dispatch at the Dambacker Detention Center or the jail. We still have to wait for approval from the state to be able to move ahead with that, and we have not received approval from the state. We have heard of other jurisdictions where it's taken up to 2 years to get that approval, and so we're leaving that $440,000 in the budget to allow us to, if we get approval from the state, that we can move quickly on getting the plans together to move ahead on starting to build that dispatch center at Dambacker. But the likelihood is that it's going to be a few years probably, which is why staff is proposing that we move to dispatch Stryker so that we have something in place and set, and it is currently funded in the budget. So I hope that's clear-ish as mud, but that's just a quick update on 2 of those projects that I know are important to your board and the public as well. Okay, so as far as next steps, so we will continue to explore cost efficiency ideas as we're developing next year's budget. This has been something we've already started. Your board gave direction specifically on a couple departments, OES and animal control, looking at, maybe some reorgs there, as well as just looking at, gave staff direction to explore other opportunities to look at efficiencies, et cetera. So we've already started those conversations. We'll continue to start those we'll continue to have those conversations. And then on April 15th, your board just approved the updated board meeting calendar this morning on the consent calendar, and we added a workshop on the 15th to give us all an opportunity to hear from your board about longer term financial strategies and goals, which can help inform us as we're looking at these cost efficiency ideas. It can help inform us, give us direction on where you'd like us to go as an organization so that what we're putting together is consistent with your direction. And then June 17th, we will bring the recommended budget to your board for approval, the fiscal year 25-26 recommended budget. And in that budget, it will include the 15% reduction to non-public safety departments. And then it will include also no growth to public safety and recreation and library departments. And that we have that number already set for what things cannot exceed. And then we will come back to your board on September 23rd, and your board will approve the final or adopt the final budget for fiscal year 25-26. At that point, of course, we will know ending fund balance, and we'll know how things came in, our general revenues, and all of that sort of stuff. So it helps us get a better informed picture. So which is why we're doing these two-step budget process this year in June and September. All right, so staff recommendation is that you approve the budget actions related to the 15% cuts, including increasing unanticipated revenues where necessary. That's all in attachment A. That requires 4/5 approval. And this also includes moving the $2,598,680 to contingencies. We're also requesting that you approve the personnel actions, including direct the issue of layoff notices, approve the elimination of positions, and approve the updated allocated position list, and that's attachment B and attachment C. That reminds me, there was one very little change in the allocated position list in IT. We are proposing the elimination of a network analyst, and in the allocated position list, it had the elimination of an IT tech. So I believe you have an updated version of the allocated position list that reflects that updated change. The updates are in the back, and they will be updated with the final documents. They will be uploaded with the final documents just to reflect that minor change. And then also approving the updated capital projects list. There also was a very minor change on that from what was originally included in the agenda, which had to do with $100,000 in the budget for deferred maintenance for probation. That was put into probation, not in capital, but the wrong attachment was uploaded. So that also you all have that. There's copies in the back, and that will be included in the final documents that get uploaded. And then lastly, approve the mid-year budget adjustments with increases in appropriations and the recognition of unanticipated revenues. And those also are listed in attachment A, and that requires 4/5 approval. So we're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to take a really quick chair's prerogative. This is not so much the board, but any members of the public watching, just to think, explain a couple key things when we're looking at the budget. First, I want to say thank you to our staff, the public, and our bargaining partners for your patience. I know it's an 11 o'clock appointment. It's 1:22. I appreciate you hanging in with us. Second is that the county is required to legally balance our budget every single year. This is something that happens a lot of times behind the scenes, and so it's not unusual that we go through this process. It's very regular. This is in order to support the board-directed priorities, which are continuing into this year, which has been, in particular, maintaining investments in fire and law enforcement through bargaining and the continuation and backfill of the expiring SAFER grant as a couple of examples. California does make this very difficult. There are a lot of pressures outside of our control of insurance, the PERS bubble, a lot of unfunded mandates that come down. These are things that are maybe not discussed right here, but they are financial pressures. And most of the county's budget, when you look at the $300 million, is not discretionary where we can move it. It's special revenue, it's grants, or otherwise limited transferability. We talk about not being able to use behavioral health funds, Prop 1 MHSA, to go fill a pothole. There's a lot of examples of that. There's ones that are limited by category, by department. Some are very, very specific. We're not, to my knowledge, tapping into any emergency reserves at this. I believe we're still continuing at our board policy in rebuilding those reserves as the emergency rainy day fund. And I'll say the decisions are very complex. They involve bargaining with our employee unions. They also have a number of laws that apply. There's competition with other counties, requirements we're forced to do as a constitutional sub-entity of the state. And I want to also leave that today we're making some very hard decisions. This is the hardest part of this job. I think I speak for everybody on the board that this is difficult when we have folks in the county family who work hard for us. To make reductions of the folks who are doing that work, it's extremely difficult. And I want to say thank you to all the department heads and everybody who have participated in it, to our admin staff who are going through that. It's probably the hardest thing we have to do. And this is hopefully to get us onto a path of being able to fund these services at the level that they require and be able to enact the board's priorities. So with that, I'd like to bring it back to the board for starting off often with the more complex items, doing any questions, then be able to do it for public comment, especially since some of the folks I think would like to do that since 11, and then bring it back for discussion and comments. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. All right, so we'll open it up for questions to staff, and let's make sure we keep it right to only questions and not comments during this section. Supervisor Kirk, would you like to start?
Yeah, I'll move quick. On the public safety, library, recreation, they gave up $888,000. Great. I just want to confirm that that's not going to impact those services that they're providing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next slide, it says there's a 10% reduction in general fund. Our board gave direction for 15%. So is it because we're still working, what's that?
Workforce.
Specifically to positions. Our board gave 10%?
No,
Sorry,
this is only 10% for workforce.
It just worked out that way.
Sorry.
Okay, so 10 of the 15, gotcha. That's why I'm just clarifying. And then the capital projects changes. I see that we're delaying some things for a year, and then we're going to use the savings to increase the budget for. So we're not actually, I just want to be clear, we're just putting money in the account, or are we actually going to be doing these projects? Because it says we're just.
So we're going to be doing the projects on the right. The ones on the left are what we are going to wait on because we need what was budgeted to pay for the ones on the right.
So we're actually going to go after these projects because it says it's to increase the budget for. So in my mind, I was just thinking we're putting money aside, but we're actually pulling the trigger on these.
That's right.
Okay, just want to make sure. And then on the sheriff's dispatch, the $1.8 million, it's a lot of money. I know Supervisor Campbell had some concerns there as well. We were discussing yesterday. Will we be able to leave, once we leave Stryker Court, a couple years down the road, we're at the jail, will some of that money still be in Stryker Court? Will it be able to be moved to the jail? Like, I guess, will it just be a complete waste, or I'm assuming it will still enhance Stryker Court or still be able to use in the jail one way or another? Is there any way we can?
Yeah, so the intention is to move as much of the equipment and furniture as possible to Dan Becker when that opportunity arises. And a lot of the furniture and equipment was built out to fit into the space that we have at Dan Becker.
Okay. And that's it for questions. Thank you.
Great. Other board questions? Supervisor Griefer?
Thank you. I guess my question is looking downrange, in the event that we don't hit the target to get what's the title here? The supportive housing renovations, that money, the $2.1 million, that's sitting in account? That's just,
Yes, that's currently in the capital budget. Mhm.
right, but we have that money? That's sitting somewhere in an
Yes,
account, so in
yes,
the event
yes.
that we don't hit our targets and we need to give it back, we don't have to find
That's
another?
right. Yes, it's not reimbursable. It's money that we received.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Other questions? Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Holland, Supervisor Campbell?
Thank you, Liz. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat all of a sudden. Okay, so of the $2.598 million that we're talking about here, what portion of that is coming from the elimination of these positions in total?
That is a great question. Let me pull up. That would be in attachment B. That is $868,125 for this fiscal year.
Okay. And then, we talked about some of the deferred maintenance. What portion would you say is coming from that?
Say more about that deferred maintenance.
So some of those projects that we're not
Oh, on the
proceeding with?
capital? Yeah. So we're not actually saving money there. We're just
Maintenance
reallocating the money
So
to those other projects.
You're not including that in the 3 point?
In the 2.6-ish, yeah.
Okay, so where is the bulk of the 2.59 million coming from?
It comes from a variety of sources. A lot of departments have made a variety of reductions. I mean, they're all listed in attachment A, but, gosh, it's reduction in services, yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because it sounds like we're losing 10% of our workforce and only gaining 850,000 in revenues from the loss of that 10% of our workforce.
So we're losing 10% of our non-public safety workforce, yes. And the cost, because it's only prorated for 1/3 of the year, the savings rather is that 868,000 for the 1/3 of the rest of this fiscal year. But next year it will be just about $2.5 million of savings.
What about those other elements that are contributing to? Because see, you're projecting forward the savings for those position losses, but I assume we're not projecting the savings from some of these other things that I guess departments have done to save the balance of that 2.5 million, less the 868.
Yeah.
That's why
Yeah,
I want to
I
know,
hear
what
what
are
you're saying.
those,
Yeah.
and are those going to carry forward next year as well?
They are, yeah. So, I mean, there's a variety of things that, various contracts that we've had for services, the direction from your board was that the cuts need to be long-term and permanent. And so the cuts that came from departments are long-term and permanent. We're not talking about, cutting office paper. We're talking about cutting real things that are long-term, that will continue into the future.
I'm sorry, could you give me an example? Because
Sure.
I'm struggling to. Because are we talking, 10,000 here, 10,000 there, or they're large?
In some cases, yes, because each
Pretty soon you're
department
starting
is.
to talk about real money.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, because
it's a
each
quote
department,
doing
varies
something,
in size, and so their 15%, could be $10,000. But, I'm looking at, say, OES as an example, because they're the first on the page. So your board has traditionally set aside $25,000 to stand up warming and cooling shelters. That's been something that's been in the OES budget for the last couple of years. That's removed. It's removed this year, and it will not be added in future years.
Okay.
That's just an
So
example.
that's kind of, and thank you, that's kind of what I was getting at, is that these are not just cuts of wasted money, we're losing things. We're losing
yeah.
things like warming and cooling centers, we're losing employees working on existing projects. There's going to be a fiscal and financial impact as a result of these cuts, and so saying, yippee, we're gonna save $2.5 million is not exactly accurate, because there's a lot of opportunity in that savings that's going to be lost. And I just don't know that we've reflected that in a way that I think the general public would see. So that's kind of my concern,
I
is
hear
that
what you're
we're being really clear about the big numbers, but not what is leading to that.
Yeah, I mean, really, these cuts here reflect service reductions. That's really what it comes down to.
And thank you. That's the one thing I just really hope we don't lose sight of. That
And-
every one of these employees is performing a task that is important to our community. So.
Correct, that is right. And in the, let's see, the February 4th meeting, there was the staff memo associated with the budget presentation, listed all of the service reductions from every department in the memo there.
Yeah, I don't think we knew, well, it was in more detail in
That's
this thing
correct.
here.
Yep, exactly. That's why I'm referencing it now. So
Yeah.
it's there if folks want to go back and look. Yep.
Yeah, I have more questions, but that's okay. Thank you.
Great. Few questions I had here. I wanted to ask specifically about the paving project reduction line item, 850,000. It's on page 14 of attachment A. So is that a reduction in money that would be trying to fulfill the one road per year board goal, or is that redirected elsewhere? Can you explain?
Yeah, I would actually invite our Public Works Director, Blossom Scott Heim, to speak to that.
Great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Blossom Scott Heim, your Public Works Director. That money is being redirected to other projects that perhaps had shortfalls in our grant funding, overruns in construction, for various reasons needed additional funding.
Okay, so there is no net cut to what is actually going into road projects. All 850,000 is going into, I would assume, existing road projects then?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Great, thank you. I also wanted to ask, this is an IT question. Broadband technology, the professional services, 212,000, it was a broadband study. I wanted to ask specifically about that, whether that's basically being replaced by the CASIF grant or the work that Mark is doing. You know, what's the impact of that specific study now that we're already accepting bids with the CPUC?
So that is actually the grant that the previous economic development director had applied for. And we just didn't use the funds. And so we were, before our broadband project manager left, we had some intentions of doing some stuff with that money. But now that that position is gone, we're not going to be using that money, so we're giving it back.
Okay, and when does it expire? Because that's grant funds, correct? And that's not general fund?
Correct.
It's grant funds, yeah.
Okay.
And I think the only reason we still have it is because we got an extension on it.
Okay.
So, which is part of the reason why we decided not to use it. We just don't have the time.
Okay. And wasn't offered to any of the entities doing like the CSEDD?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay. I wanted to check into on two capital projects. One's just with the account related to Columbia Pool. The second one's the Rawhide Bridge project. So I like to bring up, almost as old as I am, probably our oldest capital project. I see a reduction in the amount here. It didn't really have notated exactly what that was. My understanding is that there are some expenses we're going to anticipate this year. We're not going to be spending that. My question is, are we putting that money into the Rawhide Bridge Trust Fund to make sure when we do spend it, the money is set aside? Or is this a net reduction in what would have been money going to Rawhide Bridge?
Again, I'll let our Public Works Director speak.
All right, probably should just move you up here, Lawson. And just to be clear, this is on page 13. It's Rawhide Road at Woods Creek. I'm assuming it's with the bridge, but it might be the road project. It's from 643,000. It's a reduction of 493,000.
Correct. That is the Rawhide Bridge. That project has received a federal grant with a 20% local match. All of the grant funds are guaranteed and have to be spent on the Rawhide Bridge project. The local match is coming from the Traffic Impact Mitigation Funds. It's also an approved project on that list. So the funds aren't going away. Because of delays in the utility relocations, we just aren't going to be able to spend that money this fiscal year.
Okay, and so we do fully have the local match anticipated.
We
It's
do.
only purely a regulatory holdup.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And
Really
it's-
meant it though. We might want you up here because we're definitely going to keep calling on you. Yeah, sorry, what was that, Liz?
No, that's okay. Just on the Columbia Pool as well. It's
Yeah.
a similar situation. The funds that we have in the Columbia Pool are still budgeted. They will remain budgeted until
Okay. And also the REAP 2.0 grant that was listed in there, is that a technical change?
That was a
That's-
technical error, yeah. So we created a new cost center for REAP 2.0 and the MORE grant, the mobile home grant.
Yeah.
And so that funding still exists in that cost center.
Good, okay. And then there was 150,000 reduction within recreation, and that was separate from standard park and youth centers. Can you go over again what the 150,000 reduction is?
I can, yeah. So that was moving, so your board made the action, I'm trying to remember, I think it was in June, during last year's budget, to move groundskeepers out of facilities into recreation to to be more efficient with like equipment and all of that, and have groundskeepers maintain all of our grounds, including our parks. The salaries for those groundskeepers got added to county recreation. We wanted them to be added to the standard park cost center. And so this action is just taking the cost of the salaries and benefits out of recreation and adding them into standard park.
Okay, great. My last question's on the social media contract. So is that a conversion of the Archer and Hound contract to 50,000? That's a new expense, it looked like, a new allocation for 50,000, correct?
Well, so your board directed in June to issue an RFP for social media services. At the time when at the time there was nothing but in the budget for social media. When we realized, after some conversations and, internally, we realized that we couldn't just completely cut off the social media contract. There had to be like a handoff because they maintain our passwords and a variety of things. Because of some various time constraints and, delays, we didn't get the RFP out. And so we're still utilizing Archer and Hound until we could come up with a replacement strategy, which is what your board directed. And so, the $50,000 is what needs to be in the budget to pay for the work that they've done and will continue to do for the rest of the fiscal year.
Great, thank you. Okay, if there's no further questions from the board, open it up for public comment on this item. Any member of the public would like to come up and speak? I have 3 minutes, the beep and the whole thing, so. Good afternoon.
Much shorter than that. Just a quick clarification on the supportive housing renovations proposed amount of 2.1.8 or 2.18. And I see that's coming from an ERF fund, and I'm just curious as to whether that's stable and going to be present for us to be able to utilize in this next cycle to complete that work.
Thank you. And if you have a response.
I'm sorry, I missed the part. If what will be present?
The supportive housing renovations dollars that are shown and proposed and show a source from ERF. If that's still going to be present going forward, is any of that at risk, and is there any potential impact to general fund to complete that work, given that we own those properties now? Need to maintain them.
Yeah, to answer your first question, the money will remain until we spend it. To answer your second question about is there any risk to the county, we're not quite sure what the cost will be to do those renovations, and there may not be enough money to do the renovations. So we'll see.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the answer.
Great. Yeah. Welcome. And just generally, we don't have any back and forth with it where it's a purely, and that was perfect, technical question at the end of a comment. I'll direct the staff if it's a quick response onto it. We'll allow it. So there you go.
Thank you. During any budget shortfall, sacrifices are necessary. In the past, the county dealt with these shortfalls through furloughs and hiring freezes. Everybody sacrificed together so coworkers didn't lose their ability to feed their families. With layoffs proposed, good leadership is even more important. But unfortunately, I'm not seeing that leadership today. Leadership is not boasting to staff about how smart you are and using taxpayer dollars to paint your office a special color on your first day. Leadership is not weaponizing public sentiment against the very employees you're supposed to lead and then tell those same employees if you don't like it, you can leave. Leadership is not screaming at staff and throwing them under the bus when your own skin, to save your own skin and cover up your incompetence, nor is it doing as little work as possible and leaving work early every day as taxpayers pay roughly $200,000 annually for your salary alone. Then proposing a plan to sack the very people who do all the work, putting all the hours in that you are unwilling to, write the grants you are incapable of writing, and who manage the projects our citizens demand. The prime example of a high salary yet low value employee that should be laid off is somehow the one deciding who loses their job. It is clear the acting CAO is not fit to be CAO going forward. I encourage the board to abstain from permanent layoffs at this time and hire a competent, experienced CAO to bring forth a viable, innovative plan. Not only does this proposed budget not address the general fund shortfall, as 40% of the positions, to my understanding, are not even funded by it, this plan signals to forthcoming CAO candidates and that this county is a bad place to work and prompts remaining employees to seek other employment, leaving county programs and citizens in a lurch. Beyond that, I want to know what each of you are sacrificing. My family is sacrificing. My partner is slated to lose her job and half her retirement just a few years before she is slated to retire. A Navy veteran, and I know you love your veterans, has served this county for 26 years. What is your sacrifice? Are you willing to give up 15% of your salary? Are you going to show employees and taxpayers that you are leading from the front? Any plan that has you cowering behind your staff is dead on arrival in my view. I encourage you to make the rational choice to remove the acting CAO and hire an experienced, dedicated CAO who will bring forth a sensible plan that honestly addresses the general fund shortfall. I encourage you to set aside your ego, any predetermined agenda, or vapid political grandstanding, and that is to show true leadership by looking before you leap, demanding a more comprehensive plan, and making the choice that is in the better interest of our community than what is proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Lee. I own a small business in the community. And this is my first time being here. I've been to meetings before, but I've never felt motivated to stand up and speak. I think we're at a time when people need to be advocates for the services that they want and value from their government, okay? So there's a position that I think you guys got right. I know you don't always have people telling you what you got right, but somebody out there added somebody who does business assistance and innovation in your community development department. And that person spoke at my professional organization about the work that he does. I had no idea that position was slated to be cut, and I can tell you the ideas were wonderful. It was, how do we improve signage? How do we get more visitors to stop in our community? How do we foster long-term growth in our business? So, I've researched the position, and I want to talk about some of the services that it provides that I would like to ask that you all continue to support, and ask that you remove it from the elimination list. All right, specific strategies. This is a role that's held by Robbie Bergstrom. When he spoke, he was very compelling about how we attract consumers to our area. His recommendations were long-term and impact and on the right track, and I'm concerned that if we don't continue the amount of investment in that now, we're going to lose it forever. Specific strategies, downtown and commercial revitalization plans. Support local revitalization efforts, including facade improvement programs and infrastructure enhancements. Tourism and outdoor recreation promotion. Coordination with tourism agencies to highlight outdoor recreation as an economic driver. Quality of life enhancements. Initiatives supporting housing, transportation, and public spaces that attract a skilled workforce. I think all of you would have a hard time disagreeing with any of the importance of that role. And I thought that Supervisor Campbell's questions were interesting, because if you put the dollar investment, the percentage of the cuts in context, it's a very small dollar investment for a very large potential payoff. So I'm asking you to eliminate that position from the removal list. I'm sure there's other people who deserve to keep their jobs as well, but this one touched me directly. And I just want you to consider how unusual it is to have somebody come down to the Board of Supervisors and stand up and defend a position. So I ask that you do the same.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike DeAnd. I'm the business representative for Operating Engineers Local 3 Union. I represent two bargaining units. I'm here today to speak to you about the proposed layoffs of county employees. It's my understanding the 2024-2025 budget year is balanced through June 30th of 2025. With this, I feel there's no fiscal reason to lay off any employees before June 30th of 2025. More specifically, there's 3 proposed OE3 bargaining unit employees. The wages and benefits are covered. I ask you to please not take any action today to approve these layoffs. Revisit this in late June, mid to late June. There's a lot of moving parts that have been happening for you as a new board, and it's been in a very short period of time. I believe that more time is needed to research this further. And I'm not criticizing anybody at the county on the fiscal level. But I do know early on in negotiations, there were furloughs that were previously proposed, but then were withdrawn by the county because they had more time and research that were performed by the county staff and resulted in a balanced budget. Please don't rush into these layoffs. You can't put them in abeyance. This is the right thing to do. This is the compassionate thing to do. Additionally, the union is scheduled to meet with the county again. We've already met with them once to discuss the impacts and effects of these proposed layoffs for these 3 employees that I represent. It'll be later this month. So again, I ask you to consider the profound effects of these layoffs. These employees have been doing the heavy lifting for multiple years now, and there has been several vacancies that have been sustained through time. So they have been performing their jobs and then the vacancy jobs. Vacancies are increasing and people are leaving, tenured employees are leaving, and that compounds and that exacerbates the workload level for the ones that stay here. This is catastrophic to lose your job and your benefits. So I seriously ask you to consider putting off the layoffs in abeyance until the end of the fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I wasn't going to speak, but I can't keep my mouth shut. So as a person from the private sector, just give my perspective and a little bit of experience. During COVID, we were forced, we didn't have a choice to shut down. And to massively downsize, we lost half of our employees. They all lost their jobs. And most of them never came back. However, you know, things do not remain static forever. And our business is now thriving way more than it ever was before. So this is an extremely difficult thing that you must do. We have to do this. We can't continue to just burn through money that we don't have. And so budgets need to be dealt with. And it's very sad when people have to lose their jobs, but this happens a lot. The private sector is forced to deal with it instantaneously. The government works a little differently, obviously. So I don't disagree with anything that the previous speaker just said. I mean, if there's ways to keep jobs or ways that you can't. It's a hard thing that you guys are doing. I encourage you to keep doing it because it has to be done. But I also want you to consider that it's going to get better. It will get better. I have so much optimism for our future right now, especially in our county. It does have a lot to offer. And I think that we can be on a path again towards, you know, greatness and towards fiscal responsibility that does allow us to provide all the services that the people want and provide the positions that we need to fulfill those services. So I am praying regularly for these people, you know, who might be losing their jobs. I would stand here and pray right now, and I am in my head, but I will reserve that to once a day. But again, I just wanted to express that I know it's hard. I think everyone knows it's hard. It's not an unusual thing to happen. And again, there is a positive future around the corner. There's no question about it. These things go in cycles. Thank you.
Thank you. We have more public comment. There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just kind of have some random thoughts. So some of the positions that you're vowing to cut are grant funded or they're paid for with grant funds. And you just can't turn around and put grant funds into contingencies. So I would like to learn a little bit more about that. And I saw you want to lay off 10 people. Well, isn't that just dandy? And then you want to hire 3 new positions. That's a slap in the face. And your determination of a 15% cut, in my opinion, took place behind closed doors and without public input. And I have been at, I pretty much think, all of your meetings recently from beginning to end. And I never heard anyone from the public get up and ask for a 15% cut and for 10 people to lose their jobs. And you determined that some departments should not be touched. Well, that sends another crappy tone to the rest of your employees, and everyone should be taking a cut of some kind. And I know there's a lot of good feelings extended towards Dan Hawks and his willingness to participate in the process of cutting in departments. And I'm sorry, but I think the sheriff should do some cuts too. And you all keep babbling about Measure A, and this is what the community wants. Well, Measure A was not on my ballot. There wasn't anything there but the one statement for Measure A. So people really didn't get to choose what they wanted. And unless they come here and show up and tell you what they want, to believe that as the be-all and end-all of what everyone in Tuolumne County is a load of male bovine excrement. And on all these capital project changes that I saw you made, isn't it interesting that they're all having to do with your administration buildings? And then on Stryker Court, I don't know why we're not putting pressure on the state to approve moving dispatch to empty space in the jail instead of asking us to pay for $1.8 million of a temporary fix at Stryker Court. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have another public comment. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Board, members of the Board. My name is Michael Roberson, currently the Assistant Director of General Services Agency. I have said this since last fall, that I think there have to be changes made so that we as a county organization can live within our means. I understand that a position like mine, middle management, could be vulnerable to cuts. But my frustration is this. Because of the way the mechanism of county government is set up, we don't have an opportunity to mix it up with you all and have a conversation. And so I was sitting back there thinking, like, you asked a great question about we have $2.1 million for supportive housing that, you know, if we have to give back because we can't complete the supportive housing, you know, do we have that money to give back? But we're liable for millions more because we're in contract with the state to complete the project that they gave us the money for. And you wouldn't know that because we don't have an opportunity to talk about it. So my question was this, like, eliminate my position today. But I promise you, you're gonna regret the decisions to get rid of somebody like Mo and all the money that she brings in without even really knowing the ramifications of it. So my suggestion was, since there's a schedule to have a workshop on April, just defer the cuts for now, or get rid of me, keep everyone else, and then have the conversation with the staff that has boots on the ground and knows what's going on. Because there's been so much turnover with executive staff right now, I just don't think you guys are informed. And we don't have an opportunity to sit down with you and say, this is exactly what this looks like. $36 million of grant Mo and I could bring in the next few months. Some of that is an allocation, but you have to have point people to run it. We're leaving in 2 weeks and nobody has come to us to say, hey, can you pass the baton to us on how we're gonna like get this grant money? They're allocations, they're non-competitive grants for us. There is actually money that we have through HAP funds and through program income funds to help complete the supportive housing projects, but nobody knows that because the whole team that was working on that is slated to be cut. I'm not unsupportive of what you guys are trying to do. I am not unrealistic in realizing that it could affect me. And I am supportive of right sizing. I really am. I've said that to some of you individually, but right now I'm just saying it publicly. I don't think you want to do this right now. I think you're going to have to ultimately have way deeper cuts to get to those numbers that you're trying to get at, but I don't think that you're informed in the way that you think you're informed. And I think that there are some of us who could sit down in a workshop kind of style and say, if you do this, then this, if you do this, and then this. I know that there was some concern about cross-training and having, there's really is, like in my case, is Michael Roberson the only one that knows about supportive housing? No, that's not true. But the other couple people who do know about it are being eliminated. And I just would encourage you to take some time to slow down a little bit. I appreciate the end game and support that, but just would ask that you take a second more, another beat, and maybe that workshop's a good opportunity to do that. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, Kanan Whitman, Assessor Recorder.
Is this what you mean, Kanan?
No, not that one. The number of employees by department.
Oh, I don't have that. Let me see if I can whip it up. Let me get it. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring to attention just on the assessor side. Currently, we are at 11 people. This new one will take us down to about 10 people. And that's going to put us at the same staffing level as Colusa and Mariposa County. And so we'll be dropping below staffing levels of Amador. And counterparts like Calaveras, Lake, Siskiyou, Tehama, they're between 16 to 19 people as far as full-time employees, and we're going to be down to 10. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention now, just the depth that we have on the assessor side. And if we do have any leave or anything from current employees, there will most likely be a request to come up and hire additional. And I do want to have the opportunity just in the future, if we do start falling behind on our workload, to bring it to your attention, just so we can kind of address it, as we'll be going down to staffing levels that exceed what we did in 2011. And so, yeah, that's all.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm working on it, but.
We have other public comment? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department Director. I just wanted to take a minute to speak with the public and to our incredible staff in the Community Development Department briefly, who remain resilient and flexible in a really challenging time right now. And I would also be happy to review any of the proposed cuts to our department. Supervisor Campbell's question about service impacts and what is going to happen is very important, and we need to make sure that the public is fully aware of the consequences of the reductions. Our department will work hard to create new opportunities in the face of these challenges, but you need to know that there will inevitably be lost opportunities, as Supervisor Campbell said, and that in our department, looking at returning grant funding, because we won't have the capacity to operate grants. It will be scaling back programs, and it will also be losing valuable partnerships that we provide to community groups when they come before your board for partnering on funding applications. I also want to be clear with the public and with all county staff that when you see the word frozen next to a couple of our positions, we're temporarily freezing those positions so that we're hoping to really and trying to partner with our internal partners on the development wheel, so that we can look for those efficiencies. But either those positions or other positions in CDD will be cut, which is if we're continuing down the direction that I anticipate your board wanting to do. We do have metrics in our department on the number of employees it takes to do our annual permitting, both in our building division and in our environmental health division. So we do have numbers to show you and the public on if certain schedules are wanting to be met, how many people it takes to do that. We're looking forward to having those conversations. It's why we're proposing for freezing right now rather than cuts. And we are, lastly, I just wanted to take a minute to recognize and thank Nancy Tucker. She is the CDD staff member that is the one physical employee that we are laying off if your board chooses to do that today. Nancy has been providing excellent customer service and has been dedicated to her work in the code compliance division. Nancy is a true public servant. Those are tough to replace, and those are tough to lose. And her contribution to the county and its residents have made a real difference. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Sheriff, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. I just want to highlight the courage it takes for people to come up here and be critical of their government, critical of their sheriff, and them to know that I appreciate them coming up and sharing their thoughts and their concerns. That's very important to me, and that everybody understands that they have that protection to come up and voice their opinion, especially when they want to be critical of their sheriff. So I know this is a very difficult time for everybody. I'm not exempt from that. It's difficult to have to listen to people come up and express their feelings, what they're experiencing, not just in this item, but all of the items today. There's a lot of things that are going on, not just in the country, but in the state and local county government that is all creating more stress. I hear that. I'm empathetic to it, and I just want folks to know that it does not fall on deaf ears, and I appreciate them sharing their opinions. And I will remind folks that we are not numb to the ongoing issues that we have with budget. My office currently has 4 frozen positions, and they remain frozen until the end of this fiscal year. And we are also working on consolidation efforts and other efforts to absorb other services and create general fund relief. So we are highly attuned to the issues, and we are working diligently to be strategic as we approach the next budget cycle as well. But I cannot, and I will not willingly roll the dice and sacrifice the safety of this community by taking cops off the street. I will always advocate for a fully funded sheriff's office in that respect, and the people would demand that of their sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other public comment? All right, going once, going twice. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and comments. Supervisor Kirk?
Go. Liz or Roger, somebody from the budget team, and I'm not trying to, point the finger at people, but I mean, we're facing budget shortfalls. What are we facing without these cuts? With these cuts, what's the future look like financially?
Yeah, so I pulled this up from, this was the presentation that we gave in January on the 14th. This is what we are projecting in the general fund. It's likely, you might recall, we were looking at sort of our TOT estimates, and we had 2 different projections. We are thinking it's maybe going to be more in this vein, but we were thinking it was going to be more in this vein, but to be honest, we had a revenue team, budget team meeting about a month ago, and I feel like it may actually end up being more like this. So this is the general fund, our projected shortfalls for the coming years. Maybe
Does that include fire?
No, so this is just the general fund right now. Of course, your board's direction was to move fire into the general fund, but for now they're separate. And then this is the fire projections for the next 2 years.
So general fund,
So it's a
2.3,
combination,
2.0, 3.5 million, and then fire is 3.8, 5.8, or is that a combo?
Nope, so fire is 3.8 for next year, and then almost 5.9. And these numbers adjust a little bit.
I know they could adjust. So the gist is in a year or so, potentially 5.8, potentially 9.5 million when you add them up.
Yeah, I mean, next year we were looking around between $5.5 and $6 million of a shortfall.
And I mean, you guys all know where I'm heading with this. Obviously, Mr. Roberson said it best. I mean, we're gonna have to go. So we're gonna have to go other places other than just what is before us. This was a conversation starter. This was a beginning piece. We're gonna be overturning every single rock. I have an Excel spreadsheet of like 20 something tabs. Each tab has an item that I'm gonna look at with this board. I'm gonna propose to this board to staff. Some of it is already being looked at. But the point is, it's the days of asking the community to be taxed more are over. We've done it 3, 4, 5 times. this is where we're at. It's not fun. It's a lot of work. I'm glad I'm doing this as a board member with 6 years under my belt because I feel a little bit more confident in the process, but this is definitely the most work I've had to put in to any sort of budget conversation, and it's just the beginning. I want to speak to two things real quick. Somebody in the audience brought up the fact that we get paid $200,000 a year. I want to make that clear. I think collectively we're all about $200,000 a year. I think we make $50,000 or $55,000 a year. Lowest paid board, I think, in the state, or at least in our region, maybe the state. I don't care. I didn't sign up to get paid. And I have not taken a raise in 6 years. I did not vote myself a raise. And then as far as I'm not really defending the CAO, but I will tell you to be thrown into that position and then to be asked to do what this board has asked that person or any other person in the budget team to do what we're asking them to do is not easy. I knew going into this there may be mistakes that are made, but I am more willing as an individual to make decisive decisions and maybe clean up a little bit of a mess later than to lag and spend months or potentially years trying to figure this out while we go deeper and deeper and deeper. It's just the way I operate, and that's where I stand on it. But I do think we have the right people in place. And just so you know, our CAO hasn't taken a raise for doing the job. That's something that was not public, but I'll just make it public. So thank you, Roger, for not taking more money to do the job that you're paid to do. And thank you, budget team, because you guys have gone through hell since Tracy left, because we've had to reorganize and figure this out. And there's had to be some personality conflict changes and just put things out the door and figure this out. So thank you guys, keep working on it. And then the last thing I want to say is to the employees, if this passes, who would be let go. I just want to say a few things to those people. When I first started working for the state, I was a year in, I got a pink slip, I was going to get laid off. I was not laid off, but I was going to get laid off. And I don't cry, but I remember crying, going home crying because I had my 1-year-old was just born, and we just purchased a house and didn't know what my future was going to look like. And it sucked. And I'll never forget that. Never forget that. And I also want to say that personally, there's a reason why as a board member, I'm a little guarded. One of the department heads was asking me like, hey, how are you doing with all this? Like, you seem like you're fine. I'm like, yeah, you know, you have to be fine. You have to be able, like, this is the role. You have to be able to make tough decisions. But honestly, like, it hurts. And I've never gotten close to department heads or employees, and maybe that's maybe that's a downside of me, but I have on purpose not created really close relationships with anybody in this organization because I know that at the end of the day, a tough budget could mean that I'm gonna have to let somebody go. And when I look at the list of names, there's a few people on there that have been very sweet and that the organization loves and that I don't personally want to let go, but it can't be about personality. It has to be about business. So if in the last 6 years that you've worked with me and you haven't felt like I'm the most warmest, coziest person, I will tell you that was on purpose to be able to do my job properly. If you knew me outside of here, total different person as far as relationships go. So with that being said, for those of you who are leaving, if this passes, I wish you the very best. Some of you I've written a letter of recommendation. Some of you, hopefully you'll get absorbed into other departments, but I'm a firm believer, just like I went through it, 16 years ago. My beliefs are one door closes, another door opens, and all things work together for good if you just keep pressing. So with that being said, thank you for the time that you've given to this place to make it better. And in return, my endeavor is to hope that we never have to go through a process like this again. That's why if you ask anybody on the 4th floor, I'm sure the rest of the board agrees, but I've been saying loud and clear, I don't want any more stupid projects. I don't want any more million ideas coming to the CAO. You focus on budget, you focus on trends, projections, you keep the house in order so we can see into the future and so that we can avoid this kind of stuff, because this should have been dealt with, in my opinion, a long time ago. But we're here, we're going to fix it. And so hopefully the rest of the folks in the organization can know that, we're not done. There might be some more cuts, but the idea is hopefully we can right size this. And then, we know there's some potential shortfalls with pay and with with some of that stuff. We would like to get there someday, but we're not there right now. Today, we're gonna clean, we gotta build the house back up and then have a conversation about how we can do more with less and pay people appropriately and make it a good place to work. So that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor, I didn't want to interrupt. If it's fine with the board, I'd like to take a 5-minute break real quick, and then we come back, and then we'll return back to comments. Is that all right? Sure. All right. We'll be back at 2:18. All right, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting, and item 11 at 2:20. Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you, Chair. First and foremost, you know, not to speak for Mike, but Mike and I jumped into this pool in January. And so since then, as someone stated earlier, it's been a wild ride since the 14th. I'm a union guy. I'm sad that Mike with the union left. So I'm a union guy. I get unions and the importance of unions and the value of unions. And, you know, for my optics, I just want it to be known that, as I've told many of you, both in person or online, you know, the most valuable asset this county has is its people. It always has been and will always be. It's how I view it. You know, so any cuts we make, any person that I'm going to look directly in the eye and say, this is the decision, it's a business decision. It's not personal. It's personal afterwards when we go get a beer, but, you know, I'll explain to you why we did what we did. But, you know, these are tough times and tough, you know, situations. You know, if the county can't remain solvent, then the state takes over. And if you think the cuts are bad then or now, it'll be twice as bad then. You know, we recognize that there might need to be a course correction. I think that's part of this process, is that if we get down the road and we realize that, hey, maybe we need to do this and do that, we'll take those steps. It's not, you know, a slash and burn position that I'm going to take. You know, we need to look at it objectively and see how we go. As I've said earlier, I see a governmental value of keeping our libraries open, our pools open, and things like that, because that's what our citizens, our constituents expect us to do, is have swimming pools and libraries and things like that. And you're right, Mike, there's a lot of great minds that, you know, we might not see soon, you know, but that doesn't mean, you know, we're not trying to do the right thing on that level as well. So I don't want anyone to think that this is a complete slash and burn and complete disregard for the value that your staff brings to this board. So it's a difficult position to be in. I recognize, you know, Supervisor Kirk's position, my first day on the job, not this job, but my last job, I got a pink slip. Second day, I got a second pink slip. And luckily it didn't play out and I didn't have to relocate. But if there's one thing, and I believe the gentleman said it, this will correct itself. We will swing the needle back eventually, and we won't have to have these difficult discussions. So those are my thoughts on where we're at and where I think we need to go. I am concerned down the road, should we not hit some of our project dates, that we're going to have to give large chunks of money back. So I think we need to start thinking about that discussion now and make sure that we are prepared for that. And then just, if it's predictable, it's preventable. That's one of my sayings, right? So that's where I'm at, and I appreciate everyone who got up and spoke. As the sheriff said, it's not easy getting up and saying where you're at, but I heard you, and I appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to jump in real quick, and I want to echo the comments too. As mentioned at the beginning, I appreciate everybody participating in this process, because I know this is some of the hardest decisions that we make. One thing that you know, since joining the board, we had, and I brought this up in this phrase, we had put a lot of things on the credit card, right? There had been, by the moment that I had joined in 2021, the worst roads in the state. We had compensation for our employees was particularly bad, but the sheriff's office was the lowest paid in the city or county region. We were hemorrhaging people. And about to end many of the, I mean, I think the core services that we agree we have to keep operational within the public safety realm. We hadn't expanded fire service in a long time. We had 26-year-old fire equipment, I think something like that, you know, million-mile water tenders rusting through, and also a lot of building maintenance where it was being shut down. It wasn't like, how do we keep it a nice, cool 70 degrees? It was literally heat-related health events having to shut down the building. It was flooding within some of them. The royal we, had seen a lot of these hairy, difficult financial issues really since the Great Recession be kicked down the road. And over the past 4 years, I think we've made a lot of progress on that. And there are some cost drivers into it because some of these key services are, they're very expensive. When I first came in, looking at the PERS minimum payments, having to go up to $16 million a year, I think, roughly by 2035. We have about $160 million unfunded liability, a lot of that going back to a hospital that closed over a decade ago. We've got some $250 to $300 million in deferred road maintenance. They're not the worst in the state, but that issue isn't just simply done. Still capital facility things we're delaying here with the roof repairs, for example. Anybody with a roof repair that doesn't fix it knows that, of course, it just goes away, right? Doesn't get more expensive. We have a lot of issues like that. And we still have significantly underpaid employees for the entire region. And that's something that affects us very greatly. So looking at that, it's my belief that we are taking the actions necessary as was directed in the past 4 years to, I don't need Measure A to say that public safety, roads, and then I think, looking at housing, economic development, they are priorities. We may have to do some of those differently than we have in the past, but we have invested in more competitive wages for our sheriff's office, which has done a lot of really great work and recognized for that with the narcotics team. We've reduced that fire equipment age. We've expanded the fire station access. We've committed to one road per year being repaved, making progress on that in the first time in a long time, and also to restoring the library youth center funding within recreation. I think all of that's important to recognize that this budget is based on some of the priority decisions we've made, and those major priority decisions we continue to follow through. We're putting more money away into reserves. We have in the past paid off some of that unfunded pension liability in advance, and I think we're taking actions right now to ensure, as we are right now, I think better than we were 4 years ago, that we're continuing to be on that pace. I only want to say that this is something that has real impacts. I put a lot of time into a sales tax measure. The truth was the county did need it. It's not to say that the problem is unsolvable without it. It's to say that there are costs and impacts to the services you provide, that a lot of these things provide more value than you realize. They bring a lot more money in than it costs, but we still have to live within a finite budget. Even if it's a good investment, if we don't have the money, we can't make it. And that will cost us in the long run, but it will be right-sizing the organization to what voters have said that they want. I wanted to say that I think this is not going to fully solve this. I don't want this to have to be every 6 months there's another round of layoffs and cuts, but I think there will have to be another round when we look in June that will be significant before we're able to get to where we need to be. But we need to also focus, as mentioned in the budget priority presentation, February to March or March to May, looking at these alternative areas. So in addition to cuts, that is only one piece. I'm a very strong believer we cannot cut our way out of this. We're also going to have to be looking at modernization and using software that will require some investment, that will require training, that will require staff to implement. We need to pursue that full speed ahead. We will have to look at cost recovery. 85% of medical calls or fire calls are medical. That is something that an ambulance bills, we don't. I would love that not to cost somebody to call. And yet, for the ambulance service, we've determined that priority, that service needs to be there, and it costs a certain amount of money. There are options like that. I think we also have to pursue regionalization and sharing of enterprise-type services. One, through a county council of governments, locally with our other fellow agencies, where there are duplicative type services that can be consolidated, and within the region where we have specialized type positions that may be better operated at that regional level. And we're going to have to look at potentially the transfer of some of the things that we do or a reduction in the services to the public that will be later talked about in hours of availability at the office, walk-in, but there's a number of other things that impacts. We are going to have to pull together a strategy that is not just cuts, that is all of these things to ensure we're simply not putting this on a shrinking workforce with more and more and more things to do and then not expecting anything to break within that. I know since I've been on the board, I've been pushing for having some of these hard discussions, being able to look at which positions do we need to invest in, also which positions can we consolidate or reduce whenever there's been a vacancy. I'm happy that we're having this conversation right now, but it's obviously a very difficult one. So in general, I appreciate all of the work with the budget team and department heads in suggesting this. I want to highlight that in some of these things where we're trying to get to a finite number, and you say, well, here's somebody that has they're paid very well, but there's a lot of skill, there's a lot of experience. There is the other side of how many positions at the line level staff. We know that we are also generally under the amount standard for facilities workers, groundskeepers, IT for an organization of our size. That's something that we have to weigh is, where do those reductions come from which positions? We also have a certain amount that we're able to do from programmatic cuts. There is limits to that. A lot of the cost of the county is the people do the work, but also the people are the main expense. And that's something that's very difficult with it. So I would like to bring up a couple, personally, housing and economic development are areas that even as we cut, I think we have to reinvest in, and I think we're going to have to do this in the future. It's not a decision for today, but I know the housing specialist is one of the vacant positions closed. I think that has been something that's paid back dividends to our community in being able to streamline policy. I think we have to grow our way out of some of these issues. I think there is a role in re-looking at how we do economic development as a partnership. Right now, we're having to close that, but this is something we may have to look at in the future. I do hear some of the concerns about the time to be able to find another position. I'm sympathetic and would bring up to the board that I'm open to the idea of extending some of the notices. That said, I do think we need to take the action today. I think it's something that we could be able to take that action and allow a little more than currently, I think, is 3 weeks from now as kind of the minimum notice. And there is one last thing that I wanted to bring up. Specifically, this is related to the dispatch cost center. This has been a very long, ongoing discussion. I wrote out a few issues on it. One, we have to have dispatch that works. It's gone down. There's major issues with it. But there were a few things I haven't said right. For a $1.8 million allocation, which is a lot, with the idea that we may be going to a different facility at the end and it could be temporary, there was a lot of questions. And I spoke with the sheriff and spoke to staff as well about it. I'm in full support of doing what we need to do to fix dispatch. But I don't think we've had a full presentation to the public at the board for a $1.8 million capital expense to say, here's the alternatives looked at, here's how the costs are broken down, here's how much, for example, is transferable if we are able to advocate, move it to the Dan Backer Detention Center. How much money is a wasted kind of cost, a 2-year type thing, and we can't move it? How much stuff is on wheels and we could pack it up and ship it over? There's been a lot of conflicting information. I think we can all kind of agree that I know that I've gotten information on this that is directly contradictory from different staff. This has been something that's hard to figure out exactly what's true with it. I don't think placing it on the next agenda would delay the item, and I know it has been delayed. This is something that is a very modest amount to ask. And then also, what is the likelihood of getting the Dan Backer facility? What is also our role in being able to help advocate for that? Because I think so far our direction has been to staff to kind of work on it, to look at it. I believe there's more that we could do to be able to put pressure on the state, ask folks from our network. It makes a lot of sense. And I think it was a good idea. And back in June, it's like, let's do that one. So my recommendation, and this is something that I would not be comfortable moving forward with right now, I would like to make sure that we put that item, basically the allocations there in contingencies, and we would have that item come back at the next board meeting to review that presentation for the public's knowledge. I don't think it's, a major impact, but I wouldn't be comfortable moving forward with 1.8 million today just based on I do support dispatch, but I don't know the details. And if I don't know the details, I don't think the public knows the details. So that would be my recommendation is we split that out and we move that and we move forward with the rest of the changes here.
Just for one item of clarification, so you're saying the money that's already budgeted in the capital fund for the dispatch project, so to take it out of capital, put it into general fund contingencies?
Well, there was, I believe, the internal service fund. So there was the Dan Backer set aside, there was the IT set aside, there was the internal service loan. So I know there's multiple sources, right?
But it's all currently in the capital budget, yeah.
Right. I think it would be helpful, and I wouldn't say take it out of capital budget. I'd just like to have that be a separate item presented with all of that. So however best with it, I don't think
So
we need to
perhaps
take
just
action
a
to move it and then move it back.
Pause or,
A pause, basically. Same as we're considering it today, simply to consider that at the next meeting. So Thank you for clarifying, not to pull it out of the capital funds, but basically just to make that decision next meeting. And I really do want it to be next meeting, so.
And I just want to add one more item of clarification to that. We already have work that's started, and that is contracts that are in place, things that have been purchased, so,
Right.
but yeah.
Thank you.
Hear what you're saying.
Supervisor Holland?
Yes, I don't think I don't know about all of us, but our last item on the list was much more controversial. I think all of us agree this is no fun, right? Nobody wants to see anyone lose their jobs, but I said, me and Steve kind of walked into this. We look at what's coming up in the next year or two, and it's just, how do you solve that problem? It's a mathematical equation, but we can't increase sales. That's not what the county does. The federal government's probably not going to send any more money. The state's probably not going to send no more money. So we have to solve this on our own. And so, it straight up sucks. There's no way around that. But I don't know else how we solve that problem when we do the math equation. I know we have asked our HR department to try to place everyone that's in that list of 10 or 11 people. Is there other departments they can go to that have openings? I have personally made a couple of phone calls for one or two of the individuals that are on that list that they've been interviewing for. They're not even aware of that. And also met with the hospital yesterday to see if they had anything possible where some of those people could go, because obviously they run twice the size of our county budget. So I think we're going to continue that. No matter what the decision is today, we're going to continue to keep trying to place everybody as best as we can. As I said, this is just not fun. This has been a much easier transition to come in and not worry about it, right? And sit around and wait till June, but that's not going to help the problem that we have in front of us. And that's 5 million next year and 9 million the following year. So, if those numbers are true that you've presented. So that's all I got.
Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I guess I'll start with where you ended off on the dispatch center. To my recollection, the first time I've ever seen $1.8 million as the project cost, you and I had discussions before, but in a public meeting, it was this meeting, right?
Yep.
So how is it that we're proceeding head along with this project without knowing ahead of time what it would cost? Because I don't recall putting money in contingencies for that. I see that you've kind of pulled money from different areas to set it aside for this project that there was general support from on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But when I think of things like, we put an elevator on a building, and how many meetings did we have? Maybe like eight to 10 meetings about that friggin' elevator. Cost about the same amount of money. I agree that with Supervisor Brandon's statement that we need to have some kind of hearings so that I understand what the project entails. That's our responsibility as supervisors to know how the money's being spent. It's not saying we don't support it or we don't think we need to do something about dispatch. I think it's obvious that we do. But one of the other things that kind of question that is raised in my mind is we seem to have this pattern in the county of either building new facilities or moving to another facility without any plan on what to do with the previous facility. And so I would really want to know what the plan is with the existing dispatch center before we move it. We need to do that first. We didn't do it with the old courthouse. We didn't do it with the courthouse on Washington Street. We didn't do it with the hospital. Sat vacant for 9 years. Now it's about half full, maybe less. That to me has to go part and parcel with these projects, and it feels like we're rushing things a little bit. So that's that item. So long and short of it is I agree with Supervisor Brandon. So going to kind of the root of this thing, we're talking about two things. One is the approval of the mid-year budget adjustments, and the other is approving a series of layoffs and personnel changes. So when I look at the budget adjustments, what I see, and this is kind of the root of the question I had earlier, what I see is, I see maintenance and equipment. Those are things that we're taking out of the budget. Maintenance of equipment, training, traffic mitigation, vehicle maintenance, $56,000. The cooling centers, you know, you brought that up earlier, warming, cooling centers. Every year, every single year I get emails. Whenever the temperature gets particularly hot or cold, I get emails from constituents concerned about our community members about that. Building improvements, some of these projects that have been on the books for a long time. This is all, to me, we're traveling down a tried and true path that our county has already been on of deferring maintenance until it becomes so big of a problem that we have no choice but to spend an ungodly amount of money to deal with it. I've tried really hard over the past several years to try and get us caught up on a lot of those things. I think we've been somewhat responsible in that area. I think that the public has asked for investment in things like fire protection, law enforcement, roads, and I think we have done a really good job answering those concerns. So anybody that wants to talk about where their tax dollars have been spent, I am perfectly happy to have that conversation. For every dollar that I voted for, I have a reason behind it, and I'm happy to stand on it. Win, lose, or draw, if you're happy with it or not. So, and looking at the staffing side of things, I have been, Supervisor Kirk and I have been in this seat before, where we have had to look employees in the eye, some friends, some people, colleagues that we have worked with for a while, and tell them they don't have a job anymore. And I'm comfortable doing that. That is why being a county supervisor is a difficult job, because the cyclical nature of the way our economy and the way our county government works, that is going to happen sometimes. But when I have done that in the past, I have always done it from a position that I could look that person in the eye and tell them I did everything else I possibly could before looking at layoffs. And I don't feel like I'm at that point yet. I feel like we're rushing things. The June 30th deadline seems like a much more reasonable point for a variety of reasons. I mean, people's retirement, the fact that we are trying to place people within the county system, because, just about, we have a list of people that are being laid off. Every single one of those people that are on the chopping block has contributed substantially to the success of the county. And I will stand on that. So if we're going to have to say goodbye to them, I want to at least mitigate that as much as possible. I don't think we've done that yet. Feels like we're trying a little too hard to hit a number, to hit a deadline, hit a time frame, instead of looking at the clear ways that really will reduce our costs long term. I don't think we've done that yet, and I think quite the opposite. I think some of these things that we're looking at will actually cost us more in the long term. So, I guess, what I'm looking at is what is the difference between doing things in 2 weeks and doing things in June, which to me would make more sense with a mid-year budget adjustment. The benefits are that we would have more time to place employees. We'd have more favorable retirement situations for our staff, some of whom have worked here 20 years, 30 years or more. It would also allow us to offload some of those tasks and those duties that these employees have carried for these decades with the county, train up new people within the county system. Again, asking our employees to do more with less, but at least giving them that time to be trained and understand the responsibilities that are there. Okay, so those are the benefits. What's the downside? Well, we're looking at $868,000 in savings till the end of the fiscal year. So take away, what would you say, 20% of that? That's the cost. So to me, the benefit of doing this now versus the cost doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's where I stand. I'm not opposed, and believe me, I can be as hardcore as anybody when it comes to budget cuts. I don't think people realize that I've been probably the most fiscally conservative person on this board for a long time. But I think we are getting ahead of ourselves with some of these cuts. And I know that the staff that, Roger and Liz and your team have been given a heavy lift, and that you've tried to work with department heads to find ways you can hit that number. But I would like to still keep looking at it. And I think I'm going to speak on your behalf. And if you don't agree with me, that's fine. But I feel like you could benefit from some more time to look at these things. And I know I could. So that's how I feel about it.
Got to give me very clear eye contact versus just looking at me. Is that Supervisor Kirk and then Supervisor Griefer?
No, I'll make a comment real quick. I hear what you're saying. I do. We've been down here this road before. What was going through my mind though while you were speaking was, I think is back in before Measure Z. I remember telling this board we should have a plan if Z doesn't pass because we're going to start doing this. And then November came, December came, January came, February. We should have had a plan immediately after Z didn't pass. And I don't feel like we have to make decisions. We've had basically since, I think it was October is when I really started looking, like pulling the curtain back a little bit. So I feel like no decision is going to be 100% clear. I think if we ask questions in 2 weeks or in June, it's still not going to be 100% clear. But I do know what will happen though is I think we'll keep going down in red. Just a difference of opinion. I hope we can get to something here pretty quick. But that's kind of just where I stand on it.
And Supervisor Kirk, I'd like to respond to that. I think Supervisor Campbell has a comment after too. Measure Z was put up to be able to support public safety and roads funding, and it was voted down for sure. The idea that we should have had, more planning into it, I don't really fully agree with, because I think what we're doing today, when we had that discussion, for example, in January, the item was moving up the workshop dates to be able to address it earlier. We had direction given to start on this path. Now it's coming back. It is the very beginning of March. And so we knew that if that didn't pass, we would have to find either $6 million and plus the rest, or to maintain those public safety investments, or we would have to close some of those. And so we've made a decision on that, and I think we're handling it. I take issue with the idea that there was no plan, or that it was not us. I can tell you I had a plan. I got 13 pages of ideas, and we, that's very in character for me. But looking at how do we pay for some of these things. And I'm eager in March and May to be able to have those discussions about how we do it further. But I don't want to put out to the public that the idea was like, well, if that failed, then we just had no idea what to do. We knew exactly what we'd have to do, which is what we're doing right now. We just knew it would be a harder decision.
And I hear you saying, I'm saying I think we all had a plan. It was that we need to move on the plan because we have ideas and we keep wanting to vet things, and we keep wanting to look into this, look into that. And it's just a difference of, I just have a different approach, which is we need to move swifter, quicker. The message is getting out to the organization that we are not messing around, get on and get off the boat, because we need information. We need to make decisions. And I feel like our team has worked really hard to get there. Mm-hmm. And there's always going to be more to get to, but I don't know how much it's going to cost if we wait till June. Maybe, do we have any idea?
So if you look at attachment B, we have totaled, like if you just looked at maybe delaying the layoffs.
Until June?
Yeah, it's a total of $281,000. Okay.
So $250,000. So I'm ready to make a decision today, but I appreciate the communication. And to your point, yes, we did not just have zero plan. We all had lots of ideas, but there's one thing, there's a difference between having a plan and a discussion and taking action.
Yeah.
So that's all I meant by it.
Were there other comments, Supervisor Griefer?
I had no plan. I got here in January. So, but with that being said,
I thought you were going to come in and solve all our problems.
Well, I have grand ideas, but they usually fail inside getting out. So with that being said, I'm ready to make a motion to accept as is.
Okay. So just with that, we have two different types of actions here. One of them, as mentioned by Liz, is 3/5 majority vote. That's the personnel actions. Correct me if I'm wrong, that's just item 2 only.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Well,
and the 1, 3, and 4 are 4/5?
Yeah, 3 on the capital projects list as well.
Is 4/5.
No, I'm sorry, 3 is just majority as well.
Okay, so 2 and
1 and
3 are 3/5, and the reason I bring this up is Supervisor Campbell and I brought up about having, I think, a separate item on dispatch, and you said the word pause, I think that's appropriate,
Yeah.
bringing that back at the next meeting.
Well,
Yeah, just a hearing, because
Yeah.
to my I don't believe I've seen any RFPs. I don't think I've seen a scope of work. I haven't seen layout of what it's going to look like. Where is that $1.8 million? You know, what specifically is it going to be spent on? I don't have any of that information. And so for it to be a project that we're moving forward with based off of previous discussions on tangentially related items, I think it's premature.
Well,
So-
I think it's already budgeted, so I'm not saying that we don't fund it or.
Yeah, I
But,
know.
so.
It's a good question.
Well, no, but it's obviously budgeted. She says it's budgeted. It's in the budget. Right? So my motion is let's accept it. And then at the next meeting, we can talk about it. And if we need to make an adjustment, we can do it at that time.
Well,
Yeah,
and the reason
fine.
I'm bringing it up is I'm hearing that, at least, correct me if I'm wrong, there was 2, you and myself, about the dispatch item wanting to wait, which would not be the 4/5. So I don't want us to go to a 4/5 vote and then have not passed when it's just one item. I think everything else that's on here, for me, for example, this is fine, or 1, 2, 3, and 4, except for that one specific thing. Did I understand your comments correctly, Supervisor
Well,
Campbell?
but my motion is that we accept it as is. If somebody wishes to make a second and then an amendment to it that we approve as is for the 4/5 and exclude the 1.8 to come back, then we can get what we need done and we can still address that at the next meeting.
Or include the 1.8 and then just have it, include the 1.8 because it's already budgeted, but then have it come back for just another
Right.
discussion on the specifics. I just heard it differently from you, so.
Yeah, because
Supervisor, what do you think?
we could budget, so we could keep that in the money in capital, because I guess what we're talking about is where do we keep the money
Yeah, just,
between now and when we have a
Yeah,
discussion?
keep it
just
of
leave
the
it where it's
project?
at.
Let it come back, because it sounds like between 3 or 4 of us, like, yeah, we would like, it'd be great. I know there's been lots of conversations about it. I know it was emergency. We don't want 911 to go down again. We got to move quick. So I hope this doesn't hold that up, but if that means we need to bring it back and just say, hey, here's where it's going, absolutely, let's do that, but let's not pull it from where it's already budgeted. Let's bring that back.
It's just a placeholder, so I'm still looking for a second.
You know, if it helps, just so you know, I've already scheduled to with Captain Piven, who's taken over the project, the lead on the project, to put together a presentation for the next board meeting.
Perfect.
And so we will be coming back, and we have things that you're asking about, like design and
A
stuff that's.
presentation looking for direction
Yeah, we'll,
and approval.
Yeah, if we can commit
That's
to
what I'm
that,
asking for, is that we need to,
well, and just so you also
I
know,
don't ever
there's
remember
almost
approving-
$400,000 or so already been allocated out of that 1.3.
well, and I
So-
think that what we're bringing up is that and Supervisor Kirk brought it up, there have been a lot of discussions about it, and some of it's ongoing, but the $1.8 million number and some of the funding sources, this is kind of like, it's in here,
Right.
but we never had a full, and some of this was related to emergency actions, not a full, all of it together, public recommendation, talking as a hearing, also clarifying publicly some of the conflicting information which has been kind of provided, right? And so if we can commit that we would have this on the next agenda to present and then give that direction, whether it lives in this and we just basically go with your motion and do that, that would be fine to me. And then we would have that at the next meeting to basically present all of that info. Does that sound reasonable?
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was talking about. I heard that you want to see what we've done as far as designs, what we're planning, what, all the work that's been put into it, and where we're planning on going. You want to see a percentage of, like, what kind of equipment's going to be able to be reused and what percentage of that budget will be reallocated to Danbacker when that time, if that time comes, because there is no guarantee that we'll get approval for that. And I have a lot of doubt that we'll get approval within the next 12, 18 months. Even with pressure from this board, I am very concerned with us getting approval and the timing for that approval. And this has been, as you mentioned, this has been a topic that we've been talking about since March, since the board workshop. And multiple meetings. I came up with at least 5 meetings since the board workshop that we talked about it in this room. And it was mentioned in the grand jury report. So we have been actively working on something that the board said we need to find a solution for back in March. So I think that we absolutely can come forward and present what's been done and what the plan is to get us into a stable place with dispatch.
Presentation with approval.
With approval.
With
Or
direction.
direction, yeah.
I just want to remind you that we have already got
Understood.
contracts that are being worked on, actively worked on right now.
Right.
That have already been approved.
By who?
Well, one contract was approved.
Supervisor Brandon, point of order. We don't have a second. So if we don't have a second to pull with my motion, then
I'll
let's,
second
then
it.
let's just kill it
And I know
and move on.
we're pausing on it. What I'm hoping
Okay.
for
Yeah, I
is
said
that
second.
we're like this close to this being a unanimous vote on it, and it's
Right.
really just a matter of the agenda item language for bringing it back, which it sounds like we're all in agreement of bringing that back.
I'll second it, but it sounds like let's have this conversation next week, like all these details. Let's get it ironed out then.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to do it now. I mean, it could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
I think
presentation and direction.
just
Can we
my issue
commit
is-
to that?
I
Okay.
hear you.
We're being told that
I gotta,
it's already been approved and I don't
I know
remember
there's been
approving it, so.
direction from the board to get things moving on it quick. I remember some emergency stuff. Again, that's why it'd be great to have all that at the next board meeting. Let's go through it. What did we do? Where are we at?
and there is a motion in a second. I got the head nod from acting CAO. Next meeting, having presentation and direction, correct? Okay, great. So with that, we will call for the vote. This is just to clarify on the staff recommendation for items 1 through 4, personnel budget cuts, capital projects, and adjusting the mid-year budget as well. Correct? It's all there?
Yep.
All right, call for the vote. All those in favor of accepting 1 through 4, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
All right, abstaining? All right, the ayes have it. Passes with 4 ayes, 1 no, 0 abstentions. The 1 no is Supervisor Campbell. Okay. Thank you to staff and the presentation. So now we'll be moving into, I believe, our 10 a.m. appointment, which is the office hours. And then after that, we'll be doing, I believe, brief reports from the board and then going into closed session. While we're setting this up, I'll take a 4-minute break and we'll be back at approximately 3 p.m. All right, we're reconvening the board meeting at 3 p.m. We're going to be moving into our 10 a.m., which is consideration of modifying the building hours. And then as mentioned, immediately after that, we'll be doing reports from the board and then going into our closed session items afterwards. All good, right? All right, there we go. If the clerk will read the 10 a.m. appointment.
10 a.m. Consideration of modifying the Albert and Francisco building hours.
Great, thank you. And as a note, this is why I don't love appointment times, because I like the flexibility for us to move them, and it looks really bad when we get to a 10 a.m. at 3 p.m. and well recognized. Anyway, staff would like to begin presenting. Quincy?
Sure. Good afternoon, Quincy Yaley, Community Development Department, and I'll take the heat for the appointment. I requested it because we did have individuals who were here early in the day that I expected to speak on the item, and that's why I requested the appointment. So I'll take the heat for the board's moving things around today. Okay, so the Community Development Department is continually working to improve and refine our processes to provide excellent customer service. As outlined in our staff report, you can see that we're very open to adjusting our building hours to better serve and align with the needs of the community. We've adjusted our building hours a number of times over the years. But it's important for the public and the board to recognize that the building hours and the operational hours are not the same for our department. This is community development, and that is a little unique for county departments. Changing our public counter hours could jeopardize our early operational hours that we provide to our contractors and our construction customers who rely on our early daily availability to keep projects moving forward. Currently, in the CDD, we average about 10 in-person customers a day. That's down about 2/3 from prior to implementing OpenGov. And half of the visits that we're having right now are for people who are paying their environmental health invoices. So we actually expect the surge of 10 to drop once those invoices are paid, which is over the next month or two. In contrast, our team handles an average of 150 permit-related interactions daily via the phone, via our online permitting system, or via our email. And this demonstrates that our core services are not provided in person in our office. Overall, our permit numbers do continue to grow. Find my paper, here it is. Last month, building inspections, so that's what we use our early morning hours to work on. We had 446 inspections last month, and the year prior, we had 313. So over 100 additional inspections last month than the year prior. And in January, we had 474 inspections, and the year prior was 380. So our inspections, the bulk of our work, are continuing to grow. It's also important for the board to understand that the Community Development Department and the Public Works Department, who is our main other sharer of space, really have only a small overlap in responsibilities. But it's important that we maintained aligned hours to avoid situations where customers are arriving expecting to receive service, but one of the other departments cannot provide that because we do really have limited functional overlap in the two departments. It's not uncommon for other departments in the county to have unique hours or unique ways of access, the public accessing services based on operations. And I also would, there is a lot of uncertainty regarding potential staffing reductions in the upcoming fiscal year. And so at a minimum, we're requesting that any changes to the hours wait until those decisions are finalized. Along with the potential for consolidations or reorganization of development-related duties. If changes are made to the building hours now before the next round of staffing reductions and those impacts are evaluated, we're strongly recommending to open earlier. This is the best scenario if the board is certain that they want to expand our hours. Our open hours, not our operating hours, but our business hours at the front counter, we could open earlier if it was seen as a benefit to your board. So I'm happy to answer, or Brian Bell is here to answer any questions about Community Development Department.
Great, thank you. And since this was a board request from Supervisor Holland, throw it over to him for any recommendation on that direction, and then we'll move into board discussion.
Yes, thanks for the memo. I did not realize we had a county ordinance that says Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So that was educational. So you talk about inspections, but don't the inspectors come in like at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30? They're out in the field normally by 8, and they don't usually work the counter typically?
Right, so thanks for the question. And so everyone comes in early, actually. Our permit techs, our planners, the exception of teams that come in early is our environmental health staff. Their customers are businesses that tend to serve the public. And so, restaurants or other businesses, they keep more of a standard 8 to 5 hours because their customers are working 8 to 5. Our customers are working earlier than 8, and so we come in earlier than 8. The challenge is going to be is that if the building is open later, staff members can only work an 8-hour day. And so if the building is open later and we don't shift tours of duty to correspond to our open hours, then we won't have anyone available. So it's really just choosing what the board wants us to do. If we want to serve our customers as we do right now when they need us before 8 o'clock, or if we want to be open to serve, which I heard at the last one was that people coming in to drop off plans, 10 people a day and shrinking, we stay open later for that. We feel there's more juice for the squeeze by having our staff members there earlier, since they can only work an 8-hour day and we can't pay overtime. They can't come at 6 and leave at 5. Does that answer your question?
No, because then the building inspectors are still going to be there in the morning to go do inspections. It's been that way.
No, they won't actually.
So you're not going to have building inspectors come in until 8 o'clock in the morning?
Maybe to clarify a bit. The services that we provide to our development community happen in the early hours. You know this all too well, Mr. Holland. In conversations with our other development partners, it is very obvious it's the early hours that they need. The person's answering the telephones, the person's batching the inspections, the person's putting all of the efforts into accommodating the needs of those persons are not directly our building inspectors. Our building inspectors have to do research on the projects they're going to. They have to pull out plans. They have to study those projects before they get on site so they can be efficient when they get there. So there's a lot of work that's done. What we're talking about is the coordination of the efforts that these contractors and developers need in the field. Those efforts will go away in the early hours. So you will not have that preparation. So all of that will be delayed. So everything that is provided relative to building inspections and the services provided to those developers gets nixed first thing in the morning, which is the primary time, as you know. Construction is an early hours project or an early hour business. Those happen very much. So basically the inspector's time is going to be eaten up and completely unavailable. So the amount of time they have to get to the field, their hours will be adjusted for inspection purposes. It just is inevitable. So they're not going to be available for those early hours. The resources needed to continue to accommodate with the adjustment of the hours as proposed will diminish. So our services to our customers early in the morning will diminish greatly, which is what we're trying to avoid by the other suggestions that we've made. We recognize that there's some concerns about hours, some questions about what those services might be. Our obligation obviously is to ensure that our customers are receiving the services they need, the attention that they need at the time they need it, because it's not unique. They're not a 9-to-5 business. Construction is not a 9-to-5 business.
I am very, very well aware of that, right? And I've lived through all these time frames we've had in here when we were open 8 through 4. So somehow in 2017, it was able to get it done. It was 8 to 4 then, right? And so most of us in the construction world, we have the phone numbers for the inspectors. And I agree with you. I don't see why the inspectors can't come in early still. They don't typically work the front counter. They're usually not up at the front counter hanging out. And they go out in the field. And as you said, everything's digital. So they're now just taking their laptop to review the plans on digital, right? Or they look at the plans in the field because we provide them a copy when they show up. So, but there's more than just you guys, right? There is a whole building. We might have customers that want to come down on a Friday. Our job is to serve the customers, which is the people of the county. We require this building to be open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 to serve their customers. I am sure they'd love to be closed on Friday or close at 3 o'clock and not have to take tax payments or process other stuff going on, election stuff and whatever else. So I think I'm just trying to get to where there's a consistency pattern, and I'm very confused why the resistance is to this not be open on a Friday and not be 8 to 4. It's not even 8 to 5 according to the actual county policy that's quoted in here, just 8 to 4, which is what you were doing in 2017. So I'm not sure how we're going to lose something in all this. I just have.
And Supervisor, if I may ask too, if you had a recommendation as well, because I think staff in the memo were asking for direction on this, recommending a pause until budget changes are basically made in staffing levels. There were listed a few of these changes. So hoping to see, since you brought this item forward, what hours would you be looking for?
Well, as I said, it was Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. I put it in there already. We just went through the budget stuff. We're aware of the changes that were made. I'm not sure how that's going to affect it.
Great.
So we're actually not sure how it's going to affect it either. The community development department is tasked with reducing $700 and I think almost $50,000 next fiscal year. When your board and I stood up and said that you wanted to preserve other services that are provided, we're anticipating $1 million cut. Earlier today, the cuts that you made that were 1.8 was your board goal this fiscal year. Our department contributed $450,000 or 24% of that. So I agree with you. We're actually not sure what the impact is going to be either. But I think from our collective experience, we can tell you that reducing staff members doesn't lead to an increase in me being able to make staff members available. We're also dealing with an 8-hour workday. And so while your perspective and another contractor's perspective might be that it's a building inspector, we actually are very familiar with all of the support work that goes on to get that building inspector out the door to be able to do it at a certain time. And so, certainly the board can provide direction and choose the office hours. we actually feel that it's not resistance, it's knowledge, it's a comprehensive knowledge base of our customers that leads us to the recommendation, first of not changing the hours. Two is we did give several options in your board memo. But three, waiting until we know what we think $1 million cut is going to look like in our department, so that we can be strategic about the hours and the operating that we do. So thank you.
Supervisor Campbell?
If I could ask Supervisor Holland, I guess I'm not understanding the scenario that we're trying to solve here, because you know, in preparation for, I looked through my emails I'm like, okay, what kind of complaints have I gotten about CDD? Which I've gotten a lot, but not an indictment of you, not exactly complaints, just comments and things that people would like to see change. I didn't see any, maybe one that kind of referenced the counter and when the office opens, but 99.9% of them were about wanting faster inspections done, wanting their paperwork back, you know, wanting responses on questions, which is like email responses, that type of thing. To me, that's, if I was going to step on the gas in one area or another, that's the area I would look at. And I just have to defer to staff that is actually performing this task, that they're going to have some insight in a better way to arrange their time management. So anyway, the original question I had was, who's being affected by not being open on Friday? Is it the person that's trying to bring their paperwork in to get a permit or get some kind of in-person response on Friday? What is the issue on Friday specifically?
I think it's all the above. It's the citizens. It's all the above. It's the citizens of our community. So we provide service to our citizens. That's what we just been talking about, like staff changes causes service issues, right? So why would we not want to provide the max amount of services to our customers, which would be the citizens of our county? They're paying for the service. So we require our other departments to be open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Why would we not offer that there? Maybe they need to come down to solid waste talking about a garbage issue. Maybe they need to go there talk about a house numbering issue. Maybe they need to go talk to Public Works about a drain that's plugged. And they show up and the door's locked. And they're like, why are they not open on a Friday?
But you're sharing theoretical scenarios. Have you received a lot of feedback that this is an issue? Because what I'm telling you is I haven't.
Yes.
Okay.
I've experienced it myself. It's nice to go down there on
Okay,
a Friday.
you've experienced it yourself.
Personally, right?
I understand.
Because I deal with them on lunch, and a lot of other people I know in that world.
Okay.
It's a convenience thing, right? It is a convenience
Well-
thing. We could be open 4 hours a week and be like, good luck on that.
And I understand that, and we want to deliver as much service as we possibly can, but you said the best service we can. I think that's what I'm hearing from them, is that with the resources, with the staffing that they have, this is what they can do. If we wanted more than that, we would have to put more resources and more staffing toward it. And we just made a decision earlier today that we're not going to do that. So it's difficult for me to say, I want to see increased productivity in the front desk without it coming from somewhere. You know, it's a ship. You know, you want to bring something else on, something else has to come off.
I don't agree with that at all. I do not agree with that at all. Coming from the private world, you just get the job done. The door's unlocked. So what's the problem if there's less than 10 people a day or whatever it was walking in? How can somebody not help those 10 people?
Well, I think I heard an explanation for that people are out in the field, they're working on other
but there's staff that just
internal.
work at the desk. They don't go out in the field. The desk staff in the front don't go out in the field. The inspectors go out in the field.
Right, but the desk.
And the inspectors will still go out in the field. That is their job, is to be out in the field. And they're out in the field Monday through Friday. They don't get Thursdays off or Fridays off.
Well, are there any tasks that the desk staff are doing on those Fridays?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So all of the CDD staff members with the exception of perhaps 2 that work a flex schedule, are working on Fridays. I think that's outlined in the memo. So the staff, no one's off on Fridays. Everyone's working on Fridays.
What are they working on?
So actually what's been interesting is moving into OpenGov. I mean, the it's easier for people to access our department 24/7 now, actually. But they're catching up on the permit reviews that need to be done for the week. We do have a lot of meetings with our applicants on Fridays. We go down and let people in all the time. I know Blossom does that too. We do, I've seen signs for interviews and receiving bids. I don't know if Blossom wants to add anything, but Fridays are a busy day. And I did speak with a board member who said, perception is reality. And if that's a message that our department needs to do better, is that when we're closed on Fridays, we actually are there working. That's something that we can certainly work on if it's a messaging issue. And even if someone needed to come and drop off plans, we arrange for that. And even to the point where we've probably all gone downstairs and someone's standing at the door, oh, I didn't know you were on Friday. If there's someone in the building who can accommodate that question or that person, we certainly let them in and don't refuse them, and let them in and accommodate them. So
is there like a phone number outside? Because like the DA does, their office is a lot appointments, right?
Yeah, the DA does appointments. There's other departments that close at 2, so not all county departments are open 8 to 5.
But if you need to see somebody there, there's a number you can call. Or
we don't have a phone number posted on the door because the intent is not to take walk-ups. But in the event that there are, we don't turn people away and say that we're not able to help them. But the intent is that day has been used for training. We used it to build the OpenGov system. So we really do find it valuable. But as I said in the memo, if it's the board's wish that we're open on Fridays, of course we'll open on Fridays.
If I may, I think we've had two philosophical approaches to it. I know that 3 of us have not spoken on it. It's not the most complex item in the world to see kind of where everybody's at. I'll speak to where I'm at with it. It's a third opinion that's completely different than you guys. Same with the DA's discussion. I think it's not unreasonable to be appointment only and not have walk-ins. I think it's disruptive and we're cutting a lot of time out of staff, and it also gives them time to prepare and schedule that or be able to meet after hours or do whatever's needed. So I'm not in support of changing it unless it's changing it in the exact opposite direction, which is it's not crazy to call in and ask for an appointment. Supervisor Griefer?
By law, I'm not allowed to carry a hammer for this very reason. Nothing is straight in my house, so this is not even in my, I don't get a permit, I don't go down there, but I will say, so I asked a lot of people on my side of the river, and they all kind of hemmed and hawed, and they said, well, we're kind of used to it, it used to be this way, now we're back to it. It would be nice, because my understanding is a lot of contractors try to get caught up on paperwork and things at the end of the week. And coming from Don Pedro or Groveland or higher up to get all the way down during the week, Monday through Thursday, is a little more difficult for them. They would like to have that Friday open. I personally went and knocked on the door not realizing that I could just, I think I was coming to see you because I had a question about an item, and I realized the door's closed. And so I think I sent a note to staff, hey, why is it closed? Is there something going on? And that's how I found out about it. So, for me, I think, and that was me that said perception is reality. So if there should be a number on the door that says, hey, if you've driven all the way here because someone doesn't know, if we don't move forward on this, there should be something on there to help, do something, a general number. It doesn't have to be fancy. So at least that person doesn't feel like they've wasted their time.
Sure.
And if there's an opportunity to meet with whomever it is, they can. So I would be good with that. As I told you on the phone, I don't want to be the swing vote on this one. I really don't, right? Because I could care less. And I don't mean that from the point of I'm a contractor, what have you, but I think half the people I've spoken to have said that'd be great. The other half says it doesn't, right? So kind of going back to a question you posed way before is, what are we trying to fix, right? That's kind of what your question is.
Supervisor Griefer, actually, you brought up a great point about catching up on paperwork on Fridays. The beauty is that you don't have to come to our office. You can catch up on paperwork on Sunday mornings if you want and submit your information to the county. On Fridays, we're answering the phones, we're answering emails, we're working within the OpenGov system. And so to the point that we're tracking the metrics of people coming in, people aren't coming in to catch up on paperwork. That is not where the majority of our customers are. We see the need from an operational standpoint to serve customers in the morning. by shifting the building hours later, there's no resistance, we will do that. But it will require shifts of 2 hours of duty and may again have, like we were saying, impacts that we don't know what they are yet, given that we do expect your board to direct $750 or more $1,000 worth of cuts. And those are not paper, that's positions.
And
thank you.
So with that being said, so your staff is 8 to 5? They're hourly 8 to 5? 8 hours?
They are hourly, but they are not 8 to 5 because they are in the office
I
at
misspoke.
6.
Hourly, 8 hours.
They are 8 hours.
Okay,
That's
so
correct, sir.
So we could, in theory, we could move them to a 4-10 schedule, correct? In theory?
I can't, that's, flex schedules are options.
Okay.
And if I can jump in, that would also be, I believe, a bargaining issue.
Yeah,
and so.
right, but it's an idea, right? Okay, so that died quickly. So.
Just trying to keep us all out of prison.
All right.
I go to prison every day.
Yeah.
Parole every day.
All right, so Supervisor Holland, would you be okay if we went 8 to 4 Monday through Friday, starting on 7/1 and giving it a 1-year evaluation?
Well, I'm not sure what we're evaluating. We've done this many times in the past.
Well,
Yeah. And what I'm hoping is just to see, are there 3 that want to change it? And that's what, if I can tag in Supervisor
Yeah.
Kirk, I know. Well, because
Yeah.
if there's not 3 that want to change it, then we could talk all day. And I don't want to
Right, no,
spend too
but
much more
my point is,
time.
I don't want to be the swing vote, so if he
Well,
says
you are
yes,
going to be the
This
swing
is why
vote.
we get paid the big bucks.
No, I'll be the swing vote. I don't.
Supervisor
This
Kirk.
this is where I'm coming from. Okay, look, we were 8 to 4 up until 2017. We do have, it sounds like, some AI stuff. We do have some digital stuff coming online. I know our boards we've had a big push to try and streamline things. I know Quincy's been working on that. Been a big overhaul. So like, part of me thinks that we can get to the 5 days a week. I really do. I think that's the push, is to get things streamlined, and we could do it right now. But this is just a little bit of a weirder angle, and I'm sorry. It's just, to me, this isn't like it's not a big deal. But as board members, we come on here and there's certain things that we really want to address. I know Supervisor Campbell's big on parks, libraries. I support that. I know Jaron's big on tech stuff. He's big on, that world. I support it. I know you're big on the library and some other things up in Groveland. I support it. I'm big on like, hey, let's keep the big pot grows out of Tuolumne County. Kind of got some support on that. And some other things, law enforcement, of course, fire, we all are. So I know Holland's a builder. I want to support him in his experiences and things that I don't understand in his real life experiences. So I want to support him. So if we can come to something that makes sense, that's reasonable, that's where I'm at. And it sounds reasonable to say, be open, we serve the public. So if staff have any sort of creative way to make that happen on a Friday, I'm game for that, and I would support that idea, and that's kind of where I'm leaning.
I'm known for tech stuff?
Huh?
Not housing?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Housing,
Yeah.
thank you, yes, housing, tech.
Well,
all the above.
if we've had enough, if you wanted to make a motion and see if that's fine, we have a second for a recommendation of what to do. We can go through a couple, see where it's at. Again, I'm probably not going to be a yes on any of these, but.
Right, then
I'll just
I'm ready to
jump
make
in.
a motion. I'm sorry.
I'll just jump
Supervisor,
in where
before
I'm at.
we do need to take public comment on this item.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah, I could
Speaking of jail.
All
All
right,
right,
so I'll wait.
if that's okay with everybody, we'll open it up for public comment. Any members of the public like to come up and speak in the item, you have 3 minutes, and you
Thank you very
know
much.
the deal.
All right, first of all, they understand their process is the best and they know what resources they have. And we've talked about some options that might work. I'll throw one out here and hopefully Quincy won't throw a book at me. But I think the issue is we want the building open because the public needs to have a sense that we're there for them and we're working, and that all the rest of the operations work from 8 to 5. It'd be great to be able to have the door open at 8 to 5 so they could go in there. And how about we have one desk that gets staffed that fronts all of the services that come from that facility. You can go in there, you can get some help with going to a laptop and learning about how to use the online system. You can make an appointment. You could get access to other folks that are in the building like OES and that kind of thing. Make that staffing really simple. It's more of an administrative function. You don't need to have a desk with all the subject matter experts covering all the ground. Have the building open, have it available, help the public learn about the online processes. That's what I'm suggesting you might want to consider doing. It hits all the buttons, right? Because we want to be open for business. Yeah, generate some revenue, build things. So maybe that'll help.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment? Ground? Oh, oh. There we
Thank you. I've been through, I don't know, 6, 8 renditions of this, and it took a while to reach the point where they are at now. And I trust that they know what they're doing. And I think this is a personal issue on behalf of one person, and you are here to represent everybody and not your own personal issues. So I trust them that they know what they're doing. And I have been up there several times because I walk in and I want this, that, or whatever, or I want to talk to somebody, or I want to drop stuff off. And I haven't heard one single person complaining up there about how hard it is to come to the department and get things done. And I remember they had, I don't know, maybe it was 2 at least, training classes on how to do OpenGov so they could do everything online and you wouldn't need to come and speak with a person. And sometimes I might want to talk to solid waste and the door is locked and it's a Friday and I'm just tough out of luck. And there were times I wanted to get some more supplies from Dory on a Friday and I was tough out of luck, and that's just the way it is. So I trust that you know what you're doing. This appears to be working. Usually if people in the community are pissed about something, I'm going to hear about it, and I have heard nothing. I've heard nothing when I've been there. I've heard nothing in the community, and we've now spent 29 minutes on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? All right, closing public comment. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate it. And bringing it back to the board for a motion.
One thing I was just going to suggest is, so there, the number for CDD is 533-5633, right? If I call that number on a Friday, is somebody going to pick up?
No, and if you call that number Monday through Thursday, no one picks up. And years ago, the county went to a phone tree system. And so our department uses a phone tree, much like other departments do in the county.
Okay, right. But if I call that number and phone tree to the person
Correct.
in that department that I want
Yes.
on a Friday, will they pick up?
If they are at their desk, yes, they will pick up, or they'll get the voicemail and return the call.
Would you be opposed to putting that number on a
Absolutely
sign
not.
outside the front
It's on our
door?
website. Someone could stand at the front door and Google it. There's no
Right,
problem with
but-
putting it on the front door.
That scenario where somebody comes all the way from Groveland, you know,
Sure.
somebody that's not a contractor or doesn't know the whole, you know, the way things work that well, like me and Steve, but they want to pull a permit for their new water tank or something like that. They drive all the way down from Groveland on a Friday. They don't know they're closed. They can call that number, reach somebody in permitting.
Of course.
Will that work? Will that work for everybody?
But I don't think that addresses the issue of speaking to somebody or being able to come into the building, right? So like if I call you and if somebody calls and says, hey, you know, they go work their way through the phone tree, hey, I'd like to talk to somebody about solid waste. Would that person say, sure, I'll be right down and come to get you?
Well, I don't speak for.
I would say I throw in support behind, let's put the phone number on the door, but to your point, we got an item here that's about the office hours, and I really like to
right.
see a motion towards
I'll
a
just make a
specific vote, and we'll see where it goes.
I'll just make a motion, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4.
Okay.
When we start it, if it's in a few weeks, a month, 2, whatever.
Monday to Friday, 8 to 4, up to staff when it gets implemented. Right? Is there a second?
I'll second his motion with an amendment, starting July 1st with a 1-year evaluation.
Okay. So that is the motion, 8 to 4, Monday to Friday, starting July 1st with the 1-year evaluation of it. First by Supervisor Holland, second by Supervisor Griefer. It's okay if we go to a vote?
Before I say that, July 1st is starting the new fiscal year, right? That's something I heard you guys say, is to see where we're going to impact it. Okay, just make sure I got the right date.
Great. Okay. So moving to that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Opposed?
No.
All abstaining? Okay. So it passes. Ayes are Holland, Griefer, and Kirk. Noes are Campbell and Brandon. Okay, there we go. Thank you for letting me bully that one kind of through to a vote. Some of these things, as you know, the problem is that we like talking to each other. Okay, so moving on from that, I believe that is the close of our regular agenda. We are going to move into reports, and then we will read the closed session items and move into that. So with that, open up reports. I know Supervisor Holland had mentioned he had a statement or something.
Something.
Handout.
Something. Huh? No. Okay. This thing on. So I got to go out with one of the CAL FIRE reps a couple weeks ago. I ran into Ryan actually up in Cedar Ridge. He was having a meeting on something, I don't know what.
The best damn fire district in Tuolumne, Cedar Ridge Volunteer Fire
I
Department.
think that was the title, the best damn fire district in Tuolumne. Okay. So while I was out, I learned a lot of things, and none of this was bad, but just things about how the county's spending money. And maybe we should rethink, since we've been talking about budget all day long, about how we're spending money. So this picture is from the sleeping quarters down in Jamestown, next to the firehouse. So since 2010, we have spent $151,169 on renting that 12 by 55 office trailer for firefighters to sleep in the Jamestown station. You can purchase a used similar trailer, that exact same thing, between $4,000 and $15,000. Plus, we've been doing all the maintenance on it as well. I'm sure at the time when this got done, it was a short-term solution, but that is now 14 years later. So we need to start looking at things in a different way and stop the waste of the money. The next slide is I got to go out and see the infamous Pereira House, if I say it right, or the Kingpin House. I've heard it by several names. And I'm sure in 1960, this was an amazing top-of-the-line house. But today, the sheriffs use it to train in. Slide 3 here. There's a little bit of rot damage and a few other things going on. This is out in Columbia next to the airport, slide 4. We have spent $273,495 on plans to convert this to a fire station. As you can see, more damage inside. There's already a large metal building on the property. So instead of spending the estimated $3.2 million to turn this gem into a fire station out in Columbia, we could instead put up a very large metal building that we could house the fire trucks in, sleeping quarters, and it would cost us about half that amount. But when you look at these things, we've now spent $250,000 on a set of plans that honestly, this house should be bulldozed to the ground and never talked about again, or let David and Neil keep doing training. I mean, it has a dish on it that Elon could send a signal to Mars off of. I mean, the thing is massive. And then we come to the Yaney Courthouse, my favorite one. So the previous board was told that to solve the problem next door, it'd be $1.6 to $1.8 million. It got budgeted somehow at $2.5 million. They're approved to put the new elevator in. The board was told on the June 18th, 2024 meeting that once the elevator was done, they could move people in. It turns out that they removed 9 AC condensing units, which are all labeled number 1 here. These, and this is off a set of plans. The actual construction plans are sitting next door. I never took pictures of them. Okay, and then if you go to the next slide, it's actually called HVAC demo on the plans. We have now removed all the AC units, so now we cannot use the downstairs of the courthouse or part of the second story. And what I was told was last week in a department head meeting that it was stated that to replace the air conditioning so we can now use this functional building will be over $1 million. We've now been, so I kind of feel like the board got lied to back then because this was somebody's personal pet project. They're in at $2 million. And at some point, somebody's going to come back to us and say, I need another $1 million because now the building is still sitting there useless unless we, I guess, only use the top floor. So my point in all talking about this stuff was that we need to change the way we look at things. We need to plan and we need to spend money wisely. I believe that this is one of the reasons why the tax measure failed. The public doesn't trust our local government to spend it correctly, and we need to do our best to rethink many of these projects to earn the trust of the public back. And I think this goes to what Jaron and Ryan were asking about was, let's have an exact breakdown of the dispatch center. And I think this also goes to the other projects that we have going on, all these capital projects that, does it make sense? Why would we spend $3.2 million on a house that literally should be condemned? I guarantee if we sent the building inspectors out there, they would condemn that house to turn it into a firehouse out in Columbia. I'm not saying we don't need fire out there, but there's better ways of doing it. I think we need to start looking at this stuff. And these are just things I was just out randomly about. And I mean, how many other things across the county that we might find that we're spending huge amounts of money? It could be millions of dollars that we could start saving and putting back in the budget to make a difference to solve the problem. So anyways, it wasn't for debate. It's just stuff I noticed, and I just want to bring it to the public's attention. So thanks.
Great, thank you. And do appreciate it in terms of the report. Just one thing, and this is an advisory sent out, I think, by legal counsel as well, that this is not for reports to be able to kind of give direction on this, only to say you bring it up and tread in good territory. And talk about that Jamestown one. We'll chat with it. Do we have any other reports on the board? So it's Griefer, Kirk, Campbell. Okay. With that, we'll close county reports. And can you read the closed session items?
Item number 11, closed session, conference with labor negotiators, Roger Root, Acting County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources Director / Risk Manager, and Deb Schuman, Human Resources Manager, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 12, closed session, public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Air Pollution Control Director.
Great. And do we expect a report out from either of these items?
No.
Okay, no report out expected. Sounds like you guys are off the hook. And with that, we'll adjourn into closed session at 3.
We need to take public comment before we
Oh,
adjourn.
thank you. Where's the yellow flags? We keep saying we need yellow flags. All right, with that, we'll open up any public comment. Members of the public would like to speak on items 11 or 12. Please step up. Going once, going twice. All right, with no public comment, now at 3:39, 1 minute later, we're going to be adjourning into closed session. Thank you.